And then, someone threw the dice. And jackpot. The guy rolled a 6. Everyone was there, watching, clapping for him with all this fake excitement. But we know the truth. We know they're jealous. In their minds, they were seething with envy that he was the one who rolled a 6. Someone turned to me and said, "It's like you don't understand anything." He told me, "I'm dead. And if I want to live again, I have to roll the dice." The announcer's voice boomed, "Our friend who rolled a 6. In his next life, he is destined to become a famous actor." Everyone clapped for him. As if they actually cared. We know they do not. Then, the dice was placed in my hands. They told me it was my turn. "Go on," they said. "Roll it. Your entire next life depends on this." The loudspeaker called, "Next contender, step up and roll the dice." I put all my strength into it and threw it. My whole life tumbled and wobbled before my eyes before it clattered onto the ground. Number 1. My luck was only a 1. All eyes were on me. Their faces said, "You poor, miserable bastard, you only got a 1." But I knew they were lying. I knew they didn't care at all. With my empty eyes, I looked up at the screen above my head. Luck, 1. Skill, 1. Knowledge, 1. The announcer declared, "Your results are disappointing. But we have selected your next life." And it showed it to me. I wanted to punch the image of the life they showed me. "No. Not this one." He said, "Your life will be hard. But this is all the luck you have." They pushed me. I fell. Begging was useless. This was my life now. Then, they handed me the microphone. They told me I have to speak. About myself. About him. About Donkey. They said we are separated now, and my duty is to narrate his life. The life of Donkey. They told me that a whole world needs to see Donkey's life. A world whose location neither we, nor they themselves, know. "We are at school." Someone said to him, "Are you even listening to me, Dante?" When Dante lifted his head, I thought a teacher was going to tell him to pay attention. But instead a hard slap landed across his ear. They hit him. They poured milk and coffee on his head for failing to be their proper servant and errand boy. And then they left. In the world of those 3 idiots, friendship and loyalty meant nothing. Only brute force ruled. Dante sat on the wet floor soaked. His clothes were starting to smell like sour milk. He looked up at the sky and asked, "Why did my life have to be so ruined from the very beginning?" "Dante, there is no one here. It is just me. They told me to narrate your life choices to everyone else. But you are responsible for your own actions, my friend." Dante's jaw was hanging open. My jaw was hanging open too. "Hey sweetheart." Dante had been staring at her for a full minute. His self-confidence was lower than algae and he thought to himself, even if my whole life passes I could never be with a girl on her level. The girl turned and looked right at Dante. In that moment Dante managed to break the laws of quantum physics and teleport behind a pillar. He had a cold and with his runny nose he could still smell the stench of the milk on his clothes. Her friends asked her, "Yunyu, is something wrong?" "No, it is nothing," she said. And they left. Just that simply. What? I can read Dante's thoughts too? Sorry, this is my first time. I did not know. He thought to himself, her physical beauty might not be for me, but I will not let anyone else have her either. But how? She is the most desirable girl in his school. Good luck with that, Dante. His eyes were open but his spirit had gone to Cornhub. A sudden thought hit him. What should I have done in my past life to be happy now? My life has always been garbage from the start. The sound of footsteps made Dante look up. She smelled good too. He turned and looked at her. Shit, she is a he. False alarm, everybody. Fall back, thick beautiful hair, a fit body and tall. He was screaming in his head. Who are you? Again those 3 idiots were shouting, "Dante, where are our 3 burgers and sodas?" That was when I wanted to turn their burgers into dildos for them. Wait, why do I smell something good? Oh no. Yunyu asked if the teacher was coming, but when she heard their voices she said, "Are they making you their slave again?" Dante said, "No, I am going to buy some bread for myself. I might as well do them a favor too. Should I buy one for you, Yunyu?" After that answer his confidence had risen so much he was covering his red face with his hands. The girl remembered his name. When the door opened the good smell came again. "Hello, I am Taban." He was the one who looked like he was Justin Bieber's brother. While the guy was introducing himself, Dante was getting nagged by that idiot for handing over the burgers in front of the teacher. And Yunyu was clapping for Taban. His father should have asked the neighbors for help that night. And their neighbor has been doing mewing on her mother's cha-cha la boom boom since he was 2 years old. God, when it was this guy's turn, must have stopped the production line and gone for overtime. He was thinking these thoughts while stealing a glance at her neck amidst his jealousy. He was slowly becoming gay when he saw a pair of eyes staring back at him. Is something wrong? Why are you looking at me? No, it is nothing at all. By the way, did you put Hitler to sleep in your past life? Hey Dante, bring our food. The teacher went to buy milk. Dante ran. Taben's gaze was fixed on him. Did you bring the burgers late on purpose? They are cold. Idiot. And on the other side, Taben was thinking which one of them should he buy a raincoat from the pharmacy for tonight. Schoolyards are small. You do not have enough time to go anywhere. You are either caught up in your problems or you see your regrets right in front of your eyes. Why do you have to be so good at everything? I am the one who sees values in everyone. Who is the one I have ever wronged in my life? Dante stared at both of them. They were together in the schoolyard. Taben and Yunyu. Even if it was Kratos, he could not take that bag from Dante's hand. If those legs kicked someone, that person would be sterile. Dante just left. He left hoping his thoughts would calm down. The song Everyone Hurts was on repeat. When he fell, everyone laughed. No one helped. He rubbed his knee in pain. When he got to the idiots, they said, you fell on your way here. Then go buy them again and come back. The idiot gave the kick his father never gave him to Dante, and he got beaten for a job that was not his duty. I am tired of this life. I know, Dante, but you are alone. Know this and do something for yourself. He had left his things in the classroom. When he reached the classroom and opened the door, Justin Bieber was sitting on the desk thinking about his career future with Diddy. What are you doing here? I am playing. Ha, good for you. Hey, what happened to your face? Did they beat you up? It is not important, so just move aside. You are so lucky. You have everything. Your height. Its length. Your tongue. What you say with it. Clearly Dante stared at Bieber a bit too much earlier that day. It is not your fault. The flaw is mine. You are so lucky. It would have been so good if I had been born like you. But our neighbors were not home that night. If you could become like me, would you do it? Would you like to start over? Do not talk nonsense. No, I am serious. I am not joking at all. In fact, I am being completely serious with you. Do you want to take me to your house and show me how your crow does backflips? I have not signed up for Diddy parties. Don't have any white clothes either. No, stupid. It is a game. Do you want to play as well? Dante took a minute and really thought about it all. A new beginning? I have always been the sore loser. I was born to become a waifu pillow-hugging Reddit moderator. The Born to Lose song was playing on repeat. What I worked for in a lifetime is already given to others at birth. My simplest wish was to see her happiness with my own eyes. But not with others. You can change it as much as you want, Taben said. No. This has got to be a Diddy party he is inviting me to. A game? I played doctor games when I was younger and I always got the syringe. Why are you looking at me silently? Which game? Are you being serious? Taben looked at Dante and said gravely, this game involves a lot of dirty work. Our school is very old and simple and its classrooms are small. As long as you have money, everyone is your friend and in love with your wallet. Without money and good looks, they are not around you anymore. Like flies around a cake. It is not fair, is it? That is what I am saying, Dante. So let us be straightforward. Everything is possible. You can change. Like me. If it were possible, would you believe it? Dante would not accept it because even now his body was covered with the scars of lies from the others. Taben was taking out his phone when Yunyu entered the classroom. Sorry, I am late, our practice just ended. I bet Dante is thinking he figured it out. Yunyu and Taben had a meeting in an empty classroom to do honorable and humanitarian work and help increase the country's population. How, Dante, you are here too? What happened to your face? See everyone? I was right. Dante suspected these two were meeting in the empty classroom. Why does this place give you such a bad feeling? Did you two have a fight? No, we were just talking to pass the time. Dante ran out of patience. He picked up his bag and left, shouting, I am leaving first so you two can be comfortable. No matter how much Taben said wait, Dante did not stop. Did I come to the classroom at a bad time? Not at all. The phone trembled in Taben's hands. A message from X. Our brother got jealous and ran home, right? You lose, Taben. Do you want me to change your mission for you? Yunyu asked, did they send you a message? No, I was just playing a game. Oh, look what game he is playing. Either become friends with Dante or make the pretty girl from your school your girlfriend. Dante did not care. He just took his things and went home. He knew nothing. He had no idea about anything. It was from that point on that everything in their lives changed. He shouted, "I do not care anymore." He threw his math notebook across the room and said, "I am not an idiot." Did they have plans to go to his house together? After school? Were their routes the same so they were waiting for each other? Oh, wait a minute. It is raining. I had hung the clothes outside to dry. It is so cold. So I can change? How? The dark circles around my eyes are like a panda, my legs are weak and thin, and my personality is shy and timid, just like a complete loser. Why did I even listen to him? The sound of the front door snapped him out of his thoughts. Dante, open the door, it is your mother. Mom, you smell like alcohol. I am not drunk. I just do not feel like it because I am depressed. Okay, just get up so we can go upstairs and you can change your clothes because you got wet. What did he mean? Does that mean there is hope for me too? You idiot. He shouted. Hey Dante, go to the other class and get some clothes for the gym. The good smell came again. Hello Dante. Dante, wait. Yesterday, why did you suddenly leave? What happened? Your face was hurt too. Did you have a fight with Tabin? Is it my fault? No, it is not your fault at all. I fell down. Thank you for worrying about me. Dante's body went cold. He thought to himself, not only did she remember my name, but she was also worried about me. It feels strange now that I can talk to her. Dante gathered all the courage in every fiber of his being, and just as he was about to ask about Tabin's meeting with Yunyu, someone shouted. There is a fight. Let us go see. They are going to beat up that new kid. It was hard to process. A fight? They ran to see what was happening. Poor Dante, on his way, he fell. His knee was already wounded, and now his hip is going to be bruised. Damn it. What is he doing? A whisper became a roar. The news of the fight exploded through the school, pulling every student like a magnet toward the rooftop. The air buzzed with a single, brutal prediction, a total beatdown. Dante moved with the crowd, his own thoughts a frantic echo of the voices around him. The loser has to change classes? Is Tabin insane? He watched Yunyu vanish into the throng without a backward glance, a knot tightening in his stomach. He pushed his way to the top floor, finding her there. I am sorry I ran off, she said, her voice barely a whisper. It is fine, he replied, his eyes scanning the scene. Why is no one on the rooftop? A student blocked the final door, his arms crossed. The motherless group will not let anyone through, he explained, his expression grim. They said if anyone calls the teachers or tries to go up, they will kill Tabin. From above, the sickening sounds of impacts echoed, punches and kicks landing on flesh. Yunyu's eyes hardened. We cannot let that happen. But when she looked for support, she found only a sea of averted gazes and shuffling feet. With a determined breath, she moved toward the stairs. Stop! A voice cried out. It was the nerd, his body trembling. He stepped into her path. I will go. He explained that they had already ordered him to bring gym uniforms. Getting slapped around is nothing new to me, he said, a sad acceptance in his voice. A profound silence fell as he climbed the stairs. Yunyu was the only one whose face showed true anxiety. For Dante, it felt like walking into any other day, so routine were the beatings from the motherless group. He opened the door. A flash of light. Then, the sight of all the motherless members strewn across the ground. And in Tabin's hand, a single, glowing cube. Dandy's eyes dropped to his own hands, stained with ketchup from a previous errand. In the deafening quiet, his mind raced. How could he have done this alone? Did you really do this yourself? Dante finally asked. The leader of the motherless group dragged himself up, groggy. What kind of cheap trick was that? He slurred, just as Tabin's foot came down on his hand with a sickening crunch. You are in no position to complain, Tabin stated, his voice cold. He kicked the boy again. Stay down. That is enough, Dante shouted. They are already hurt. Tabin's eyes gleamed. Do you not find this exciting? Another kick landed. Just because someone leads a group, they think they can look down on others. You are strange, Dante said, his voice low. You were strange yesterday, and you are strange now. Tabin merely smiled. This is nothing more than a game. Life is not a game. Tabin laughed, a sharp, hollow sound. You are right. It is not. But it would be a lot more interesting if it were. He glanced at his phone, at a mission that simply read, defeat the school trash. And then, Dante ran after him. Wait. Something about this is really weird. But he found himself surrounded by students, all praising Taibin for putting the bullies in their place. He stood frozen, watching the girl he loved fuss over another guy. He saw the crowd swarm around Taibin with concern. No one remembered that he was the one who had gone up to the rooftop. He was left with nothing but the purest, most bitter envy. Lowering his head, he accepted a painful truth: he would never be like him. He could only remember Taibin's words: "It is unfair. Just by looking better or worse, people will treat you differently." And right before his eyes, it was being proven true. Dante started to consider the possibility that the game might be real, but he told himself not to be fooled. If life were a game, he thought, I would just be a low-level mob. There is no way to adjust my stats or change my character. What a terrible game that would be. Only people born with everything can go around saying that life is just a game. He looked at Yunyu and wondered how she did not see that the person with her was neither kind nor gentle. Someone asked if they were dating. "We are not," they both said, despite the fact that their hands were intertwined. Dante promised himself he would expose Taibin's true nature to protect her. Later, as the school day ended, he saw them leaving together. He followed, a shadow in their wake. A truck passed, and Taibin pulled Yunyu close, protecting her. My brother does not have his key," he said. "I need to let him in. Unfortunately, I cannot walk you to the bus stop." He apologized, and they said their goodbyes. Dante kept watching. He had to see if Taibin was really going home. What he did not know was that on his phone, Taibin was not texting his brother. He was exchanging messages with the system, receiving a new mission: hide and seek. As night fell, Dante followed Taibin into an unfamiliar building, up flight after flight of stairs. This was not his home. Staying one floor below, Dante crept forward. Taibin went to the rooftop and opened the door. Dante moved to the door and peered through the crack. Taibin stood there, as if waiting for someone, talking on his phone, growing irritated but still waiting. Dante, already starving, felt like he would not last much longer. Unfortunately, his phone vibrated, the noise echoing in the quiet hallway. He grabbed it, hoping Taibin had not heard. It was just a notification. But at that moment, the air changed. The place began to fill with glowing purple and pink cubes. Dante heard a sound he had never heard before. Something shiny, which seemed to be the center of everything, caught his attention. Wondering what it could be, he reached out to grab it. But Taibin swung the door open. "Who is there?" he demanded. The protagonist froze in shock and was clearly recognized. A chase ensued. Dante ran non-stop, his heart hammering against his ribs. When he finally arrived home, he took a deep breath. His phone buzzed with messages from an unknown sender, the system. "You look like you have seen a ghost," it said. Dante yelled, asking if it was Taibin. The system said it was not. "Turn on the light," it instructed. "You are home." That command scared him. He started shouting, searching for where this person was. The system told him he was acting like a stalker. "Do you want to know how I know everything?" it asked. It jokingly asked Dante for money. When the boy did not laugh, the system noticed he was really shy. "I will stop teasing you," it said. "You can call me X. I can see you because of the item you picked up." They asked if he remembered the exact moment he grabbed it. The moment was shown, Dante picking up the glowing item, a die. He wondered what it was, and then he saw Taibin opening the door. Sensing something was wrong, Taibin checked his phone. His mission was to retrieve the die from the bread distributor. He reached out his hand. "Give me the die," Taibin demanded. Dante responded with a simple, "Okay." But then, he tricked him. He ran, clutching the die tightly. Even though he did not know what it was, he could not give it up so easily. His only skill, it seemed, was running away. He saw a door and thought he would be safe if he could get through it. But Taibin suddenly appeared, standing right in front of him. Dante took a punch. He was thrown backward, crashing against the door. He rolled on the ground like a sack of potatoes and could barely get up, coughing non-stop. Taibin clenched his fists. "Hand over the die." Dante questioned him. "If you explain what it is, then I will give it to you." Taibin threw a punch that shattered the wall beside Dandy's head. "Do you want to play a game with a hole in the wall?" he snarled. "The game is to see how long you can hold out before you hand it over." Terrified, Dante remembered why he had followed Taibin in the first place. He decided he would not give up the die until he exposed him. "I do not know why it is important," Dante shouted, "so I am going to throw it away." But as he made a move, he was caught and grabbed. The two fought over the die. tumbling to the ground, still struggling. In the chaos, the die fell from their grasp and clattered onto the floor. It began to glow, a bright, pink light. Tybin looked shocked that Dante had rolled it. Dante became intrigued by the color change. Then, his phone buzzed with a message. X congratulated him for becoming a player. Back at his house, Dante questioned the meaning of the dice. He picked it up and observed it closely, noticing the color had changed after he rolled it, and that Tybin had stopped bothering him after that. The system asked why he seemed so restless. Our protagonist asked several questions. What are the dice? How are you watching me? X said it would be a long conversation, so he would start with the basics. The die in your hand is a cube that can change everything. X asked him to remember when he first realized the world was not fair, that kind words are just words, not actions, and that the people on television live in a completely different reality. He asked when Dante had accepted this as a fact. Dante remained silent, suspicious of X. Can you really see everything I am doing? X reminded him that it could only see what happens around the die, like a watcher. Dante asked, are you some kind of god? This kind of thing should be impossible. The system grew annoyed with the questions. Open your closet and take out an old science book. When Dante grabbed it and opened it to page 351, he came across Einstein and started reading. Soon, he found the words, God does not play dice. X explained, I am not God. Just an administrator. The system asked if he had any more questions about the die. Dante thought for a moment, but he still was not fully convinced. X said he would explain in a way that even an idiot could understand. Do you like games? Dante replied, I play sometimes. Why are games so fun? Dante said, because you can destroy everything. But X explained, normally, games have missions with rewards. Rewards that make you stronger on your journey. And it is fun to think that you can do anything if you try. How could real life ever be better than a game? To have a life better than a game, you would have to be born into a rich family or have a special talent. With a die, your life becomes a game. The more dice you have, the more stats you can improve. Logically, the higher the number you roll, the more points you get. Dante asked, can it be any skill? X said, it can be anything. From strength to appearance to wisdom. As the system explained the missions, Dante remembered everything Tybin had done. With each mission that arrived via message, he would be rewarded with dice. A blue die could be owned by anyone and turned red when rolled. Once rolled, the die belonged to the player, along with the number of points it landed on. Through synchronization, the system allowed him to improve any of his stats. Once the process was complete, the die returned to white. Dante said the name sounded like something from a random app. X said it was simple. Just complete missions, earn dice, and change anything. Our protagonist asked, did the same thing happen to Tybin? The system laughed and sent him a photo. Dante asked, who is that? X told him, look in the mirror. The photo was a picture of Dante. How sad must it be to be like that? X revealed that the person in the photo was Tybin, some time ago. He started collecting dice shortly before he transferred schools. Dante thought it was absurd. Yunyu does not know anything about it. Strange noises started coming from his door. Soon, he was helping his drunk mother get up from the floor. Later, the system asked if he was going to synchronize the die or if he was going to back out halfway. You could even become better than Tybin. Dante held the die but tried to resist using it. Since all of this could not be explained so easily, he thought about Yunyu. He declared, I'm going to use the die. That night, after using the dice for the first time, he collected more over the weekend. Our sly one commented on how easy the missions were, like taking out the trash. Thanks to them, he had become more handsome and intelligent, with a happy feeling as if he were cheating in the game of life. When Monday arrived, Dante walked to school in the rain, wondering what people would think of him. As soon as he opened the classroom door, one of the motherless group immediately ordered him to go fetch a drink. But when Dante turned around, the boy was surprised. Everyone in the classroom started asking what had happened. Is this really the useless one? As our protagonist walked to his seat, everyone commented on how he even looked taller. One of the motherless ones slapped another on the head. They knew it was still him, but they seemed intimidated. Motherless Jr. stepped forward and started asking if he was wearing insoles or something. The leader of the group also asked what he had done to his skin. When Dante did not answer, they asked if he was scared. Looking down at them, he realized they did not seem as threatening anymore. Observing a bruise on his own arm, he found them ridiculous. What once caused him overwhelming fear now seemed like nothing. As our protagonist clenched his fists, thinking of standing up to them, one of the motherless ones suddenly intimidated him, and he instantly returned to being afraid. He quickly remembered that he had only upgraded his appearance and physique. He regretted not choosing at least some strength. He quickly grabbed his backpack. "Do you only want 3 sodas?" he asked, and our useless protagonist ran off to get them. As he passed by, everyone noticed how much he had changed. Dante recalled how he had always been just a bread distributor at this school. He ran, thinking about which attribute to upgrade next. He quickly handed the drinks over. "I bought cheese bread since there was not enough soda," he said. The motherless one looked at him with complete disdain and grabbed him, accusing him of doing it on purpose. He quickly noticed people murmuring, realizing he was no longer invisible. The motherless one snatched the bag from him and let it fall. "You do everything wrong," he complained. "We need to replace you." He called for another student, a nerd. The nerd panicked upon hearing his name mentioned. The motherless one announced that from now on, the nerd would be the one to buy things, as he was somewhat close to the protagonist. While the nerd desperately tried to escape this fate, Dante was dismissed from his position. Suddenly, someone arrived and asked him how he had gotten so tall. Then another person came asking about his freckles. Soon, he was flooded with positive comments, just as he had always dreamed. For a moment, he felt proud, as he had never received this kind of attention before. But he could not be completely happy because the focus quickly shifted to someone else. A girl said she must have deleted his number and asked for it again. He could not wait for Uni to return from her rehearsal and see him. The moment she opened the door, our protagonist seemed delighted, but soon he felt uncomfortable because Tybin was right behind her. Dante glared at him, making sure he understood that he was no longer the only dice player. Meanwhile, Uni was surprised by how much our useless protagonist had changed. She immediately started asking about his height and what he had done over the weekend. He hesitated, unsure of what to say, and blurted out that he had gone to visit a temple, but then he realized how stupid that sounded. Only the God of Mercy would accept me, he thought. Uni took his hand and congratulated him. Our protagonist turned red at her touch and thought that living up to this moment was worth it just to experience this. He simply thanked her for her kindness. But then Tybin grabbed her from behind. She asked, "What are you doing? Everyone is watching." Tybin said, "Dante should congratulate us too. We are finally in a relationship." Our protagonist froze in shock. Tybin asked, "Will you congratulate us, Dante?" With his heart pounding and his emotions in turmoil, everyone told them to stop doing this in the classroom and to find a room instead. While Tybin laughed along with everyone, Dante felt like he had just been stabbed in the chest. His pride, on the very first day of his new life, was thrown off a cliff. If Dante thought he had finally reached the heavens, he was wrong. He sat down, listening as the students thanked Tybin for scoring the final goal. They called him lucky for dating such a beautiful girl. Someone asked how close they really were, and Tybin casually said they were just students. The others started teasing, saying they must have kissed. Tybin quickly left with Yunya, people assuming he was just embarrassed. As he walked away, he exchanged a glance with Dante, smiling smugly. That instantly enraged our protagonist. Dante stood up and started calling for the system. "Hey!" X responded, "I already said my name. It is not hey." Dante asked, "Can you take points from someone else?" The system said that was a really strange idea, since points are usually used to improve one's own stats. He asked about going back in time, erasing someone's memories, or even breaking up couples. The system asked, "Are you really that upset about what is happening?" Dante demanded, "Give me a new mission immediately. I need dice." The system said, "I am busy reading a book. Call back later." Our protagonist looked like he was about to have a full-blown rage attack after hearing that. Tabin also used the dice to become handsome. So how could someone like him end up with Yunya? He remembered his first day at his new school. He did not know anyone, but Yunya started talking to him since they had come from the same middle school. He had blushed when she spoke to him. Later, he was kicked around by the motherless group. Walking to the music room, he watched her sing, and he just stood there in complete silence, as if he could never reach her. Dante thought he would finally have his chance when he became a player. He regretted not discovering the dice sooner because the person sitting next to her should have been him. As he walked, he saw the two of them sitting together. Their relationship, unfortunately, seemed to be going really well. Tybin hugged her, making her flustered. Dante froze, watching that moment that should have been his. Even after collecting so many dice, it still was not him. And just like before, he ended up running away. Taibin had done it on purpose, knowing our protagonist was there. Yunyu asked, was someone nearby? As always, Taibin said, no. As he ran, Dante could not forget the two of them hugging. His chest filled with rage. Not paying attention, he ended up bumping into a girl. She apologized. Are you okay? But our protagonist simply replied, it was not your fault. Feeling hopeless, he just stared upward when suddenly a student asked if he was Dante from her class and what he was doing there standing around. As he struggled to remember her name, he responded that he was just getting some fresh air. She was hiding her cigarette. She said she was doing the same. He went back to being quiet and sad. She commented that he suddenly looked really cool. Your face and skin have improved a lot, she said, but you also seem more mature mentally. Our useless protagonist felt flattered by the compliments when suddenly his phone started vibrating. He excused himself to check his messages. X said, I was reading and remembered you were begging for dice. I put together a few missions for you, poor guy. The system asked if Dante wanted to accept the mission. Of course, he did, and soon they started being sent. The depressed one looked shocked after reading them. The missions involved complimenting the girl, going out with her, and touching her magic balloon. Looking at her, our warrior trembled. He did not even know her name. Dante asked, what kind of missions are these? X simply replied, you asked for dice. Even though he hesitated, the number of dice offered was massive, even more than he had collected up until now. He wondered if he should complete it since he would probably never see her again in his life. He questioned whether he should act crazy just to touch the magic balloon. But then he quickly remembered that was a crime. He would go straight to jail. He realized no die was worth a life behind bars. But thinking about the other missions, they seemed possible to complete. Looking at her, he thought, it is just a compliment. Filling his chest with air, he finally called her beautiful. At the exact moment, she had a cigarette in her mouth. Turning to Dante, she asked if she had heard him right. My ears are turning red, she said. She threw the cigarette away and ran off because class was about to start. Our sly one felt awful for lying to her, but he still ended up earning 5 dice. He pulled out his phone. X asked if he was going to do the next mission. Dante asked, how am I supposed to do something like that? X said, these missions are simple. You just have to do them. He added a suspicious emoji at the end. Our protagonist started thinking about all these coincidences and wondered if X might actually be a god since he gives both the dice and the missions. He was trying to figure out the reason behind it all. The system reminded him that he was the one who had begged for a bunch of dice. But our useless one said he did not know how to complete this mission. X explained that the harder the mission, the more dice he would earn. He asked if Taibin did missions like this. The system pretended not to know anything. Soon, we see our nerd suffering at the hands of the motherless group, and Taibin stared seriously at our protagonist as he walked in. Then we see a beautiful sky, the two of them standing on the rooftop. Taibin asked, what do you want? Our sly protagonist asked, are you really dating her? Taibin sarcastically asked, are there people who pretend to like each other? But Dante asked, do you love her? Or are you just completing a mission? He talked about how Yunyu is kind, beautiful, and popular. There is no reason not to like her. Then Dante said, you are just playing with her feelings. But Taibin replied, this is an issue between me and Yunyu. Dante yelled, I cannot accept this. She does not know who you really are. But then the handsome guy asked, do you have the moral right to say that? You are just jealous. You want to be like me. Dante responded, I do not want to lie to anyone just for a mission. But then he remembered that he had lied to the anonymous girl earlier. Taibin smirked and said, you are becoming more honest. He told him to shut up. Our protagonist ran away. He convinced himself that he was different, that Yunyu had just been deceived. Suddenly, he ran into her on the way, but when she asked where Taibin was, he bolted again. He promised to complete many missions and collect a lot of dice to become better, but he ended up tripping on the stairs. Someone asked if he was okay, but still on the ground, he remained focused on greeting Yunyu. At 8 o'clock at night, when the school was completely empty, our protagonist sneaked in before the security guard locked up. He entered through a window he had left open earlier and grabbed a girl's uniform from his class. Sweating nervously, he questioned if this mission was really necessary. X told him that he had accepted it, but only to surpass heaven. He merely wondered what kind of mission this was, having to take the girl's uniform and clean it. Then he moved on to the next mission, marking books with a pen. The mission was to mark the guilty and borrowed books. Our protagonist started doing everything, even tearing out the answer page from someone's math book. Dante kept completing missions, thinking X was just messing with him, but he continued collecting dice. As the week passed, our protagonist changed constantly. Dante threw a baseball far into the distance. Everyone was impressed, and the girls screamed. A student wondered since when he had gotten so good at sports. With his grades improving, his popularity only increased. No one disrespected him anymore. He felt like he was getting further and further away from his past self. But he was bothered because those two never looked at him shining. They really seemed to be living their own romance. He wondered how they were doing. Had they already kissed? When did they meet up? They were probably studying together all the time. Dunking his head in water, he realized he was the only one worried about this. He just felt like an idiot. While the girls talked about how different he was, they also mentioned rumors that he was dating someone. They asked Yunu, but one of them interrupted, saying she already had a boyfriend, while Yunu remained silent. Dante asked, "How many dice has Tai been collected so far?" But X said, "As a manager, I cannot disclose that." So Dante asked, "What kind of book are you reading?" The system said, "I am reading a funny book called the Bible." Dante spoiled it by saying, "Jesus dies." X got annoyed by this. Our protagonist said, "He revives later." Our protagonist then saw the nerd being beaten and realized it was the motherless ones again. Seeing his friend in that state, he decided to forget about his mission. He remembered when no one had noticed him in that same situation. While hitting the nerd, one of the motherless ones ordered him to take off his glasses. "You will not feel guilty at a time like this," he sneered. Dante yelled at them. "You are messing with someone from my class." One of them recognized him as another bread distributor and thought they were going crazy. But in the blink of an eye, the sly one threw his first punch, launching the motherless one far away. Everyone was shocked. With his injured hand, Dante realized he should have put points into endurance. "Do not do anything," he told them, "since your friend is already down." One of them screamed and charged at him with a kick, but our protagonist easily dodged. To compensate for his lack of endurance, he had invested heavily in agility. He landed a punch and took him down effortlessly. While the nerd stood in disbelief, the protagonist was surprised by the strength he now had. With all the motherless ones on the ground, Dante picked up his friend's glasses and handed them back. The nerd, in tears, could not believe it. Furious, he slapped his own glasses. The protagonist said, "I took care of those guys." But the nerd said, "I feel no gratitude at all because it is all your fault." He would not know that now that Dante was so popular. The nerd said he had tried his best to stay unnoticed by the motherless ones. Dante never imagined things would turn out this way. In tears, the nerd told him to shut up. "There is a rule in the classroom," he said. "If one is suffering, it does not matter who is. And you," he pointed at Dante, "are just like those people." Dante realized that this was what Tybin had meant in their last conversation. With everyone on the ground crying, the system asked someone to shut the nerd up. The nerd asked, "What should I do now?" Our sly protagonist suddenly shouted his name. He remembered that the nerd had said he would give away one of his 2 photos of an idol. As he stood there, he did not seem to understand anything. The protagonist threw a die in his direction. He caught it, staring intently at the glowing cube. X freaked out. "What the hell are you doing?" The sly one smiled. "Congratulations on your good catch." By nightfall, our protagonist was on the rooftop. As his clothes swayed in the wind, he asked X if he was reading something and if the nerd had rolled the die he received. Counting their new player, they now had 3 known players. "So," Dante asked, "how many are out there?" But the system just gave the same vague response to all his questions. He got irritated and asked if X was mad just because he had given a die to a friend. X said he was not upset, but rather busy since he had to take care of all the players. No player wants their identity revealed, he explained. "It would be problematic if ordinary people found out, so I will not say anything." He asked if Dante was happy with that and why he had given the die to that kid. Our protagonist looked at that question, but he did not remember why. He surely had a good reason for giving it away. Sarcastically, X told him to increase his intelligence stat. Our protagonist just laughed at the joke. While looking at the horizon, he said he just wanted to give the die because he knows what it is like to be just a bread delivery boy. X warned that the nerd might spread the game, but Dante said that was impossible since it would ruin his advantage of being one of the few players. He said X was asking too many questions about the die. The system said, everything could have been better. Our protagonist did not understand at the moment, but he thought things would get more interesting. At school, everyone seemed to be talking normally. As the protagonist walked by, he heard the motherless group complaining that the nerd had not arrived yet. Dante figured he might have stayed up late thinking about which stat to increase. He imagined the possibilities. Maybe the nerd had become handsome or even good at sports. When he opened the door, our protagonist looked straight ahead, already knowing who had just arrived. The nerd who walked in looked the same as always, still staring at the ground with a frightened look. He wondered if the nerd had leveled up something different. As he watched him walk like the same sad kid as before, he thought about the sadness in his expression and whether he had not known how to use the dice properly. As he sat down, our protagonist realized he would have to ask him. But as he stood up, he saw the motherless one already picking on the nerd. The guy took the nerd's notebook and said some students from another class were looking for him. The nerd demanded he give his notes back. The motherless one threw the notebook on the ground and asked if it was dirty now that he had switched classes. Looking at the nerd's head, he said he saw a gray hair. And when there is one, he sneered, it should be pulled out. He grabbed his hair and yanked some strands out while the others laughed. With his head down, the nerd weakly asked him to stop, but the guy kept going, saying he had pulled out the wrong strand. The protagonist looked at the scene with disgust. He clenched his fists in rage as the motherless one continued pulling. I will get the right one this time, he said. The moment he pulled, something in the nerd snapped. He raised his hand and yelled, telling him to stop before landing a punch on the motherless one's ribs, breaking them. The guy was sent flying across the classroom, crashing into the chairs before hitting a wall. Everyone in the room watched in stunned silence, from our protagonist to the background characters. Then we see the nerd standing up from his seat and the motherless one lying completely wrecked on the floor. As the others started shouting, some talked about calling an ambulance. While everyone rushed out to get a teacher, Dante just stood there, completely silent, watching the nerd smile after doing that. Still smiling, he turned and thanked our protagonist for giving him that power. Still shocked at what he had just done, he asked, "Is this what it feels like to feel good?" As we see Dante frozen in disbelief, the nerd was just happy that he would never have to obey anyone again. He turned to our protagonist, finally considering him a true friend. As the nerd walked away slowly, Yunu looked at him, confused and scared. Some people stood frozen while others rushed to help the motherless one. But as the nerd walked past, no one moved a finger or said anything to him. The boy on the ground was helped up by his friends, coughing weakly. One of the motherless ones yelled, asking why he had done that to a friend and if he had lost his mind. The moment he heard the word friend, the nerd stopped. He turned back and asked, "Who exactly was my friend there? The person who hits me for not answering correctly? The one who throws me into dirty water just for fun?" The nerd started stepping forward again. As he clenched his fist, the extra trembled in fear. Suddenly, Dante appeared in front of him, asking him to calm down a little. He complimented his speed but questioned why he was defending those people. The nerd politely asked to be let through, thinking that at the very least the protagonist would understand him. But Dante stopped him, saying that the motherless one was already finished. And if this escalates, he warned, it will not be good for anyone. Especially you. The nerd put his hand on his head and asked if that was a threat. Is it just because you are fast? Then he asked, Dante, do you want to fight? Clenching his fists, he wondered who would win, strength or speed? He kept repeating that he did not mean that and did not want to fight at all. He asked again to be let through, but Tybin interfered, telling them to stop because they were crossing the line. The nerd turned and glared at him. Who are you? The three of them stood still, staring at each other because even the slightest movement could trigger a fight. However, the teacher suddenly arrived, asking what was going on and rushing to help the motherless one. The nerd seemed restless when suddenly his arm pulsed. He immediately clutched it, clearly in pain. Then he dashed out of the classroom. Our protagonist tried to go after him, but Tybin grabbed his hand, stopping him. Did you give the die to the nerd? Tybin asked. While he questioned why Dante would do that, our protagonist overheard students calling an ambulance for the motherless one. Nervously, Dante insisted that the nerd was not like that he was probably just overwhelmed by everything. Still in shock over the situation, he thought that he had not given him the die for this. Tybin pressured him, asking if he was going to start handing out dice like charity. Now with force, our protagonist yanked his hand away and told Tybin to stop being selfish since he had also become a dice player, just the same. Then he took off running again. rushing through the school, searching for the nerd. Suddenly, through the crack of a door, he spotted the nerd curled up and seemingly in great pain. Our protagonist knocked on the door, saying that he had finally found him. The nerd flinched, startled, and turned around. He looked at our protagonist with a desperate expression while holding onto his left arm, which clearly did not look okay. Dante asked what had happened and if his arm would be all right. The nerd replied that it was nothing and lowered his head. Then he asked, "How in just one day did you gain all that strength? Did you spend the entire night collecting dice?" He suddenly burst into laughter. Then he reached into his pocket and tossed 6 dice onto the desk, stating that he had gathered that amount in just one night. Our protagonist was stunned because that should not have been enough to gain that much strength. The nerd laughed and said, "Dante, you really know nothing about dice. That is why you only use them for your looks." He explained that at first he thought it was all fake. After all, he wondered, how can a magical die be real? But he was shocked to find out it was true the moment he rolled it. And he wondered, what exactly is this magical die? Because it was driving him crazy. With this power, he said, we could completely change the laws of nature and human existence. He kept questioning in different ways if it was possible to prove this ability through science. That is why I ran tests, experimented, and gathered some data about certain dice. X chimed in, saying that theoretically, you can enhance any ability you want. You can completely surpass the limits of the human race. If you increase human endurance enough, you could deflect bullets. With no limits, how many meters could you jump with your bare hands? Could you stop a speeding car? The nerd lost himself in thought, relentlessly questioning, what are the true limits? The nerd seemed to be completely mesmerized as he talked about the subject. He explained that the easiest thing to test at the moment was strength. So, he used a contact tester to provide data for his research. He discovered something interesting: if you concentrate on a skill, the greater the change. Compared to using dice on the entire body, if you focus them only on your arms or the palm of your hand, the difference in strength is enormous. You could call it a restricted amplification to a specific part of the body. That is why his right arm does not look much different from his left arm. But when he presses down on the desk in front of him, he completely crushes the wood, proving that his left arm is on a completely different level in terms of strength. Holding a piece of the shattered wood, he crumbles it in his hand. Dante asked if that would not be harmful to his body. The nerd said it does seem pretty unbalanced. It is more like a potential energy that I can tap into, he explained, making me invincible. The protagonist asked what would happen if he increased the skill even more. And the nerd said that now that he thinks about it, he is having all kinds of new ideas. He stayed silent, seeming uncertain about all this new information regarding dice. The nerd started thinking again. If he can exceed human limitations, he might reach something that no one has ever dreamed of having, like telekinesis or telepathy. Our protagonist was completely amazed. He even mentioned psychic powers and looks at him, asking if, for example, the nerd could actually do that. And unfortunately, he responded that he cannot. But he explains that he cannot yet, but someday he might get there. He says he tried using a die to obtain psychic abilities. And when he rolled one of his dice, X asked which skill he wanted to level up. The sly one said he wanted the ability to see through things, for profit, of course. But an error occurred when trying to upgrade that particular skill. He says that what X told him left him completely shocked. He pulls out his phone and shows a message explaining that the skill he requested has not yet been unlocked in the skill tree. Our protagonist widens his eyes, surprised by the message. The nerd is happy to know that it was not impossible, just not available yet. Just like a child who has never walked but suddenly becomes able to run, or a person who has never ridden a bike but starts riding perfectly. Using dice, they can do things they never thought possible. It is just a matter of uncovering the secrets of how to achieve it and making the dice grant them psychic abilities. For example, when they arrive, they see an ambulance with its sirens blaring. The protagonist watches through the crack of a window. Soon, the nerd asks him what kind of missions he has completed so far. Our protagonist feels a bit embarrassed. Remembering everything he has done, he just responds that they were normal missions. The nerd asks if they were related to math or hacking, but Dante says he has never done anything like that. As if he is reaching a conclusion, the nerd explains that missions are different for each player, just like how different races in games start in different locations. Everything happens according to X's will. Dante turns when he hears him talk about overcoming this obstacle. He quickly leaves when he sees that everyone is arriving in the classroom. Outside the school, we see a beautiful sky, and the protagonist walks while thinking about how things reached this point. All he wanted was to help his friend who had suffered so much. He remembers the nerd's gratitude for receiving the die. After all this, he is not sure if he really helped him, and he wonders how the nerd felt after hearing and seeing all those things. Now that he stops to analyze it, he realizes he never got the photos. As he walks, he recalls that his friend was suspended since, even if the teachers do not believe what happened, there is no way so many students could be lying. He makes a strange face while typing on his phone. In the message, he tells his dear friend not to do anything reckless and that he will take notes for him. With his phone vibrating on a table, we see that his house is in complete chaos after the news of his 3-day suspension. His father says that this will affect his grades. His parents start blaming each other for how they raised him. As a plate falls to the ground, his mother yells that all his father cares about is money and not the family. The nerd seems bored in his room as he listens to everything, thinking that everyone just tries to be normal without considering anything else. Then he starts typing, completely focused. As he writes, he says that with the dice, someone like him could dominate the world. For example, instead of following this normal and boring life. As night falls, we see our protagonist brooding. And there he is, worried about his friend and frustrated that he is not responding, wondering if the nerd is really trying to gain powers. In a thought, we see a host calling a guest to the stage. The audience is thrilled to hear that someone will showcase psychic powers. Then the nerd appears, dressed like a monk, now showing that he can float with his powers. In an interview, the hosts ask the next person to introduce themselves. That is when our protagonist steps up and says he can levitate objects, and they ask him to demonstrate. In a brief and sarcastic thought, he manages to lift something. Back in reality, he realizes that powers like that are completely useless in the real world. What the dice allow him to enhance is already great. His phone vibrates, and he thinks it is his friend, but it is X saying that they are there with him. Our protagonist says, "You are noisy." The system asks why he is so down since he was doing great with all the girls texting him. X starts reading off some of the messages, some of which are pretty embarrassing, and Dante tells her not to look at other people's messages. But soon, she brings up Yunyu. The protagonist says that Yunyu is not the type to send messages. He asks if his friend will be okay and if it is really possible to do that kind of thing with a die, but X says they are just a GM and cannot say. As long as the rules are not broken, X assures him, everything will be fine. Just as some seek beauty, others seek power. Our goal is simply to observe all the players, watching their ambitions and achievements. Dante wonders what the handsome guy wished for with his dice. Meanwhile, the nerd is deep in his research. He wakes up to strange noises around the house. Someone has arrived. His mother informs him that a classmate is here to see him. Curious, he turns to go meet them. Looking at the moon, he sees that it is Taipin. The nerd walks down the stairs and stops the moment he sees him, clenching his fists as soon as he spots him. He demands to know why he is here. The handsome guy tells him not to worry about his visit, explaining that no one likes when things get this big, much less drawing attention. He asks him to go somewhere quieter and more secluded. In the heavy rain, we hear loud rumbles as a scene from a year ago begins to unfold. As the elevator doors open, we see a boy crying, lost in his thoughts, wishing he had never been born ugly. But something that was determined at birth can never be changed. When he reaches his destination, he walks onto the rooftop, stepping into the rain, and climbs over the railing, holding on with his hands, consumed by his torment. When he looks down from the building, he remembers how everyone at his school mistreated him as if he were not even human. Surrounded by these overwhelming thoughts, he wonders if through death he might finally find freedom and happiness. With both feet now on the edge of the building, something suddenly falls. Out of nowhere, a watermelon crashes to the ground, completely smashed. Still trapped in his mental battle, the boy gasps for breath. Entertaining the terrible thought that if he were to break, he would finally be free. He thinks that none of his classmates would care about his tragic departure. But reconsidering, he realizes he cannot die just because of people like them. Unsure of what to do, he wonders what path he should take. In the midst of his loneliness, footsteps echo behind him. Someone asks him to give them his life since he is about to throw it away. When the boy turns to see who it is, unfortunately, he slips, his body left suspended in the air. The figure manages to catch him, gripping his hand tightly. But as they try to pull him up, the boy starts struggling, trying to let himself fall. His shoe slips off and drops from the building. He looks at the sheer height of the fall. Tears start streaming down his face as he finally begs to be saved. The hooded figure tells him that today he has died. The boy cries, his eyes overflowing with emotions, but the person explains that he has also been reborn, pulling him back up onto the rooftop of the towering building. Lying on the ground, the boy is still overwhelmed by his turmoil. The person tells him, "Happy birthday." With his gift in hand, a die, we see the glowing cube, marking the beginning of a new story for the boy. He also seems to realize, just by looking at it, that his life will change the moment he picks it up. Looking at the large moon in the sky, Taibin stands there watching from a distance. The nerd asks him about the place and why he had to turn off his phone just to talk to him. The handsome one stays strangely quiet, observing the area, but he says this place is good for watching. And now, he adds, with the phone off or without cameras, X will not be able to see or hear our conversations. He says he just wanted to check something. The nerd gets annoyed that he called him out here just for that, but says that he also wants to check something with Taibin. Then the nerd suddenly lunges at him and throws a powerful punch in his direction, but Taibin dodges, and the wall behind him shatters on impact. The handsome one gets a cut on his cheek, and the nerd's hand continues destroying everything in its path, but Taibin keeps dodging. Looking ahead, he spots an opening and immediately lands a solid kick on his opponent, which sends the nerd flying and ends up breaking his arm. He asks why this is happening, and the nerd simply confirms that Taibin is also a player. Our genius connects the dots. Taibin's arrival, Dante suddenly becoming handsome, meaning it is highly likely that Taibin gave the dice to the protagonist. Clenching his fists, he wonders how much his abilities have been upgraded. Preparing another powerful punch, he says he needs to know his real strength. Taibin smirks, thinking this guy is just crazy. Our nerd shouts, asking if Taibin has supernatural powers. Taibin looks confused by the question. The nerd explains that X only said the abilities were not unlocked yet, and someone like Taibin must have them since he is at a higher level. The handsome one tells him to stop reading so many mangas because that is impossible. Even if such powers did exist, he states, I would not have a reason to use them. He also points out that the nerd's left arm is in pretty bad shape after using it. He steps forward, betting on whether the nerd will use his powers or not. Taibin calmly watches as his opponent approaches. The nerd suddenly leaps into the air to strike him with a punch. A loud, explosion-like sound follows. At our protagonist's house, we see him deep in thought, thinking about the dice since he still does not know much about them. So he decides to research more about them online. He finds descriptions of how they can be used, and all sorts of board games appear. But then he comes across an old game where rolling a high number meant living a happy life while rolling a low number meant living a terrible one. From a king to his servant, our protagonist realizes that people from the past are not so different from those today. Dante remembers his dream from the beginning of the story and his conversation with X, who is not God but has surpassed all humans. Then we cut back to the battle, with the area completely destroyed. The nerd pulls his hand from the shattered ground. He asks how long the handsome one plans to keep dodging, but he only sees Taibin staggering in front of him. This fuels his rage, and he prepares another powerful punch, which is effortlessly stopped by Taibin, who pushes him aside, leaving him wide open. His opponent now sends a massive kick in his direction. Strangely, we cut back to the protagonist, who is discovering more about different types of dice, and that rolling dice can also be considered similar to flipping coins. We see the nerd hitting the ground, severely injured. A coin falls from his pocket and spins, something that might be important later. Taibin slowly approaches him and asks if he wants to stop fighting now. The nerd tells him to shut up, ready to fight. But unfortunately, his arm reached its limit a while ago, causing him immense pain. Taibin threatens him for his recklessness with the dice, saying that if he keeps going, he will have his hands ripped off so he can never roll them again. He starts walking away, telling the nerd to stop thinking he is powerful. But the nerd asks if he knows anything about X and if they have met before. The handsome one says he does not know anything. Our nerd smirks because he knows something that no one else seems to realize about the system. Our protagonist walks, thinking about how days have passed without any messages from his friend or his beloved, only from people who were not important. He comments on how the classroom feels more peaceful. The only thing different was the 2 empty chairs, but everyone ignored them, and he starts wondering if his friend will really stay quiet about the suspension. Our protagonist watches the happy couple in his class when someone steps in front of him and calls his name. It was the smoker girl, asking what he was doing. She invites him for a coffee, and he accepts. They comment that the exams are getting a bit tough and complicated and ask how Dante is doing with his studies. Our cheater says he is studying, but in reality, he is just increasing his intelligence using the dice. On a very pleasant day, he orders some food from a store, jumping with joy as he finally holds his own meal in his hands. Because until now, He had always bought food for others, never for himself. Suddenly, he spots the nerd walking down the street. Without hesitation, our protagonist does not waste any time. He says he has to step out for a bit and runs after his friend, stopping in front of the nerd and reminding him that he is still suspended. His friend seems off, so he assures him that he just came to talk. The nerd asks what skills he has leveled up with the dice during this time, and our protagonist admits he focused on intelligence since exams are coming up. Then he asks if the nerd is feeling hot wearing those clothes, but the nerd simply says that he has learned something about sex. Our protagonist finds that fascinating, but then his other classmates arrive. He tries to talk to the nerd, but with everyone there, his friend says he will tell him later. The smoker girl teases him for being near the school while suspended, but the protagonist says he is just visiting. He then says goodbye to his friend, telling him he will see him tomorrow. Once the nerd is alone, he seems strange with his arm and hand oddly covered. Then he pulls out his phone and sees a new message, and he smiles upon reading that he has a mission, but it is dangerous. His new objective is to set fire to the school. Time passes, and it begins to get dark. A few students walk nervously, afraid because they are leaving school late. They comment about rumors of ghosts in the area. Among the bushes, someone is hiding. One of the girls notices and starts to feel scared. They are hidden in the plants. We see the nerd holding a gasoline canister. At home, the protagonist feels uneasy because his friend did not seem normal in their last conversation. So, he quickly gets up from bed and grabs his phone, asking about the time he gave the die to the nerd. X had said it was a good idea. But suddenly, the screen starts acting weird. He notices that his message is just disappearing. Out of nowhere, his friend knocks on the door and steps inside. Dante asks what he is doing there at this hour, but the nerd only says that his left arm feels different. And as he turns, we see that his arm is falling apart. The protagonist wakes up from this nightmare, feeling restless. He just wants to get some fresh air. He grabs his phone and sees a message from the nerd, saying that he has a lot of information to share tomorrow. Dante just stares at the message, realizing there is nothing to do but wait. The nerd walks up the stairs, reflecting on how the world is like a perfect machine that never stops spinning. But everything is so boring: studying, going to college, maybe making money. The dice freed him from that machine. And so, as he digs deeper into his research, he uncovers some important secrets. With the gasoline canister in hand, staring at his phone, when the clock strikes exactly midnight, the school bell rings out in all directions. His first mission is complete. After collecting his dice, he is immediately ready for the next objective. The nerd begins pouring gasoline around the school. He gets the idea to enter a classroom and finish there to make it look like an accident, just as the mission instructs. But suddenly the alarm starts blaring throughout the entire school. The nerd did not know there was such a system, and he starts panicking. As he stumbles over a desk, the gasoline spills everywhere. And just like that, he completes another mission. Still trembling and drenched in sweat, he claims his reward of 7 dice. With only one mission left, he hears the security guard coming up the stairs. Shaking with fear at the thought of getting caught, he grabs a lighter to finish the job. As he lights it, he burns himself from the heat and drops it by accident. The nerd says he did everything, even though he never actually lit the fire, but X comments that it looked pretty fake when he dropped the lighter. The security guards start rushing toward the classroom. Our nerd screams, demanding that the system give him the dice immediately. X says he is terrifying and agrees to hand over his reward. The glow appears, and he wastes no time grabbing the dice. Then he bolts out of the room, pulling up his hood. The guards spot him leaving. They shine their lights on him. He immediately sprints away, determined not to be caught. A guard appears at the stairs, blocking his path. He asks who is there, but our nerd is completely frozen in shock. He finds himself in a complicated situation where he does not know what to do. Unable to use his left arm and without time to roll the dice, he realizes he needs to hide somehow. Suddenly, the guards lose sight of him and cannot tell where the intruder went. But one guard becomes suspicious of a window. With his flashlight pointing toward a bathroom window, he walks around carefully, looking in all directions. But when he reaches the window, he just starts smoking. Next to the window, we see the nerd hanging from a pipe, but the pipe does not look very stable, and the guard will not leave the window. However, his colleagues say that the intruder must have already escaped. The man soon leaves the window and joins his friends. By sheer bad luck, as he leaves, the guard ends up closing the window. Our protagonist receives a mission from X to distract the guards and open the window on the 5th floor. Dante wonders what kind of mission this is. He has no idea it is to save his precious friend. As he leaves home and says goodbye to his mother, he thinks about how strange it was to have that nightmare and then immediately receive a mission like this. Unfortunately, it is revealed that Dante rejected the mission. Then he sees Yunya walking down the street. Our romantic immediately approaches her, and she comments that she is not used to seeing him at this hour of the morning. He says she must be working hard to leave so early. Yunya simply says it is because of the choir. They soon talk about an upcoming choir competition because he heard about it from Taibin, which seems to make Yunya really happy. They both find it odd that there is no teacher at the gate since, even early, there is always someone watching over the students. Both of them notice that something is wrong. The students are gathered in a specific area, with the teachers telling everyone to leave. We see an ambulance parked in front of the school. Everyone is saying that someone fell from the rooftop during the night. The protagonist immediately connects everything to his mission and asks Yunya to wait right there. Amidst the crowd of students, he pushes forward. After being shoved multiple times, he finally reaches the scene, and his eyes widen in shock. Seeing that in front of him leaves him completely frozen. When Yunya catches up and asks what happened, he quickly turns toward her and covers her eyes so she will not see. She asks why he is covering her eyes like that, but Dante simply says he will explain later and that for now it is better if she does not look. And there he stands, frozen, staring at his fallen friend on the ground. Some say he jumped from the rooftop at night, but since it is locked, that would be difficult. When our protagonist really focuses, he realizes that his mission was to save his friend. Then we see the nerd trying to move from the pipe to the window. And as he jumps, by some luck, he manages to grab onto the window. With his left arm injured and the dice in his pocket, he does not seem to find any way out. His left arm starts hurting again. Because of that, our nerd ends up falling. When they cover the victim's body, Dante tells Yunya to go to the classroom, and he just starts walking, demanding X tell him why his friend is dead. The system says his death is unfortunate and seems to speak with sarcasm. The protagonist gets furious because X says his friend died because of him. He suddenly remembers that the thing his friend wanted to talk about was probably a secret about the system. Right in front of him, a girl passes by with a die in her hand. Dante steps forward and asks where she found it, telling her to give it back, but she says others have taken some as well. When he realizes what is happening, we see that many people have dice out of curiosity. But when he tries to snatch a die from a student's hand, he accidentally spins it, and the student immediately receives a message. We then see that all the dice the nerd had in his coat pocket fell and scattered when it is no longer possible to contain the students. The protagonist asks if X cannot stop this. But the system does not see any reason to interfere. When you gave your dice away, X states, it was an act of charity to help someone. So now that everyone has dice, they can help even more people. He asks what X is thinking and what his plan is. The system once again sarcastically says that it is just helping a few people and says that it did not come into this world to bring peace. Meanwhile, several students are becoming players. X says, I only brought you the knife. It is up to you to decide what to do with it. Dante and Taibin realize that things will change drastically from now on. A few days later, the teacher asks everyone to be quiet because now he is going to announce the test scores. When the first place student scores a perfect 100, everyone applauds. The teacher mentions that there were others who also scored 100. Then he tosses the test papers into the air because everyone had passed with a perfect score. He thanks Dante, saying it was all thanks to him. Our protagonist finds it strange to hear that and sees everyone thanking him for everything. But soon he begins to feel overwhelmed as he is surrounded by his classmates. The nerd appears behind him, stating that he knew he was a true friend. Then suddenly, Dante wakes up from yet another nightmare. He runs his hand through his hair, relieved to realize it was just a dream. A new message pops up on his phone, informing him about his best friend's funeral. We see that our protagonist is not okay. He just wants to wake up from this terrible nightmare. The funeral takes place a week after the incident, and unfortunately, his parents found out that he had planned to set fire to the school. Dante picks up a white flower to place on his friend's casket, but deep down he knows something is off. The nerd was too smart to die like this, he thinks. He asks X about the mission his friend received at school, but the system only responds that accepting the mission might not have made a difference. Anyway, with his friends at the funeral, the only question that lingers is whether it is possible to stop a die that is spiraling out of control. Apparently, our protagonist did not just sit still. He collected dice, but he does not want Yunya to know, unsure of how she would react. A few adults lead the funeral, murmuring about what could have driven him to do such a thing. One of his classmates mentions that similar cases have occurred in other schools but reassures Dante that he does not need to worry since his grades are good. Walking absent-mindedly, he accidentally bumps into someone and quickly apologizes before they walk away. The boy with bangs simply glances at our protagonist and smiles, then continues moving forward. The others wonder who he is to just bump into someone and walk off. While our protagonist just watches in silence, the others say that the guy must have been looking for a fight. But Dante knows he is a dicer. He suddenly takes off running, telling his friends to go ahead. But in the middle of a crowded street, he loses sight of him completely. Moving through so many people makes it impossible to find him. Back at school, everything seems peaceful and normal. But not for our protagonist, who has lost a friend. Everyone else seems fine. Students play handball. Others leave in groups to hang out. And as always, school gossip spreads about new couples forming. Meanwhile, a goal was fiercely scored. Some students began to discuss the immense progress of the scorer, but Dante did not give it much thought. After that, he passed by some other students asking someone about his sudden loss of weight, making him speculate that all of this was the power of the dice in action. Our depressed hero kept walking until he reached a classroom with two shadows in it. Dante was intrigued by these two familiar faces. The girl was not feeling comfortable. Our hero recognized his crush. He speculated that she was arguing with her boyfriend, and so she decided to exit the classroom. Dante decided to pretend to bump into her when suddenly their gazes met, making the young man very nervous. He nervously tried to lie, claiming that he accidentally bumped into her and that it was not intentional. Yunyu looked at the stuttering, timid young man with a small blush on her face before putting on a small smile. The girl asked him if he was free, leaving the young man baffled with red cheeks. Meanwhile, on the football field, the ball struck a passing student in the head. This person looked at the ball as it landed on the ground. The shooter politely apologized and asked the student to shoot the ball back to him. The footballer then asked him to kick it with all his might. And so the young man decided to shoot just as the player told him when suddenly the ball was shot at an incredible speed, cutting a few of the player's hairs. The ball even managed to bend the bar of the goalpost before exploding upon impact in front of all the players, to the point where one student was unable to stand after witnessing such an incredible feat. The mysterious student watched the others as they were baffled and amazed, drawing a small, satisfied smile on his face. A boy and a girl were walking in the sunset. The nerd proposed to help with the box that the protagonist was carrying, but he refused. Dante, who was happy despite this not being a date, stated that as a man, he should not let her help. Yunyu was tasked by the teacher to deliver their late classmates' belongings to their house. And since her boyfriend was too busy, she asked for Dandy's help, who immediately accepted. And so, they arrived at the deceased student's house. With that, they arrived at the 11th floor. As an uncomfortable silence settled between her and the blushing Dante, they were now in front of the door. And so, they rang the bell. They rang it multiple times, yet no answer. The protagonist realized that no one was home when suddenly a door was slightly open and someone came out, curious about who the young ones were. Meanwhile, back at the school, everyone was still baffled by this shot that bent a metal bar. The young, satisfied shooter smirked and began to walk away when suddenly one of the players stopped him and began to complain about the destroyed ball. The others asked him to knock it off, but he kept going, but it seemed like the mysterious person could not hear him. When suddenly the miracle shooter turned around and asked the player what he should do about a popped ball. The player explained that he should buy a new one for its original owner or at least present an apology. The mysterious person then decided to provoke the young man, asking what would happen if he did not. This triggered the player, who immediately attacked him, but the miraculous shooter countered with one of his powerful kicks. Meanwhile, at the late student's house, which had become unattended, our hero decided to take a look around from the corner of his eye. The nerd's mother was happy to see his friends return his personal stuff, as well as the other handsome young man that stopped by earlier. Dante realized that the young man in question was Taibin, while Yunyu, trying to be polite, stated that her son was a brilliant student. The mother still could not grasp the fact that her son had died so young and blamed it all on herself for the way she raised him. But the protagonist interrupted her and, at first, affirming that his friend was not the type of man to take his own life. He claimed that there must have been another reason for this early departure, but he lacked the words to express himself. As he remembered all that happened with his friend, Dante thought of how useless the expression "if only" truly is, that he still thought of what would have happened if he had accepted those weird quests in school. He could have potentially saved his friend from the fatal fall. Our hero did not even dare to think of the other possible outcome. With that, He was left silent when he suddenly began to tremble out of anger, which did not escape the mother. Knowing that her son's friend thought so highly of him allowed her to find some peace. And so she asked him to never forget her beloved son, which the protagonist accepted. She proposed that the students dine with her. Yet Yunyu tried to decline, but the woman, who had forgotten her groceries, rushed to get them, asking the young ones to watch the house while she was gone before they could even reply. Our hero was now alone with his crush, asking her if she was okay. The young girl seemed confused. Dante asked why Yunyu was staring at him, to which she replied by stating that the young man seemed different. So naturally, he assumed it was his height or face. The young girl affirmed that even though she noticed those changes, she felt as if something else had changed, yet failed to notice what it was. Dante looked at her as she smiled at him, and overwhelmed by the moment, he began to stutter and use the bathroom as an excuse to get away, leaving her intrigued. As he thought about Yunyu's words, our hero's cheeks turned red. Dante arrived in front of a door, thinking that it was the bathroom. And so, he decided to see what was behind it. Meanwhile, at the school, where the mysterious person kicked the player, all happened at high speed, which satisfied the mysterious person. Yet his kick was stopped. To his surprise, the player managed to stop his devastating foot. And so, the miraculous shooter backed down. He was left intrigued as the player stopped his attack without being hurt. And so, he realized that the player was also a dicer who had maxed out his endurance. Meanwhile, the door was slowly opened, revealing a room with a screen and a desk with a pen and paper on it. The protagonist realized that this was his late friend's room. With that, he walked in, entering the late student's room. Dante noticed that the mother left her son's room as it was. This left the protagonist wondering about the data his friend collected about the dice and what the nerd had actually discovered. Dante then approached the notebooks on the desk when he was suddenly startled by Yunyu calling out his name, making the pile of notebooks fall. One of them had the word and the drawing of a die, piquing the young man's curiosity as he noticed the magic word. The curious Dante picked up the notebook. The notebook was filled with data about dice and the dicers, which did not escape the protagonist's attention. And so he started to turn the pages. The notes told about how the writer failed to know more about X and what is essential for dicers, along with their ranks that can be climbed with new skills. This notion of rank intrigued the young dicer. The late student classified Taiban as an A rank, while the protagonist was a B rank or something inferior. The nerd also wondered about the limit of the skills, and so he decided to hack into the server in order to expand his knowledge, leaving the young man shocked. Dante then started to flip through the notebook for answers, but what followed did not concern this subject. The late dicer wondered what would happen if everyone became like him, stating that it was unlikely if the spread of the dice did indeed happen. The nerd seemed to be fascinated by the idea of more dicers. Being a dice user depended on being the biggest part of society or not and being able to keep the secret. More dicers would surely appear, and so its users would start to fight. The player stated that the mysterious person did not obtain enough dice, while the other players decided to break their fight. And so one of them claimed that the ball was of no importance anymore. But just then, the foot of the mysterious student broke someone's arm, while the protagonist wondered if the spread of dice would separate the dicers from the others. And so, if the number of dice users increased, and more dicers were born, the world would be ruled by the dice. And just like the broken arm, such accidents could happen once more. The boy who tried to stop the two dicers from fighting was lying on the ground, agonizing in pain with his shattered arm, leaving the two of them shocked and speechless. And so, all the students rushed to him, while the two dicers were surprised by this one intervening. With that, they wondered if they should cease their fight when suddenly one of their phones began to vibrate. One of them received new quests. The first quest was to keep fighting to the end, while the second was to hurt an innocent student by accident, and lastly, gravely injure another one. The mysterious person was baffled by the outrageous quests that he received. But just then, the player's phone also vibrated. It turned out that both dicers received the same crazy quests. The miraculous shooters were revolted to receive such scandalous demands. But just then, the player started to count the bystanders. This intrigued the mysterious student. So, the player revealed that he was wondering if this quest was, in fact, applicable, leaving the other in a state of stress and unease. After that, in the night, Dante and Yunyu decided to go on their way. It was dark, and the streets were illuminated by the lights. Yunyu thanked the protagonist for his help, but Dante shook it off and stated that the late student's mom seemed exhausted. Suddenly, a truck came by, making the blushing protagonist get close to the girl in order to avoid it, and so the truck passed by. Dante then asked Yunyu her opinion on a potential world like fiction with superpowers. The girl did not think that these abilities would be very useful. The protagonist then asked her about a scenario where humans could change their looks, intelligence, and physical abilities to their will, making Yunya think for a while. In the end, she revealed how she believed that people should live with what they have, unlike when she was younger, and how she wanted to work hard with her own qualities. Yunya revealed being curious about this question, so Dante claimed it to be a way to kill time. Yet, the girl revealed how wonderful it would be if she could use psychic powers in order to get more time to practice, making the young man ask for permission to watch her competition. But when he proposed to have dinner together after the competition, Yunya politely declined, stating that she would go out with her boyfriend. And so, an awkward silence settled. Yunya then insisted on walking on her own. Yet, the protagonist insisted on accompanying her. But the girl revealed that such kindness would give others the wrong idea, leaving him silent. And so they parted ways, with Dante watching her until she disappeared into the horizon. As he walked away, he thought about Yunya's opinion. That night, the night sky was bright, decorated with stars. With a notebook in hand, our hero admired the view, as this way of life was also challenging for him. Later that same night, Dante texted his crush to make sure she returned safely. The protagonist was unsure of the words he used in his text. After some thinking, our hero found the sentence and, after gathering his courage, sent the text. Dante was happy to see that she quickly responded to his message. Our blushing hero then said that he would see her the next day at school. Her reply with a good night filled the young man with excitement. Dante could not be happier, but just then he received a text from a different person. X was aware that the dicer was disappointed that it was him texting and not the girl before teasing our hero about it, making him blush in embarrassment. Dante decided to ask X something, piquing his curiosity. At first, he hesitated, but then the protagonist revealed that he had read his late friend's notebook. He then recalled how X stated that he did not have a problem with dicers unless they broke the rules, which he confirmed. This is why our hero associated his friend's death with him breaking the rules by hacking the game. X then stated that any troublemaker in his game should be immediately removed. The mystery man was surprised that the protagonist realized that his friend had managed to hack the system. Dante recalled how the nerd claimed that there was more to the dice than he knew and how he found something odd written at the end of his notebook. In the end, there was a mysterious note that left him confused. In order for our hero to finally meet X, he would have to become the top dicer. This made our hero think for a while. He then remembered what Yunya said about people living with what they have. Yet, if he had not become a dicer, it would be possible that Yunya would not have noticed him changing, and he would not be able to converse with her. Dante really wanted to know the nerd's last message to him. As in the notebook, he mentioned how the dice, once perfected, would allow its user to go beyond human limits. This was his last message. The next day at school, the students began to discuss yesterday's fight. One of the witnesses affirmed that some of the students were hurt and even injured while trying to break up the fight between the two sides. Another student noticed that some of his classmates were missing today, but the witness affirmed seeing something odd. Piquing the protagonist's curiosity from afar, he recalled how many students were hurt while trying to stop the fight when suddenly something shiny appeared. The witness was wondering what this object was and decided to pick it up. This alien object was, in fact, a die. But when the students asked the witness to show it to them, he claimed to have left it at home. Taibin was also listening from afar when suddenly something seemed to have caught his attention. The class door was quickly opened. A student came rushing in, stating that something big was happening. This intrigued the others, and so the student affirmed that some of the girls in the other classroom had become more beautiful. All were intrigued by such news as the student affirmed that everyone was rushing to see them. As they watched, some students speculated that the three girls' transformation was due to plastic surgery, while others did not and jokingly speculated that this was due to a precious virus. One of the three girls was pleased by this gossip. But as all went to take a look, one of the students asked the protagonist if he was also going. Our hero declined, thinking of how the number of dicers had quickly increased. The school domain slowly became a terrain for quests. While someone was peacefully using the toilet, someone suddenly slapped his posterior, startling the poor student as the slapper was only fulfilling his quest. A girl was busy on her phone, sending a fake message about how she was a runaway in SU with no money, asking people to download an app called The Wrenches to see her profile, contact, and pictures. But when someone asked her about what she was doing, she refused to reply as she was trying to get 50 followers for a quest. On the other hand, someone locked his friend in the warehouse for dice, while others began to bully someone as everyone was obsessed with completing X's requests. At sunset, A public announcement was made to talk about the penalty game between students. And as it was made, a young boy continued to walk down the hallway with a bag in hand, ready to enter a classroom when suddenly someone stopped him from entering. The one guarding the door asked what he wanted, making the young boy stutter as he had heard of a student that was giving out dice. And so the guard grabbed the bag to see what he was willing to offer. With that, precious items along with money fell to the ground. The guard then smacked the young boy on the head as he had shamelessly stolen these objects from his sister. Someone from inside decided to grant him access out of kindness, and so the young boy was finally inside the classroom. The mysterious student asked him about his business with him. The boy stated that he was here to become a dicer as all his classmates already were. Yet no one agreed to give him a die. This made the student giggle. The player from before, who accepted to give him dice, welcomed this boy into his family. The word family intrigued the boy, leaving him startled as all the members of the family were looking at him. Suddenly, his bag was snatched from him for examination. The boy brought money, a gaming console, along with 2 checks and fake watches. The examiners also found a ring and a silver necklace. When the boss was asked about the items, he requested to put them in a bag. The boy could not be more nervous. With that, he asked for his dice, but the family asked him which class he belonged to which he responded, Class 5. The boss asked the boy if all his classmates were really dicers, which he affirmed. When suddenly, the boss stood from his chair, grabbing the young boy by his collar, as he was, in fact, a liar. The family was fully aware that only a minority of Class 5 were dicers, which was why the boy wanted to get the dice early. Yet, the boss, who released the boy, decided to give him a die before asking him what he would improve first. The boy wanted to become more handsome since he loved being mocked for his teeth. And so, the boss decided to give him a die, making the boy grateful, and so a red die was given. This detail did not escape the boy as he was well aware of it being unusable by others. And so, he demanded a blue one. The boss claimed that this was a sign that the boy was now part of the family and that there was a chance of him betraying them once he obtained a blue die, which was why he had to prove himself in front of the family, according to him, which startled the player. As the boy signed the pledge, the boss asked about his little sister, stating that if he knew someone prettier, to bring her to him. The boy would have to do this or bring something valuable to pass his loyalty trial. With that, he exited the classroom. The dicer that he faced before asked about the boss's purpose for all this, to which he claimed that they could be beneficial, stating that he was giving them quests like X since multiple pawns increased his winning odds. The boss also mocked the boy's goal, wondering if he could actually satisfy those who wanted to be dicers. The next day, the sun shone brightly. A phone was held by its frustrated owner as our hero did not know how to climb the ranks, speculating that he needed more dice. Dante began to think. The quests became different after fulfilling a certain number of them. They also began to extend as the number of dicers increased. Dante was able to snatch some dice from students with his agility when suddenly a shouting voice was heard. It was the 3 girls who had suddenly become pretty. Our hero noticed that the quests were being quickly completed when a new one showed up. Dante was certain he would be able to reach the roof before everyone else. Meanwhile, the boy was feeling uneasy as he recalled the past events preventing him from obtaining a die, making him think about when he would really become a dicer. The boy expected to become a dicer early, yet now he had to bring a pretty girl to the family. He then stumbled upon someone carrying a pile of books, and so he apologized for unintentionally knocking over the book carrier. With that, he checked on her. Yunyu affirmed that no harm was done. The boy then discovered that the girl was transporting the books to the chorus classroom before anyone arrived. After hearing this, the boy decided to assist her. Even though she tried to decline, he snatched the pile from her, stating that a man should carry them. And so, the boy headed to the chorus classroom with Yunyu, who grew a bit tense. Someone was running. Finally reaching the top of the stairs, Dante opened the door, happy to be the first on the roof. Yet he was not. Taibin had already collected the dice. The protagonist was left disappointed as the boy smirked with pride. The 2 dicers looked at each other in silence until Taibin declared that he had something to say. Meanwhile, Yunyu and the boy arrived at the music room. The girl was really thankful for his help. The boy was uneasy. But just when the girl was about to thank him, something caught her attention. As he locked the door, leaving her intrigued and uneasy, the boy revealed that he found her really beautiful. Yunyu was confused as the boy stuttered. He asked her if she was a dicer. Even if Taibin had something to say, the protagonist did not care and decided to leave as he congratulated him on arriving first. But Taibin was not done. Dante's curiosity was piqued when the first dicer stated that fights were going to happen between the newly formed groups of dicers and that he needed his help to contain the dice. Tybin stated that the protagonist should help him since it was his doing. Yet, Dante stated that there was no need since the dicers most likely improved their lives. The protagonist then stated that people should be happy now, like Tybin, who was transformed by the dice. But just then the protagonist noticed someone running toward him. With that, he was able to evade Tybin's surprise punch. The confused Dante asked about this sudden reaction, annoying Tybin, who stated that there was no point in explaining since he could not grasp the gravity of the situation as he prepared for a round kick. But just as the protagonist evaded, the first dicer claimed that he could not start all over because of him, intriguing the protagonist. Our hero managed to block the next kick and gain some distance. Tybin asked his classmate if he was still in love with his girlfriend, to which he did not respond. This silence was the only confirmation the A-rank dicer needed. He explained that Yunya was still unaware of dicers. If the community expanded, she would soon find out that Dante was a part of it, and so he asked him if he would mind. Meanwhile, back in the music classroom, Yunya was intrigued by the word dicer. The boy explained that dicer referred to a person in possession of an abnormal dice that lets him enhance his physique and intellect. But Yunya affirmed that she did not know about it. But he did not believe her as it was very trendy in school, seeing how everyone began to improve. But just as the girl recalled all the odd events, the boy realized that she was not lying and began to panic once he realized that she did not have any dice, and suddenly pushed her. With that, Yunya fell to the ground. Filled with regret, the boy apologized for his sudden burst. Yunya was now lying on the ground with the boy looking at her with a blush on his face. Just then, Dante and Tybin each received a notification. A new quest was available. Back in the music room, the boy decided to offer the pretty Yunya to the family in order to obtain a dice. But just as he asked her to stay here, she grabbed the book pile to stop him, throwing it on his head, making him release a scream in pain. And so, the boy in pain grabbed the poor girl's foot, leaving her terrified. Back to the dicers, a new quest appeared, consisting of saving a girl from a boy in the music classroom. Dante speculated that the girl in question might be his crush, and so he rushed to the class, leaving her boyfriend behind. Our hero ran as fast as possible before finally arriving at the music classroom and noticing something. Tybin was already there, breaking the door. Dante speculated that the A-rank dicer had a special skill to arrive before him, but cut that thought short to focus as he decided to break down the door, forcing it open with his shoulder. The protagonist was now in front of Yunya and the boy. The girl noticed the protagonist, but before he could move, a shadow quickly passed him by, startling the boy as he grabbed him by the collar. Tybin had the wannabe dicer against the wall. The first dicer was furious at the atrocious sight. The boy tried to explain himself. Meanwhile, a hand was given to Yunya, who confirmed being unharmed as the protagonist checked on her. Dante was happy to see her safe, but as he helped her, Tybin was still dealing with the boy, who stated that he only wanted to become a dicer. Yet, the A-rank dice user did not want to hear any of it. But the B-rank, on the other hand, was intrigued by these words. The girl asked her boyfriend to stop as she was unharmed. Dante also pleaded with him to put the boy down as Yunya was safe before screaming that the boy might end up dead if Tybin kept this up. But just then, our hero was startled by his phone vibrating. Dante could not believe it. The quest was complete, and X decided to immediately reward the dicers. The protagonist was startled by this news, and so dice began to appear, leaving the girl and the two dicers in complete shock. Just like that, Yunya was left intrigued as it was her first encounter with the dice. 3 blue dice were now shining in the room. The girl was in shock as she picked up the mysterious objects, realizing that this was the object of pursuit of the boy. The boy getting beaten up confirmed that those were the dice in question. He claimed that just by using them, one could change anything about himself. But Tybin ordered him to keep silent as he slammed him into the wall. The boy started to beg for mercy when a gentle hand came to help. Yunya implored her boyfriend to release the boy before asking about the dice appearing in the music classroom. The boy thought for a moment before stating that someone in the room was, in fact, a dicer. Tybin pretended to be clueless, leading to his girlfriend turning her gaze to the protagonist. But Dante also rejected the blame. His heart began to pound as all eyes were on him. But in the end, he kept denying his true status. The protagonist grew worried as the uneasy girl dropped the case with her sad smile. After that, at sunset, Dante seemed to have noticed something as he was on his way. Our hero noticed a video game with "Game Over" written across its screen. He wondered if Yunyu was smiling because she realized that he was not telling the truth or if she was just at ease. Dante looked at the sky and remembered. The girl was now familiar with the concept of dice, and so the boy asked her about her intentions with those dice. To his surprise, she wanted to keep them since they apparently did not belong to anyone. X was thrilled to have a new dicer. But our hero was startled at the idea of Yunyu becoming one. The girl thought for a moment. She then pointed out that the dice were the reason behind the boy's aggression, who deeply apologized, stating that all dicers were selfish, who began to form gangs, only accepting the best and treating all the wanted dicers as servants. The blue dice were shining in the girl's hand. Yunyu stated that things like these dice should only be fiction as she decided to take the dice, to everyone's surprise, and never put them to use, to everyone's astonishment, leaving even X baffled. Back to the present, Dante was unsure, but he also thought that the world would be better without those dice. Meanwhile, at school, the boy was now face to face with the boss, who was now aware that Yunyu was in possession of 3 blue dice, refusing to roll them, and that both Dante and Taibin claimed to know nothing about dicers. The boy confirmed, yet the other student did not believe him, as he was certain that the protagonist was a dice user and almost sure when it came to Taibin. This piqued the boss's interest, while the other student stated that he wanted to take his revenge. The boy was nervous, but then asked for dice as a reward for providing valuable intel. Even though the boss would have rather had Yunyu brought to him, he decided to grant his new minion his reward. Then, to his surprise, he received 2 red dice. The boss explained his system, stating that the boy went from silver to gold with 3 red dice and that he would receive a blue die once and sapphire and even better rewards once higher. The poor boy had a hard time believing it, but just as he reached his hand toward the boss, a tap was heard as someone hit the boy with a powerful kick in the upper part of the chest. Just like that, the other student laid the poor minion on the ground. The boss congratulated him for now being in control of his own strength as the boy had a hard time breathing, unable to stand up. The other student then put his foot on his face, stating that he would make him a dicer after he managed to create a scenario where he and Dante could face each other without being interrupted. The bell rang. As the day was over, someone began to question his next actions. The nervous boy regretted going to the family and offering them his sister's stuff before remembering how one of them casually kicked him to the ground. The boy began to panic as he was supposed to set up a fight with Dante. If both he and Taibin used dice, it would make it impossible for him to become a dicer when suddenly someone approached him. The boy began to blush as this person was wearing a skirt. A mysterious girl appeared who asked the young man if he was truly talking about dicers, which he confirmed, and with a seductive voice, she asked the boy to share his story with her. Later, our hero passed by some children playing football when suddenly the ball came bouncing his way. This intrigued the young man as the little children unintentionally sent it his way. But just as the ball was about to cross the road, to the children's horror, Dandy's agility kicked in. And so he quickly halted the ball before it could be run over by a car. Seeing the children running towards him, the protagonist kindly returned the ball, leaving them impressed. The kids began to praise the high schooler, stating that he looked like a superhero. This made Dante happy, making him recall the one and only Spider-Man saving a kid from a truck. The hero that gets to kiss the girl at the end of the movie. This made our hero wonder if he could obtain superpowers once he became a top dicer. As he watched the 2003 Spider-Man 2, Dante stared blankly at his screen as he began to wonder. He began to imagine how he would tell his crush about his identity as a dice user and how he only used it to help others. Dante began to picture himself fighting bullies and saving the innocent girl and how Yunyu would admire him for it. Dante was sure that dice were not evil. X confirmed and recalled how the girl thought of their users as simple-minded people. The mysterious person then proposed stealing the dice that she kept with her since storing them would be a waste, but Dante declined. Our protagonist was ready to tell his crush the whole truth about him being a dicer and how his late friend's departure caused more of them to appear. X was looking forward to it. The next morning at school, the students began to discuss how many of their classmates were absent, either hurt or trying to obtain dice, and how numerous guilds were being founded. So, one of the students stated that he would greatly help whichever guild made him a dicer. Yunyu was listening to the babble about how a mysterious girl was giving dice for free to students, making her bro worried. Dante began to wonder about his crush's reaction once he revealed that he himself was a dicer. Despite being terrified, our hero was determined to tell her. But just as he started to stand from his desk, a random girl approached Yunyu and asked for some help to solve a problem, which she quickly agreed to. Dante watched from afar as they discussed it and decided to talk to her another time. Later that day, he approached her but quickly backed down as he was too nervous, deciding to try once again at the break, leaving Yunyu confused. Yet at that time, the girl was with some friends, which is why the protagonist decided to talk to her at the end of the day. Later on, the 5th period started. Yet, the teacher seemed confused as too many students were absent from class 3 and asked the rest to focus as they were having stats next year before stating how odd it was that everyone was becoming smarter and prettier. Since the students seemed tired from lunch, he decided to tell them a story. But when he proposed Pandora's box, the students refused as they were already familiar with this tale. Yunyu seemed preoccupied, and our hero was feeling down as he had to be careful when unveiling the truth. All who heard the story knew that this box, which was, in fact, a jar, was entrusted by Zeus, who stored the rest of his inventions in it for Pandora to protect. But the woman's curiosity got the best of her, allowing countless disasters to descend upon this world once she opened the said box. Our hero related this story to the dice and the current events. But just then, Dandy's phone began to vibrate as the teacher was explaining. The protagonist grew nervous since his phone was louder than usual. But just then, our hero realized something about the sound. To Dandy's surprise, his phone was not the only one vibrating. Many of his classmates also received a notification at the same time. The protagonist was shocked as a quest could be distributed, but never on such a large scale. A new quest was available. Despite being hesitant, our hero decided to accept the new challenge. The new quest had Yunyu as its target. The dicers had until Saturday sunset to rip off the poor girl's clothes, humiliate her, take her dice, and take a revolting picture of her. Dante was left in disbelief in front of this crazy new quest. Our hero felt alarmed to see his crush being the target. So, he quickly turned his gaze towards the girl, who seemed confused. The teacher was annoyed since his course was interrupted by the students' phones, accusing them of doing it on purpose. But the students did not care and began to look at the clueless Yunyu with mischievous eyes, gossiping about her being the target. So the girl with the glasses rushed to shush them, making them realize that she was no dicer. And so the students asked the teacher to continue Pandora's story. Meanwhile, the boss of the family was thrilled by such a quest involving such a gorgeous student. And with that, decided to attack as soon as possible. At the same time, his henchman with a bold cut grew angry as he speculated that Dante would also be participating. The 3 girls were also looking forward to this quest as they were not fond of the chorus girl, and so they decided to eliminate their competition to assert their reign over the school. A little bit further, the mysterious girl also received the Yunyu quest and was also pretty amused by the shameless quest. All the dicers were discussing this quest with excitement. But meanwhile, on the rooftop, Dante screamed at X to cancel this quest. Yet, he coldly refused. The protagonist affirmed that Yunyu, who did not know about the dice, was innocent and ignorant of their rules. But X affirmed that this quest had the sole purpose of satisfying his amusement, regardless of the rules, since he was the one in control, before teasing the protagonist about having a crush on the target. And so Dante claimed, with a determined scream, that he would make sure to protect the chorus girl to the very end. Meanwhile, in the hallway, 2 boys noticed Yunyu and realized that she was clueless about the situation, making them opt to ambush her later on since they had plenty of time. Yunyu heard them as they talked about making a plan the next day since it was Saturday, leaving her uneasy. Dante was determined to shield her from harm until the quest was removed once the timer reached 0. But X questioned Dante if he truly thought himself capable of stopping all the dicers alone. And so he decided to give him a unique, custom quest. And so our hero received the quest of protecting the target until the end. Dante was shocked by this quest and even more intrigued by the prize, which was a mysterious die with question marks as faces. At the end of the day, Yunyu expressed how odd she felt today as strangers' eyes followed her everywhere, to her boyfriend. Hearing this, Taibin proposed taking her to a faraway amusement park on Saturday, but the girl declined, stating that she had to practice at school tomorrow. With that, the first dicer stated that he would be observing Saturday's practice in that case. Taibin realized that it would be challenging to get his girlfriend out of the danger zone. Someone was flipping through the notebook, looking for data about the mystery die. The notebook told about how red dice could be synchronized and how X, who enjoys observing chaos, gives tailor-made quests for all his dicers. Yet, nothing was written about such a mysterious die. Not knowing what tomorrow would hold, our hero decided to keep 12 red dice with him to synchronize later. Our hero related this situation to Pandora's box, which was closed too late, despite Pandora acting immediately. Dante then wondered how Hope was the only one left in the jar and how it was stuck with all the disasters in the first place. The next day, Yunyu affirmed to her friend on the phone that she was on her way to the auditorium while the girl told her to hurry. In the pressure of the three dicers. At the same time, the family was also preparing its move. But as the game started, they were not the only ones in a hurry as Dante rushed to protect his beloved and start his Saturday. With that, our hero made his way to Yunyu. X then decided to give him data about the quest. According to him, the quest started shortly after 5:30 in the morning and ended at 19:48 in the afternoon, making the quest 14 hours and 17 minutes long. The protagonist would have to fend off all dicers who were tasked with assaulting the girl in question. X wondered about the situation's outcome. This entity was excited for the upcoming result. Yunyu opened the door and took one look. The girl seemed shocked. At the same time, a rushing hero stopped mid-run as he stumbled upon a group of beaten-up teenagers lying on the ground. From the looks of it, Dante realized that they were also dice users and speculated that the A-rank dicer was the one to put them in such a state. Meanwhile, Yunyu seemed shocked to see her boyfriend waiting for her outside, wanting to go to school with her. But the girl noticed a few bruises on his hand. Yet, he reassured her that he'd just hurt himself while exercising, and so they went on their way. As Dante arrived at the scene, our hero watched them as they went away. Taibin, who noticed him, told Dante to go away with one look of his eyes, leaving him annoyed. But since the dicers he had just taken out were just beginners, Taibin should not inflate his ego as Yunyu was at risk. Later on at school, Yunyu noticed that everyone who greeted them arrived early. Yet the present students were the only ones attending today as it was Saturday. And with that, they decided to repeat with what they had. Some of the spectators recognized the protagonist and asked him if he came here to watch the cute girls, which he denied. And since the piano player was not available, a female student went to replace him. This girl, whom both Dante and Taibin recognized as a dicer, presented herself as Mio from Class 2. After Mio introduced herself to Yunyu, who she seemed to know only by fame, the students started the rehearsal. With that, the auditorium was filled with the piano tunes. Most of the seats were left empty. Taibin admired his girlfriend on stage, but Dante was enchanted by his beloved's performance. Yunyu then noticed and waved to the shy boy, who immediately waved back with excitement. It was almost 11 a.m., marking the 6th hour of the quest. The call made our hero speculate that he exaggerated the dicer's desperation to get dice. But then Taibin approached our hero and stated that his presence was not necessary since he could guarantee the girl's safety by himself, before stating that it seemed like the dice users must not be as interested as they were before. Dante began to take this into consideration, but little did he know that he was being watched from afar. The boss of the family stated that the first two dicers were shielding the girl as expected, and with that, he informed his minion to start the plan very soon. Dante felt uneasy as if he could feel eyes on him. But just then, he noticed something wrong with the lights. He was left in awe as the projectors began to move. Dante could not believe his eyes while Yunyu was left clueless about the upcoming disaster. Taibin hurried towards the exit and was unable to open the door. He was left confused as the exit was locked. The protagonist was astonished as the lights began to fall off, making Mio smile in secret. The heavy projectors were about to fall on the chorus girls. And so our hero rushed to the stage while warning the singers, but he was too late as the projectors had already fallen. The horrified Dante was left in complete shock. Yunyu was completely baffled as a certain death had missed her by an inch. Dante rushed to check on the girl, who confirmed being unharmed. Mio began to sneak near Yunyu with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, the boss of the family was watching from afar and so ordered his minions to commence the next phase of the plan as one of them reached the power switch, cutting all electricity, plunging the whole auditorium into complete darkness. Both of the first dicers realized that this was someone's doing. Dante checked on the target once again, who confirmed being alright. But just then, an approaching figure activated its nocturnal sight. With that, Mio was able to see through the darkness, ready to catch the poor chorus girl by surprise. And so, Mio grabbed the scared Yunyu from behind. The horrified girl wondered about her attacker, but Mio advised her to keep silent, threatening to disfigure her. With that, the terrified target was dragged away. Dante then began to call Yunyu's name. Our hero jumped on the stage to check on her. Despite his calls, our hero could only hear silence. The protagonist decided to use the light of his phone since he was blinded by the darkness. With that, our hero resumed his search. But his flashlight was too weak, forcing him to use his dice. And so, he informed X, who stated that our hero had 12 active red dice. X confirmed that the young man had rolled a total of 12 dice. With that, Dante decided to use 10 of his 44 skill points to acquire the skill Night Vision. And so began the synchronization, improving our hero's eyes. At the end of the process, our hero was left with 34 skill points and improved vision, allowing him to identify his surroundings without any light. But just then, he noticed that his beloved was nowhere to be found. Our hero realized that Mio was the one who kidnapped Yunyu before noticing drag marks on the ground. And so, the protagonist rushed to save her. Our hero was finally met by some light as he rushed to Yunyu's rescue. He then began to recall his dead friend's words while running. As he remembered the boy's phenomenal left arm, he recalled how he stated that dicers could acquire unnatural powers unreachable by normal humans. Dante began to wonder if his enhanced skills could already be considered supernatural gifts. He was left confused as to whether he had already surpassed human capabilities or not, but he was at least sure that all dicers were far superior to regular humans. Dante began to wonder what would happen next. But just then, he noticed a figure harming another while dragging it, when suddenly, someone waiting for him ambushed him with a kick. But Dante managed to evade the blow. The boy, who barely evaded the damage, was surprised by his attacker, who immediately struck another quick attack, aiming for the hero's legs, who quickly jumped out of the way. As he gained some distance, the protagonist took a good look at his attacker. Dante was baffled as he seemed to recognize his attacker. Meanwhile, back at the auditorium, the dicers confirmed the success of this phase of the plan while Tybin realized that his girlfriend was kidnapped and Dante went to pursue the kidnappers. And so, he decided to restore the lights in order to go after them. With that, he began to locate the power switch of the auditorium. And as soon as he located it, he rendered the distance perfect. With that, Tybin pressed the button on his phone and activated the power of teleportation that required a certain number of dice. And after entering the coordinates, he began the teleportation. With that, a circle of light appeared right under his feet when he suddenly disappeared, leaving the members of the family confused. He stated to have witnessed a light, but little did he know, the first dicer was now behind him. And so Tybin smacked the dicer's head into the glass before driving him away, lighting up the room and restoring the lights of the auditorium, making the students wonder who restored the power. The boss of the family was left amazed and became thrilled at the idea of showing Tybin the power of his dice guild. Meanwhile, Yunyu was still being dragged by the female dicer, who opened the door and brutally threw her inside the classroom. But when Yunyu demanded an explanation, the girl stated that this was part of the deal, and even though she wanted to humiliate her herself, they were going to take pictures, leaving the target confused. Mio claimed that the girl would not understand as it was a dice quest and that she would ask for help later on before closing the door, leaving Yunyu inside alone and terrified. Meanwhile, Dante asked his attacker, whom he recognized from their encounter at the funeral, to clear the way, but the dicer stated that this was not their first interaction and that they had old matters to settle. Meanwhile, in the dark classroom where Yunyu was locked, the girl began to look at something shiny as she began to think about the situation with the 3 blue dice in her hand. The students were intrigued as a mysterious person restored the lights in the electric room. With that being settled, Tybin went on his way. But just as he went down the stairs, the first dicer heard an odd noise. Tybin was surprised since the auditorium was filled with students, all looking at him and looking for problems. These malevolent intentions coming from them scared the poor chorus girl. The boss of the family greeted the first dicer and stated that this was Tybin's first encounter with him and his guild. But to the boss's surprise, Tybin's face was decorated with a smile. The young man only had 9 skill points left. So, he decided to save his dice for later and deal with the problem on his own. But just then, one of the dicers attacked Tybin, trying to take him by surprise, yet the boy dodged the punch with terrifying ease before counterattacking with a kick to the face, knocking his opponent to the ground, leaving all the other dicers astonished and petrified. With that, he decided to entertain himself with his dice guild. Meanwhile, Dante asked his attacker, who claimed to have met him before the funeral, if he was also here for the chorus girl. But the attacker affirmed that he was only here for him, not her. Dante, embarrassed, stated that he was not interested in him, making the dicer blush as he affirmed that he had no such romantic intentions, but instead he was here because of the embarrassment Dante inflicted on him, confusing the protagonist, who recognized his attacker as the nerd's past bully. The dicer was happy that his target finally recognized him. Back then, he took pleasure in assaulting the poor student before Dante entered the scene, ready to defend the nerd despite being recognized as the one being bullied before. But just then, the protagonist punched him in the face, knocking him off his feet. The confused, beaten-up bully could hear our hero helping his friend. He could not be more intrigued since the protagonist was the kid that everyone used to pick on. Just then, He watched Dante giving the boy something shiny, like he was too beaten up to recognize as a dice. Later in class, he could hear the laughs and rumors about some students who were demolished by Dante, leaving him annoyed. The bully even recalled the punch to the point where he began to wake up in a sweat after reliving the embarrassment inflicted by the protagonist in his dream over and over again. But the truth was then quickly unveiled to him as he saw the dead body of the late dicer. The boy was speechless in front of this sight as the ground was covered in blood right next to the alien dice. In the end, he decided to pick it up. Back to the present, he asked Dante if he knew what he thought after getting familiar with the dice, piquing his curiosity. The dicer was disappointed, stating that if he knew the powers of the dice before, he would have stolen all of them, leaving the protagonist baffled. The bully revealed that he was not sure of his actions due to the presence of a corpse. But as he recalled the event, he remembered it as a giant treasure where he only took a small portion. Seeing the bully laugh only made our hero angrier since his friend died that day. With that, the bully quickly charged at the protagonist, who barely evaded a kick to the face. As he dodged, our hero realized how fast his opponent was. But the bully was not done yet as he jumped into the air. Fearing the worst, Dante quickly flinched and evaded a devastating kick that was strong enough to damage the ground. Dante realized that this dicer focused on enhancing the power of his legs. But just then, the bully was about to catch him with a surprise attack. So, the protagonist had no choice but to block the kick that knocked him back a few meters away. The bully then claimed that the exhausted Dante did not focus on his physical abilities before stating that he overlooked one matter and that he should have started to ready himself right when the number of dicers began to increase, before stating that he used the power of the dice to greatly enhance his own legs. Dante was a little quicker than his opponent. But that advantage was cancelled by the bully's kick range, leaving our hero in a challenging situation since time was against him. Seeing how Yunyu's safety was at stake, with that, he decided to beat the bully as fast as he could. And so began the fight between the two dicers and their respective stats. But meanwhile, Tybin was still stuck in the auditorium since the fight was still going on. With the first dicer easily dominating his foes, Tybin was quick, and as soon as he turned, he broke a dicer's arm with a simple kick, defeating him with ease. This made the family members speculate that Tybin was practically invincible. The boss could not deny his amazement. He did not want to resort to the three firefoxes, but this was the only way to deal with Tybin, who used 2 of his skill points to renew his strength. With that, he was ready to continue the fight. Meanwhile, in the equipment room, where the screams for help could not be heard, the chorus girl was desperate for someone to come and free her before realizing that it was pointless when suddenly she was struck by an idea and pulled out the blue dice in her possession. This made her think deeply as she recalled how the boy from back then stated that these dice could be used to improve one's appearance or abilities by rolling them, and how the one that trapped her claimed that there was no point in explaining since non-dicers would not understand. Yunyu stared at the dice. Her blue eyes were greatly focused on the blue dice in her hand, but just then the door was opened, startling the poor girl. The mysterious boy had found Yunyu, who was imprisoned in the equipment room. Meanwhile, Dante was still fighting, evading the first kick directed at his face and the second aiming for his feet before regaining some distance. The bully was annoyed by the protagonist, who would not face him directly. With that, our hero wondered if he had no other choice but to use his 34 points left in order to beat the bully. Meanwhile, Dante was still fighting, evading the first kick directed at his face and the second aiming for his feet before regaining some distance. The bully was annoyed by the protagonist, who would not face him directly. With that, our hero wondered if he had no other choice but to use his 34 points left in order to beat the bully. Meanwhile, in the auditorium where Tybin was still facing the family, some of the dicers were hidden, searching for the right opportunity. One of the dicers of the families grew too, hiding outside in the hallway, wondered if the prize was worth the risk, and so another affirmed that it was. He then pulled out his phone and explained that the quests were accomplished for each insult and each picture, before adding that they could turn to harassing her in order to earn a generous amount of dice. One of them asked if they could harm her in an intimate way. So, the dicer explained that this privilege belonged to the boss, making the boss look like a lustful man. But just then, a loud slam was heard, making them wonder if they would be engaging soon. 2 of the dicers began to discuss their plan with the dice. So, one claimed that he would use them for his hype, while the other wanted to assure his enrollment into college. But just then, a fat boy approached the 2 students, recognizing them as dice users, and stated that the boss of the family would make him a dicer if the mission was successful, making the 2 of them look at him with uneasy eyes before claiming this to be a lie. To the fat boy's surprise, stating that the red dice that the boss gave were just fakes that he bought at the store and that they got their blue dice elsewhere. They then advised him to copy the kid that was behind him and just flee the scene. But just then, the door was opened and a member of the family ordered the students to engage against just one person. To their surprise, the student then stated that this was their chance to get as much dice as they wanted, motivating the troops to go into battle, and so they came face to face with Tybin, who was exhausted from the countless dicers he had single-handedly beaten up. To his surprise, more foes had appeared. The boss encouraged the members of Group 2, stating that Tybin was already tired and they only needed one good blow before stating that Taemon also joined the assault and that whoever vanquished him first would have the honor of doing the first quest with him along with receiving lots of dice. And so the first one charged at the first dicer, but as soon as he attacked, Tybin was quick to react and with just one hit defeated the enemy dicer. Meanwhile, Dante decided to use his skill points again. X then asked about the skill he desired to enhance. The protagonist decided to use 10 skill points on his agility. This made the bully laugh since he assumed that Dante planned to beat him using only his speed. After the synchronization was completed, X informed the dicer that he had reached the peak of his body's agility and was now at risk of injury. But our hero did not care. The bully wanted Dante to face him head-on. And so Dante charged right at him, shocking the bully when our hero suddenly jumped. The protagonist was now on the window, to the dicer's surprise. The bully then decided to attack, only to miss and only hit the window, shattering it to pieces. This temporarily blinded him as he tried to regain sight of the hero. But little did he know, Dante was right behind him, ready to kick him in the head. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, of all the beaten-up dicers, Tybin approached the fat boy, who was the only one not to attack him, just to notice a cutting knife in his hand. The first dicer was shocked to know that someone here aimed to stab him. So, the terrified fat boy immediately dropped the weapon and denied his intent, begging Tybin to spare him as he was just a regular non-dicer. With that, the first dicer turned to the boss, who began to panic, seeing how he did not expect Tybin to be so powerful. So he turned to his last minion, reminding him that he was here to become a dicer and affirmed that if he did not stand his ground right here and right now, he would never obtain such an honor. The fat boy reached for the weapon, stating that he wanted dice, and charged at the first dicer from behind with his cutting knife in hand. Just like that, Tybin had been stabbed in the back. The baffled boy could not process it as all he could see was the blood on the floor. Back to Dante, the protagonist managed to kick the bully in the back of his head, and before he could even react, the dicer was knocked down. Dante took a moment to catch his breath and check that the bully was truly beaten. And with 6 hours and 15 minutes left until the end of the quest, our hero rushed to rescue his beloved, who had been startled by the door suddenly being opened by a shady figure, which left the girl speechless. His face could not be seen, leaving Yunya curious about this person's identity. Meanwhile, Dante kept searching for her while calling out her name. He waited for a response, yet only silence answered. The bully was left confused since the chorus girl was rumored to be in possession of dice that she refused to roll. This made him think of Yunya as a prideful person who already pictured herself as perfect while all the others struggled to become dicers before pointing out that even Dante used the power of the dice. With that, the angry bully asked the protagonist why he was so determined to protect such a person, leaving him speechless. But since there was no time to waste, our hero quickly resumed his search while screaming for the girl. Dante first met his crush in middle school and first thought of her as an odd girl, but in reality, she was an honest person with a noble heart, a girl that was nice to everyone and liked by all. Yunya was the crush of every boy, including the one she just greeted. She was thrilled to know that a familiar face like Dante would be with her in a music class full of strangers. As she left with her friends judging her for talking to someone like him, our hero was surprised to see her being nice to the likes of him. With that, he began to recall the question asked by the bully as he went on his way, lost in his thoughts. In the equipment room, the poor girl begged the stranger to stay away. The mysterious person was none other than the boy from the music class incident. Yunya threatened to scream if the boy came any closer, but to her horror, he claimed that no one would come even if she screamed her lungs out. The boy stated that he was now a dicer and that he came here with a different purpose. He then began to pull something out of his pocket. Yunya began to fear the worst. The boy showed her his phone, and on it was a message from X, destined for Yunya. Yunya could not believe her eyes and was intrigued by the mysterious application. The cheerful entity presented itself as X and claimed to want to converse with the girl. Meanwhile, in the auditorium where the shocked Tybin was stabbed by the fat kid, the first dicer punched his attacker away. As the knife fell to the ground, he stood there in silence and touched his wound only to find blood on his hand. The stabber began to cry in horror. The boss of the family was thrilled, thinking that Taibin had lost the fight since he was stabbed, and suggested that he surrender now. But the dicer just stood there, trying to catch his own breath. The overweight boy deeply apologized, claiming it to be an accident, but the boss affirmed that it was intentional as he praised his minion. Taibin began to stare coldly at the stabber, who stated that he only wanted to become a dicer with tears filling his eyes. At that moment, the A-rank dicer saw his past self in the scared boy, which put him in a tough spot. Back in the equipment room, X presented itself to the girl. The entity stated that it was the game master that had set his player after her. Yunyu realized that X was the one offering dice to the students and asked him to reveal himself. But X ignored her, stating that he had a question as he was curious about Yunyu, who refused to use his dice. Since she had enough time to think about the privileges of dicers, X assumed that she just thought herself better than the rest, or like him, just enjoyed the chaos. He then pointed out that everyone was suffering because of their situation before asking Yunyu if she did not want to perfect herself. Back at the auditorium, the sight of a stabbed Taibin restored the morale and courage of the family members, who were confident they could win without the fox's intervention. As for Dante, he kept running around the school, searching for her. The protagonist was not sure why he wanted to protect Taibin's girlfriend, who would probably be disappointed to learn that he was a dicer and might even loathe him. And yet, his feelings for her were enough of a reason for the protagonist's will to protect Yunyu. And so, he screamed her name again. The girl was shocked by the sound of the distant screams. As she recognized the approaching voice, Dante was now near the equipment room. To everyone's surprise, Yunyu was suddenly silenced as she tried to signal her position. The boy paused for a second as he was sure he had heard a voice, and with that, resumed his search. Now the equipment room was rendered noiseless. The poor girl tried her best to scream, but the horrified Yunyu was rendered powerless as the boy restrained her body and mouth. With that, Dante kept going further away. A startled girl noticed that X wanted to continue their conversation in peace, and so he asked her again about her being against the use of dice, but she could not express herself with the boy holding her mouth. After regaining the freedom of speech, the chorus girl affirmed that she was far from being superior to others. X began to mock her as he realized the girl was trying to live with what she had. This made Yunyu think in silence before asking X if his dice would also allow one to change the entourage of the dicer, just like it changes him. This question shocked both the game master and the player. The nervous X played it off as a joke, stating that he never gave it a thought. Yunyu stared at the screen with cold eyes as X grew curious about the person the girl was trying to reshape. Despite her insisting, the game master refused, wanting to hear the girl's motive first. Yunyu realized that it was impossible to change others since X did not confirm it. But he then pointed out that he did not affirm the opposite either. He then proposed that Yunyu use the dice in order to find out for herself. The confused girl thought for a moment before finally asking the game master about the purpose of all his quests, to which he responded that he was only doing it for the thrill of the game, an answer that horrified the poor girl. X enjoyed watching everyone play in the palm of his hand in exchange for the dice that desperately helped them perfect themselves before asking Yunyu to join the game. The crazy game master desperately wanted her in his game, but Yunyu declined, stating that she would never become a dicer. This left X disappointed, seeing the girl's interesting potential as a dicer, before waving goodbye to Yunyu, who then witnessed a light. An intense purple light emitted from the boy's screen, startling both, announcing a slight change in the quest, making her fear the worst as their coordinates had been leaked to all. The dicers were shocked by the quest update that added a GPS. All dicers and Yunyu were on their guard as X added the target's real-time location along with increasing the mission's rewards. And with the time limit remaining the same, X encouraged all the players to charge right at the girl. Yunyu saw that she truly was the target of a quest. The boy then asked X if he truly was free to use Yunyu as he pleased. She confirmed. And so he grabbed the poor girl and pinned her against the wall. But just then, they heard a voice ordering the boy to stop. Dante entered the scene by breaking the door. The boy then remembered that all dicers were aware of Yunyu's location. But just then, the protagonist kicked him in the head, knocking him unconscious, which amused the game master, saving Yunyu from traumatizing harm. Dante tried to catch his breath before asking a surprised Yunyu if she was injured and was then relieved to know that she was unharmed. But before she could ask him how he found her so quickly, our hero grabbed her hand, stating that he would explain later as they headed towards the door. But just as they exited the room, approaching footsteps could be heard. Dante noticed it and immediately changed their direction. Yunyu was left impressed by her savior. But just then, he stumbled upon a bunch of dicers on the stairs who were all desperate to get their hands on the target. which thrilled X, who compared the situation to a good zombie movie. Seeing how the target was no longer locked in one spot, the dicer stated that the family boss's plan was now rendered useless. With that, they all went to pursue Yunyu, leaving Taibin alone with the boss. Dante only had to guarantee the girl's safety for less than 2 hours and a half. But all the dicers were after them. So an amused X advised them to accelerate in order to survive. Yet the game master was intrigued as the young man was headed to the roof when an immense crowd was after him. And after arriving, our hero quickly blocked the door, which surprised X. It was almost sunset. Dante assumed that they still had time before the dicers arrived and asked Yunyu to help him block the door. But just then, something caught our hero's attention. The girl had something to say, and after gathering her courage, she asked the protagonist if he was, in fact, a dice user. But just then, the countless dicers realized that the target was hiding on the roof. While Dante was left shocked by this sudden question, Yunyu wanted to know if her friend was, in fact, a dicer. But just as she was about to insist, the dicers suddenly arrived and ordered them to open the door. Both of them felt alarmed, especially the protagonist, since there was a long time left before the end of the quest. And so he promised the chorus girl that he would tell her everything later since it was urgent for them to immediately run away. But to his surprise, the girl grabbed him by the sleeve. The crying Yunyu began to beg him. She stated that she was now aware of why everyone was coming after her and that doubt had entered her heart, fearing that her protector might betray her. But the dicers were getting close to entering, putting our hero in a tough spot. Yunyu promised that she would not be surprised by his words as she begged him to tell the truth, leaving him in a difficult situation, not knowing how to explain. He had no idea how to begin his explanation as he recalled all the crazy past events. And so, Dante finally told Yunyu that he was a dicer. Meanwhile, the dicer was unable to force the door open since he had focused his skill points on his appearance rather than his strength before asking the other one about his use of the points. They then asked the strength-focused dicers to raise their hands as they were desperate. But in order to break down the door, a fight broke out since this would allow the agility-based dicers to obtain the high ground. Yet, just as they argued, a voice ordered them to halt their idiocy. Mio and her friends had now arrived at the scene. One of the dicers stated that they were arrogant to arrive like that and order them around, earning himself a cold stare from the girl on the left. The one with long hair explained that the sun would set in 1 hour, which is why they should focus on the quest to obtain dice. At the same time, on the now silent rooftop, telling the truth to Yunyu made the atmosphere awkward between them. Yunyu then asked him if he was also trying to humiliate her, but Dante denied it, almost confessing his feelings by mistake. The girl wanted to know if the protagonist was tangled in the mission. But just as he was about to deny it, he remembered the special quest given to him by X, making him stand there in silence. When suddenly, the door was broken and fell down. Things were getting worse for Dante and Yunyu. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, the boss of the family was wondering where the error in his strategy was as it had miserably failed. Taibin stated that the boss was betrayed by his manpower and asked if there were any more foes for him to fight before turning to the terrified fat boy, who should be his last opponent. And so the first dicer went on his way, ignoring the scared boy and the family boss, who ordered him to stay still. The boss of the dice family was offended by Taibin ignoring him. But the young man continued on his way regardless. This annoyed the boss, who charged at Taibin. But the first dicer quickly grabbed the arm of his attacker, refusing to free him. Taibin then managed to punch the beginner dicer with monstrous strength, sending him flying across the room. The boss was impressed by such power. He claimed that since he had focused his skill points on endurance, such attacks were pointless against him. And so Taibin clenched his fist and gave his opponent a dark death glare. This terrified the boss of the family, who immediately pretended to faint on the spot. And so the stabbed Taibin went on his way. He was slowly walking towards his destination as blood dripped. Seeing how Taibin was making a great effort, X asked him if he wanted to protect Yunyu or if he had another reason. The boy claimed that the number of rankers would rise if he did not intervene, repeating the same scenario for him. The game master wondered if he could truly stop this outcome. X then told Taibin to stop hiding and go play with the older dicers without worrying, allowing anger to rise in his heart. Meanwhile, on the roof, our heroes had been found. And so, the dicers charged all at once at the target. Dante and Yunyu tried to flee, but there was nowhere to run as they were now cornered by all the hostile dicers, who were desperate to achieve this lucrative quest. With that, the situation of our hero was rendered hopeless. Taibin did his best to reach the rooftop despite the pain, leaving a trail of blood behind him. X teased him about it and proposed using his 2 remaining skill points to heal his wound. but Tybin affirmed that he could manage as less than half an hour remained until sunset. The quest was close to ending, but the target was now cornered by her hunters. Dante was well aware that they just needed to hold their ground until the end. But this task proved to be quite challenging, and so he tried to think of a solution. He wondered if he should use all of his 24 skill points to enhance his physical ability and jump with Yunyu, but quickly scrapped the idea, as a lack of points would only result in hurting the girl, and even down there, the dicers were also waiting for them. But just as he was thinking about the course of action, one of the students charged at them with a pair of scissors in his hand. The protagonist managed to evade the stab and was left baffled, along with Yunyu, upon noticing the weapon in his hand before defeating him with one punch, making him drop the pair of scissors at the feet of another dicer. But just as he was about to pick it up, Dante implored him not to. The protagonist stated that he would beat up anyone who approached them, making the dicers freeze in place before pushing one of their own to the front. The students then stated that since Dante was a dicer like them, he must help them achieve the quest instead of shielding her. The protagonist stated that it was wrong of them to entangle regular people like her in their affairs as dicers. But the dicers did not care about his sense of righteousness and speculated that Yunyu had promised him something in exchange for protection. Dante then reassured the target that they only had to hold on until sunset marked the end of the quest, leaving the girl speechless. Not sure what to do, the students pulled out their phones in order to take humiliating pictures as requested by X, and so both of them were bombarded by the photo flashes, making our hero grow worried. The amused game master then informed them that these pictures were not humiliating enough. This made the dicers discuss their next action among themselves. And so one of the three girls claimed that they had to hurt Yunyu and strip her down as she and her friend stepped forward. She then picked up the scissors, stating that she was aware that Dante's threat only aimed to buy time. With that, she challenged the protagonist to hold out as long as he could against them. While Mio increased her vision, the girl holding the pair of scissors specialized in agility, while the third one focused on her strength. Yet, Dante was determined to stand his ground in front of the three dicers. And so, the girl charged at him, but the protagonist was ready for it. The girl was fast, but just as she was about to stab the young man, a voice begged them to stop, making him turn around. Yunyu threatened to jump from the roof if they did not halt their fighting. All those present at the scene were shocked by her actions as she stated that once she jumped, the quest would be impossible to fulfill. Even X was surprised, but when Dante tried to reason with her, he began to speculate that this was a way to buy some time. But when he tried to get her down, Yunyu ordered him not to approach her. The girl even threatened to jump if her protector came closer. Her attackers tried to reason with her, stating that they only wanted dice. Yunyu pointed out that all of them had begun to act strangely and related their actions to their desire for dice. Yunyu recognized some acquaintances in the crowd despite how some of their faces were modified before asking them if the ability to transform themselves was really worth the peaceful friendship they had. But the dicers affirmed that since Yunyu was blessed with beauty at birth, she could not comprehend their desire for dice. She then tried to guilt them by asking if it was acceptable to assault someone in order to obtain dice. Just then, Tybin arrived at the roof. Seeing how the other dicers were reasoning with her logic, the speed-specialized female dicer grew extremely frustrated, and so she charged at the target, armed with her scissors, not wanting to hear another word from her. Seeing this, Dante resorted to his super speed while Tybin used teleportation. Yet, it was too late. Despite their best efforts, the pair of scissors had reached the poor chorus girl, making her trip from the rooftop. Yunyu was left in complete shock with her ripped clothes, as she felt what seemed a certain death. To everyone's horror, even though Dante and Tybin managed to prevent a severe injury, the damage was already done. As Yunyu began to fall, our hero quickly noticed the desperate girl and immediately rushed to her using his super speed, and with that, grabbed her by the hand, saving his beloved from a certain fall. Dante was using all his strength to prevent her from slipping. Tybin watched as the protagonist lifted his girlfriend up. The girl was left confused since the first dicer appeared out of nowhere. The young man used his last 2 skill points to teleport himself a distance of 20 meters, and after some effort, the chorus girl was rendered out of danger. But just then, something shocking caught the protagonist's attention. As Yunyu's back was already injured, Dante decided to check, seeing the cut on her body while wondering about the quest's outcome, making the female dicer giggle. She finally burst out laughing and asked X to send her the dice since she managed to injure the target, which he denied. After some analysis, the game master realized that only the clothes were damaged, but their wearer was left unharmed, confusing the girl, who clearly saw the injury. X then revealed that the cut was already on her back. which confused all the students until they realized that this injury was, in fact, a scar, leaving the embarrassed Yunyu lost for words, and so Dante immediately took off his jacket and put it around the chorus girl, leaving her baffled by such a chivalrous display. The shy boy then began to scold her with a blush on his face, stating that what she did was reckless and that they only needed to last a bit longer as he and Taibin shielded her. With that, he turned to the boy in question and stated that he was also trying to protect Yunyu, seeing how he was not trying to harm her, which he indirectly confirmed. And while Taibin was wondering when her boyfriend appeared, Dante considered it settled. With that, he proposed to make a truce with Taibin until the end of this quest. Sunset was now close. With a little less than 8 minutes until the end of the mission, the female dicer ordered them to attack together. And so the dicers charged at them all at once. Dante opened the festivities with a kick, knocking the scissors out of the dicer's hand. Taibin easily dodged an incoming punch before counterattacking. It was now the strength-specialized female dicer's turn to attack. The protagonist barely dodged her punch that ended up breaking the ground. He then did his best to block an incoming kick. And with 5 minutes left, the dicers began to rush toward Yunyu. They all urged to complete this mission, including the boss of the family, who was determined to complete it no matter what. But while all the dicers were charging at the target, the mysterious girl just stood there in silence and watched as Dante and Taibin held their ground. But just when the boss of the family was about to reach the roof, she suddenly kicked him in the guts, knocking him back, making him and many other students fall on the stairs. The dicers did not have time to see their attacker's face, who just stood there in silence. Dante struggled to repel all the dicers as only a minute was left, but just then he noticed. The sun was almost out of sight, and with it completely disappearing, the timer reached 0, marking the end of this quest and failure. X notified all the attackers that they were unable to succeed before cheering him up by stating that many more quests were on their way. The dicers were disgusted by their failure, unable to accept their defeat. Dante was glad that Yunyu was safe until the end. While Taibin tried to catch his breath, Yunyu was relieved when suddenly, to her surprise, the phones began to vibrate. She then turned to the protagonist, asking him why his screen said that the quest was successful. Our hero could not believe his eyes as he managed to complete his special quest, earning himself a mystery dice. Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared next to the protagonist, right in front of everyone. Dante could not believe his eyes as he was holding his prize in his hand. The dice with question mark faces. This dice was special and still alien to our hero. If the blue dice allowed one to enhance his abilities, the next level should logically grant the user power beyond human limits. This seemed silly to the protagonist, who just read it in the nerd's notebook, but now it was in his hand. Dante was baffled by this new golden dice, making all the dicers jealous as he was the only one to get a dice, and a special one at that. They were furious upon seeing Dante getting a dice despite the quest being a failure. The dicers began to speculate that Dante was, in fact, on a quest of his own, making the mysterious girl wonder about it. In the end, they all saw him as an immoral dicer like them instead of a shining savior. Our hero was left speechless in front of these accusations. But when Yunyu demanded an explanation, Dante demanded everything but lacked the words to explain himself. As the malice of the dicers began to rise, it caught Taibin's attention. At that moment, the protagonist wanted to affirm that he only wanted her safety, yet he could not utter a single word. Just then, Taibin fell to his knees. Yunyu went to check on him, only to find her boyfriend bleeding. The girl began to panic as she wondered what she should do to help him. Just then, the two dicers made eye contact. Taibin tried to warn the protagonist about using the golden dice, yet he could not hear a word he said. Yunyu was then startled by Dante, who approached them. The poor girl tried to explain herself to the shocked protagonist, but he already understood it all when a shadow quickly approached him from behind. Suddenly, Dante found himself getting smacked in the back of his head with a chair. The enemy dicers charged at the poor boy as he fell to the ground. The thrilled boss of the family began to laugh as they finally had an opportunity to take down the protagonist. With that, he looked at Taibin, who could barely stand on his feet, ready to finish what was started in the auditorium. At first, the protagonist speculated that the dice would bring people happiness since everyone wanted to be better in every way. But now, he began to regret his choices. The dicers then charged the poor girl, ready to strip her of her dice despite it already being sunset. All charged with the chorus girl as they were desperate for the self-changing dice. The weakened Taibin could no longer fight, to Yunyu's horror. But the dicers stated that she should worry about herself as they affirmed that they were going to take her dice in any way, with or without her cooperation. Yunyu then ran to the edge, making them think that she was about to jump, and so they went after her as she was trying to escape. Yunya was now once again cornered by the thirsty dicers, who quickly grabbed her. At that moment, Dante grew angry as he witnessed his beloved being pulled against her will while being terrified. Seeing this, the hero punched his way out and dashed forward. As anger filled his eyes, he went to save Yunya. But in his rush, he accidentally dropped the golden dice. Just like that, the mysterious dice hit the ground before beginning to spin. As it turned red, odd symbols replaced the question marks on its 6 faces. And so the dice was activated, allowing our hero to level up and enlarge his skill tree. As the synchronization was rendered complete, the special dice landed on a hard glass symbol. The protagonist rushed to save her as the purple light appeared right behind him. X then asked him if he wanted to use his 24 skill points to enhance his new skill. And so the protagonist desperately screamed for them to stop. Just then, the power of the dice filled the area. Yunya's tears were frozen in the air as all the students were rendered motionless. To Dante's surprise, the young man was left baffled as he had a hard time believing his own 2 eyes. Dante was left confused as he could not comprehend the situation. His jacket, along with the plane, was frozen in place. But just then, our hero noticed something odd on his phone. Despite also being frozen in time, a weird symbol appeared on his screen. The same hard glass symbol that was on the dice was now on his phone screen. With that, 6 new mysterious skills entered the play. All were frozen, the girl and her attackers, along with Taibin and the head of a family. Dante began to look around, still baffled by what had just happened, as he was the only one granted mobility while everything else was frozen. And so he approached his phone, only to pick it up and find an hourglass icon on it. When suddenly the phone began to vibrate in the boy's hand as it showed a countdown. X confirmed to the young man that he really was the one to stop time and that he obtained this ability by using the gold dice. This skill was called Time Pause, allowing its user to stop the flow of time for 10 seconds for each skill point used and granting motion to anything he touches. As the game master confirmed that everything would remain motionless if Dante did not touch it, it made him realize that he had obtained an inhuman power. X then proceeded to congratulate the young man on becoming a ranker. The term ranker intrigued the young man. Dante then speculated that each one obtained a different ability based on his dice roll, like Taibin. But the game master advised him to focus on the little time his skill had left. Our hero was left with 3 minutes of time freeze. He wanted to take Yunya and run away with her. But the time he had left was not nearly enough. And even if they managed to escape, Yunya would still be the dicer's prey with the blue dice in her possession. It would also be impossible for the girl to leave the stabbed Taibin behind. Dante found the situation to be challenging. But he then looked at the head of the family and suddenly got an idea. With the time freeze still being active and Yunya's clothes being ripped off, our shy hero did his best to cover her with his jacket without looking. And when his hand came in contact with her, a confused Yunya was startled as she was rendered free from the time freeze. The panicked girl then turned to Dante. Our hero reassured her that it was okay now and then asked the confused girl to follow his plan. Dante was determined to end this quest once and for all. Just then, the skill effect had reached its end, and the flow of time resumed its course. And so the dicers who tried to grab Yunya fell down. All were confused as the girl suddenly disappeared. Then someone came to them and stated that they had failed the quest. Dante affirmed that they could never find Yunya no matter how hard they tried. But the dicers did not believe him and ordered him to hand over his gold dice. So the young man claimed to submit to their demand if they could beat him in a fight. One of the dicers felt offended by Dante, who wanted to fight them all at once. But just as he was about to punch, the protagonist suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind them, which shocked the dicers, who were left confused. And so they decided to charge at him from the sides and corner him. So, the protagonist, who reappeared behind them once again, stated that they just could not, making them realize that he had obtained a superpower. X was amused as the new ranker was using his few remaining skill points on time freeze, which seemed like instant movement to the naked eye of those trapped in time. Taibin recognized the skill and began to think of how lucky Dante was to obtain such a skill. While the hidden Yunya watched in silence, she recalled how he told her to hide behind the door of the rooftop and was left intrigued about how he would finish it all. But just then, the boss of the family grabbed the protagonist from behind. He then ordered his men to attack Dante while he restrained him. Yet, our hero was not impressed. And just as the first minion was about to land his punch, he was frozen in time once again. The boss of the family, who happened to be touching our hero, was left baffled and confused. He began to panic as all motion was suddenly stopped. Realizing that this was the ranker's doing, but just then, the dicer slipped and was grabbed by the shirt right before falling. Just like that, Dante held him by the neck as he was completely rendered at his mercy. The boss of the family screamed at the protagonist to hand him over. But Dante then pointed out his poor choice of words. So the dicer began to beg him not to let him fall over the rooftop. This made the ranker smile as the time freeze reached its end, allowing the goons to find their boss in such a position. Dante then claimed to have an announcement to make regarding the spread of the dice, asking them how they became familiar with the game master, making the rest of the dicers discuss it among themselves. The protagonist stated that the dice began to spread a month ago and that the first dicer should be aware of his insinuation as he began to recall a particular event that happened at school. Just then, all the dicers realized something important. And while Taibin began to fear the worst, Yunyu was left confused. It all started with the death of the nerd, whom Dante had personally made a dicer, which meant that all of them had him to thank for the dice, leaving the masses in shock. Yunyu could not believe it, but the protagonist seemed to have more to say, and so he announced that he would be making his own dice guild, different from the family and the likes of it. The girl could not believe it, as all that happened was Dandy's fault. This left her at a loss for words. While Taibin and the others were by his group's idea. So Dante reaffirmed that he was going to create a group of dicers. And since this looked like a game, he opted to call it a guild, stating that it was open to all before adding that he would do his best to provide them with data along with helping them with quests in order to help them rise to the title of ranker. To X's amusement and everyone's shock, the protagonist then stated that they were all free to accept or decline the invitation before affirming that he would be showing no mercy to his future enemies. The boss of the family used the opportunity to invite the dicers to join his guild instead. Hearing this, Dante tightened his grip, making his hostage fear the worst, but the protagonist threw him out of danger. The boss was glad to regain footing on the ground. With that, he made his escape, promising to come back with his family. Hearing this, the three female dicers left the scene as they were uninterested in such a proposal. As Dante watched them leave, the dicers were curious if Dante would really help with the quests without demanding bribes and if he would really give dice to the regular students that demanded them. Dante affirmed that he would be true to his word but had two main conditions to impose, piquing the curiosity of the crowd. The first being that it would be forbidden to entangle normal humans in their affairs. Taibin was shocked as the protagonist stated that each dicer was responsible for his own actions while doing quests as the second condition. Taibin realized what the new ranker had in mind since he could not control people's actions on his own. He would try to ensure Yunyu's safety by forming a guild to make it possible. The protagonist affirmed that he would assist them in becoming rankers. With that, the chorus girl should be safe. As he turned to her and saw her terrified, he thought of how she would not want to get near him anymore. With that, he walked towards her, thinking of how he wanted to show Yunyu that he did not encourage the use of dice. As the mysterious girl watched from afar, the protagonist thought of how the numerous awaiting days would help him prove himself. It was now night time, and our hero returned home, marking the end of the long day. The exhausted protagonist realized that his mother was still outside. But just as he was about to take off his shoes, he collapsed right there on the ground as this long day felt like months for him. But just when he began to consider sleeping on the spot, Dante lost himself in his thoughts. Earlier that night, Yunyu thanked him and Taibin from the bottom of her heart before stating that she would continue her way home alone from here on. But she then looked at Dante with sad eyes as he was the one to make their late classmate a dicer. Our hero stayed silent as the girl blamed him for the changes at school. She then asked if her boyfriend was also a dicer, fearing the worst. Dante then remembered that the girl did not witness him using his abilities. So the protagonist lied, stating that Taibin never used a dice. But just then, she asked about the place he found his first dice. Dante claimed to have found it on his own as it mysteriously fell from the heavens, leaving X disappointed as silence settled between Yunyu and him. With that, Yunyu went on her way, and as they watched her walk away, Taibin asked Dante if it was not pointless to hide the truth since it would be unveiled sooner or later. This left our protagonist silent. Taibin then decided to abort the crucial matter and asked the hero if he truly meant to form such a guild, which he confirmed, making Taibin reveal that they shared the same point of view, confusing the protagonist. But when Dante demanded an explanation, the A-rank dicer looked troubled. And as he walked away, Taibin asked the boy how he truly became a dicer before revealing that the dice never appeared out of thin air. In the end, Taibin revealed that he was not the first one to wield the dice, leaving Dante speechless and shocked. Back to the present, our hero was still lost in his thoughts, thinking about the one he stole the dice from and what problems and issues he had to face until now. After this adventure, a new week had started as all were glad to see Dante. Our hero was quickly surrounded by students and admirers that wanted to join his guild. The young man, embarrassed by the attention, asked them to calm down. But our hero was more concerned about Yunyu, who did not even grace him with a look. But just then, more people began to gather around him, asking all sorts of questions, trying to get his attention, as well as asking him for dice. One of the students even suggested the idea of a uniform for all the guild members and suggested taking the fish imprinted on it as their logo, which did not convince the protagonist. They then began to ask him about the first physical ability they should focus on and how he chose to boost his agility. Everyone was trying to get his attention using every way possible. So, the embarrassed protagonist had no choice but to accept all of their demands. Suddenly, a girl stated that this meant Dante agreed to spend the weekend with her. The young man raised his head, confused, to look at this person. A beautiful girl stood in front of him, claiming to have his word as she gave him an innocent smile, a small blush on her face. The protagonist did not know what to say before finally asking the girl about her identity, who just said that she would send him a text later on. But just when he realized that the girl already had his number, she began to run away, preventing the protagonist from uttering a single word. One of the students was intrigued about this mysterious girl. So, another one revealed that he was surprised to learn that this was their classmate, Mio. As Dante tried to recall her name, the two boys discussed how she was unrecognizable due to the fact that she was also a dicer. When the dice first began to spread, she was one of the many students who did not attend school for a short time. The class was shocked to learn that this was Mio, yet the students still had trouble remembering her. The girl was first known as the fat girl with pimples and glasses who spent all her days studying, rendering him shocked, seeing how much she had changed, as she became totally unrecognizable. Dante recalled stumbling upon her once as his classmates began to laugh when one of them revealed that he used to call her a pig. Mio's classmates began to talk about how it was rather disappointing to know that the fat girl only became pretty by the power of the dice as they compared her to an unused lottery ticket. But just then, one of them pointed out how celebrities resort to plastic surgery and that they should salute her efforts, stating that it must have been challenging for her to change like that. They then began to discuss how she must have achieved lots of quests, and one of them revealed that he rarely received quests, pointing out how odd it was. The student, who was aware that multiple dicers could take on the same quest, turned to our hero and asked him if each dicer received quests unique to them, but the protagonist was not sure. This shocked him as even the leader of the guild was unaware before asking him to lend him a dice if he ever got too many. After that, the day went on normally. Dante decided to ignore Mio's text when it arrived in order to focus on his dice group. The bell finally rang. Our hero seemed startled as he stumbled upon Yunyu. Dante decided to greet her despite fearing the moment would be embarrassing. But to his surprise, the girl completely ignored him as she passed right by him. The shocked boy speculated that she did not see him when he was spotted by two freshmen. The girl wanted to know if Dante received her letter, so he nervously tried to explain himself. Meanwhile, Yunyu was preoccupied, having a lot on her mind as she recalled how some of the girls she tried to greet were talking behind her back and the other day when her classmate asked her for help solving a different kind of problem. The girl with glasses asked Yunyu for her dice, which shocked her, and how she found her music book disfigured when she opened her locker. On the torn-out cover, some girls wrote how she was an egotistical prick who saw herself as perfection and would not let any girl reach her level. But Yunyu decided to take a deep breath and drive away all the negativity. Once in front of the chorus room, the girl opened the door, immediately apologizing for being late. But to her surprise, the room was empty, making her feel uneasy. Just then, a couple of female dicers were passing by when something caught their attention. The three girls recognized Yunyu as the target of last week's quest, stating how unfortunate she must be. They then began to talk about how prideful she must be since, according to rumors, she saw herself as too perfect to use her dice. Seeing this, the girls discussed if they should scare Yunyu in order to get her dice, despite the rules of Dandy's guild. But one of them claimed to not care about his conditions. Worried, Yunyu hopped on her phone and began to text Tybin about the music room being empty. To which he suggested that it must not be training day, but the girl doubted it since the competition was up ahead. Yunyu, who decided to wait for the rest, then asked her boyfriend where he was when suddenly the door opened, making the happy girl speculate that the rest had finally arrived. It was not the case. Yunyu was left confused as three total strangers walked into the chorus room. The female dicers presented themselves as freshmen who had a question to ask, making Yunyu grow worried. But the one in the front accused the once popular girl of drooling on her reflection while the other two tried to hold their laughter. Yunyu began to fear the worst as the female dicer cracked a smile full of malice and pulled out a razor blade, leaving her terrified. Just then, someone walked by the classroom and heard Yunyu screaming in distress. Having recognized the voice, the girl rushed inside. Mio quickly opened the door and was left shocked by what she was seeing. Having noticed the razor blade, Mio walked in on the bullies trying to restrain Yunyu's arms and legs in order to harass her. The chorus girl turned her gaze to find her classmate stepping through the door. Seeing this, one of the dicers warned Mio that she had a razor blade. Yunyu watched in silence as the bully grew scared of Mio's gaze. Just then, to everyone's surprise, the girl began to walk out of the classroom. As she walked away, Mio could hear the bullies laugh, having speculated that Mio was unwilling to help Yunyu. And so, Mio stopped. The annoyed girl felt obligated to do what was right. With that, she returned to the chorus room, ordering the bullies to stop, and when the armed one tried to cut her, Mio struck her with a powerful kick to the wrist, making the razor blade fall from the girl's hand as she agonized in pain. She then asked them if they really wanted to keep fighting. And so, the scared bullies decided to run away, leaving Mio alone with Yunyu to thank her. But just then, the dicer burst out in anger and began to scream at the chorus girl for being such an easy prey to the numerous dicers with her unused dice. As Yunyu apologized, Mio turned her gaze to the razor blade, and when asked if she was harmed, the chorus girl affirmed that she had not been injured. Mio then stated that this made them even, which confused Yunyu. The dicer revealed herself as Mio to her classmate, who was glad to see her. Yunyu revealed that she grew worried since Mio had been absent for a while before pointing out how she became a dice user. But the female dicer found it ironic how she did not mention how much she had changed. Unlike the other students who began to gossip about her, yet when Yunyu pointed out that she liked the old Mio, the dicer did not want to hear any of it. The dicer then stated that the shocked girl was still the same as ever. And with that, Mio went on her way. As she walked away, she advised Yunyu to learn how to shield herself from hostile dicers since she would not be aiding her in the future, which Yunyu agreed with. But before leaving, Mio decided to ask Yunyu about something. The female dicer wanted to know the chorus girl's opinion about Dante. Just then, the ball entered the basket, marking the success of the quest and the appearance of more dice. Dante began to wonder how long he would be able to hold the guild together as the number of quests increased. Just as a student was showing off the numerous quests he had accomplished, his jealous friend revealed that he did not receive any. Seeing how each dicer had his own quests, they began to think that X picked favorites as they also began wishing for a big event where they could earn a generous amount of dice. Back in the music classroom, Yunyu began to think of what the protagonist was to her before finally revealing that she only saw him as a friend, but Mio wanted to know if she saw him as something else. Yunyu revealed that she considered Dante a dear friend of hers until the chaos that happened last week. Mio deduced that this was due to him saving her, but Yunyu was unsure if he just protected her in order to complete his quest. This made the female dicer burst out in anger since the chorus girl related the protagonist's selflessness to a simple quest. Yunyu was then shocked upon learning that the guild was formed in order to protect her, leaving her to reflect in silence. But in the end, Mio was relieved that she only saw Dante as a friend. Mio then revealed that she did not think that being a dicer was a sin, which is why she could not comprehend why Yunyu rejected dice. Since all the girls could not be as happy and beautiful as her, all of them tried their best in the best way they could. As she walked away, Mio stated that Yunyu was graced with everything this life had to offer. The chorus girl watched the female dicer walking away, unable to utter a single word. As frustration began to build up inside her heart, Yunyu revealed that life did not gift her everything. Dark clouds began to appear in the sky, making the students realize that the rain was near. But Dante just stared at the dark clouds with something in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, in the library where Taibin was doing his research, the game master stated that the young man was pushing himself too hard since he already had 5 available quests that could make him a ranker before pointing out that Taibin was doomed to start over since he could not go back in time as he invited him to a more enjoyable game. The dicer did not deny it, yet was sure that he could change the course of events. With that, the amused game master stated that he would be foreseeing Taibin's heroic attempts to rewrite the past. Just then, the boy noticed the rain and began to look at it with a sad nostalgia in his eyes. He began to recall that night when that person suggested that Taibin offer his life to him since he did not want it. The mysterious person then saved the young man from a certain fall, stating that today he met his fall and that today he shall also rise. Taibin then began to recall another memory where he met his mysterious savior once again with unconscious young man at his feet as he asked him not to fear him. The mysterious person asked Taibin to come forth instead since he had offered him his life. He then slapped his hands on the table, snapping out of the painful past. The bell rang as the rain continued to fall. Our hero forgot to bring an umbrella and began to wonder about his next course of action. But just as he was lost in his thoughts, the protagonist was snapped back to reality by Mio, who proposed to share her umbrella with him. The rain kept falling. The snails enjoyed such weather while people went on normally about their day. Mio decided to break the silence, asking the protagonist, who had been standing in the rain, if he did not like sharing an umbrella, which he nervously denied. So Mio asked him to get closer. With that, the two dicers were now shoulder to shoulder. And since this was his first time under an umbrella with a girl, Dante began to blush. The protagonist decided to break some ice. And so he pointed out how Mio must have gathered a large number of dice and asked her when she became a dicer, making her expression change. She revealed that she started the day the nerd fell to his death, making it even more awkward for our hero. Dante let out a nervous laugh and changed the subject, asking her opinion about the guild she had just joined. But to his surprise, she was not a part of the guild. This made Dante compare his failed conversations to a baseball match. But just when he was about to give it his last shot, Mio interrupted him, wanting to ask him a question. Dante was left shocked when the girl asked him if he was in love with Yunyu. With a red face, the shaking hero began to make excuses, stating that the girl was already seeing Taibin, so he would not set his sights on her, making Mio think that he did not like Yunyu. The nervous young man tried to claim that he only saw her as a friend and that all the boys liked her. This made Mio giggle, stating that the protagonist did not know how to hide his feelings. Dante stated that his feelings were now history as his eyes saddened. Mio wanted to know why he was attracted to her, and so he began to think. The protagonist revealed that he fell in love with Yunyu because she stayed the same while conversing with everyone. To him, she was someone like no other. Mio understood this well as she recalled the time the chorus girl showed her kindness and helped her. But just as she was lost in her thoughts, she was snapped back to reality by Dante screaming at some children. After he made her hold the umbrella, he rushed to help a kid that was being bullied by the others. Dante then checked on the little boy and asked him to stop crying while the bullies claimed that he would never be allowed to play with them. Such heroism drew a small smile on the girl's face as she held the umbrella above Dante and the boy's head. After that, the protagonist explained that he saw the dice as a chance to become a hero who would help those in need, earning himself Yunyu's attention and admiration. But when he tried to brush it off as a stupid idea, the blushing Mio revealed that she admired him. This flattery left them both with a blush on their faces. The surprised Dante then thanked her. The rain was almost over. The protagonist thanked Mio for the umbrella and stated that this was where they would part ways. Mio then shyly proposed to walk him home. Dante began to panic and, with a face as red as a tomato, claimed that he would be home alone and that he lived in a bad neighborhood, so it might not be safe, making Mio misunderstand. The protagonist quickly tried to apologize. Mio then shyly proposed to walk him home and even suggested making dinner since she enjoyed cooking and knew that he was home alone, and with a blushing face. Just as he was about to accept her offer, the rain suddenly stopped. Our hero was surprised by the last droplet hitting his cheek. The rain had stopped, and a cloudy blue sky roamed above their heads. Dante then noticed that the rain was gone before bursting out in laughter along with Mio. And so the girl closed her umbrella, stating that it was now useless and that she enjoyed spending time with Dante. To his surprise, this was also Mio's first time using an umbrella with a boy. This left our hero speechless. With that, he wished her return home safely as she reminded him that he promised to hang out with her on the weekend. But just then, Mio remembered that Dante had asked her opinion about the guild. And after a short silence, she revealed that she could not comprehend the idea, referring to it as a type of utopia. This intrigued the young man, who watched her walk away, making him reflect on what she meant by utopia. Later that same day, Dante began to recall his adventures as a dicer and how Mio admired him for who he was. He thought that the nerd would not believe what kind of person he would become and that he would not have become it if it were not for Yunyu, who thought that he only aided her for his own sake. But just then, he tried to recall what the female dicer had said. Just then, he received a notification which left him shocked as it was a special quest to earn a gold dice from the game master. Meanwhile, Yunyu looked at Dante's jacket with wondering eyes. At the same time, the boy was searching the web for the term utopia. Our hero finally found the definition. The term utopia meant an ideal place. But as Dante focused on the second definition, which made it refer to a place of solitude, our hero finally understood what the girl meant back then. The next day at school, a student came to Dante asking if he recognized him, yet the protagonist did not. To his surprise, the student was happy with his reaction. It was then revealed that he was his classmate who sat right in front of him, who used the power of many dice to alter his appearance. implying that he had completed many quests. At the same time, a female dicer was telling her two friends how they should improve each trait of their faces separately. Meanwhile, an arm wrestling match quickly ended with a crushing defeat that shattered the desk. As the loser asked his opponent how many skill points he used on strength, someone warned them not to damage the desks, while another student informed his friend that he was going to use his blue dice in order to pass today's pop quiz and that he improved his luck to obtain better rolls. Most of those who attended the school used the power of the dice, which became the very foundation of their society. Yet, Yunyu still refused to become a dicer, but the shy hero decided to settle this matter another time. After that, the students played a football match. Just then, one of them showed the tired Dante something on his phone. The student began to ask about the gold dice and if it granted special abilities similar to Dandy's power. The protagonist was shocked to see that there was a quest to earn the question mark dice. This made a crowd of dicers gather around the lucky boy in order to see it for themselves. Yet, Dante was more interested in the quest itself. Yet, the student became nervous and hesitated to unveil the requirements to the protagonist. This piqued the ranker's curiosity, but just then, a girl approached him. Dante was left shocked to find Yunyu behind him, demanding some time. The boy began to blush as he agreed. Mio bought 2 cans of soda, but while on her way, she noticed something that left her shocked. She immediately hid as she saw Dante and Yunyu alone and began to peek. When Dante asked what she wanted, Yunyu stayed silent for a while before handing him a bag, which left him confused. Yunyu, who seemed to have something to say, gave him back his hoodie. Dante was then shocked when the chorus girl apologized for ignoring him recently before thanking him for protecting her last week. The girl then pointed out how he formed his guild to prevent such events from recurring, making him apologize, stating that he could not think clearly, so she affirmed that there was no need. Our blushing hero thanked the chorus girl for understanding. When Yunyu asked if he was harmed, the boy tried to flex his strength, making her state that he was still the same. The boy then pointed out that he had more dice than anyone before sharing a laugh with Yunyu as Mio listened to them in silence. Dante, who stated that it had been a long time since they conversed like this, asked the girl if she was still getting harassed by dicers. Yunyu paused for a second as her eyes saddened as she recalled her massacred chorus book along with the 3 junior girls and how Dandy's guild was the only barrier between her and the bullies. She claimed that everything was all right. The confused protagonist then asked about the day of Yunyu's competition, which she stated would occur on Sunday. Mio heard him as he promised to watch the competition. Yet the chorus girl stated that she would not be participating, which surprised the boy, seeing how hard she trained. And so Yunyu revealed that all the others had left the club as she walked away. But when the dicer asked for an explanation, the girl quickly bid him farewell, and when he tried to stop the chorus girl by grabbing her shoulder, he was shocked to see her eyes filled with tears. Dante was baffled. The young man apologized, stating that he only wanted to express his gratitude. Dante then asked what was bothering her. Yunyu revealed that none of the other girls attended training after becoming dicers. She was left lost as even her boyfriend began to change, wondering why it had to end like this. This made Mio reflect on her own thoughts. After that, the bell rang, marking the end of the break. The teacher commented on the strange weather and stated that the class should concentrate since the finals were near before asking them to open their books. Dante tried to focus in class, when suddenly a phone began to vibrate, which annoyed the teacher. From the multiple phones simultaneously going off, our hero realized that this must be a quest open to all. Mio opened her phone, wondering what the quest was about. The new quest was a race to the school grounds that promised dice to the first 20 students. Mio began to hesitate since this quest was occurring during class time. When suddenly a student stood up, asked for permission to use the restroom, and rushed outside before the teacher could utter a word. The class was then filled with the sound of moving chairs and desks as the rest of the class rushed outside with all sorts of fake excuses. A teacher was left powerless as he stopped the dashing students from exiting the classroom. Just like that, the classroom was filled with emptiness. Mio told Dante to come with her, yet the boy seemed in a state of panic. Taibin slowly passed by him without uttering a single word. When Mio stated that they were going to fail the quest, Dante asked her to go by herself, and she insisted on going with him. The girl was left confused as the young man stated that the situation was odd as he did not receive the collective race quest. Mio had a hard time believing it as Taibin slowly walked away. Dandy's scream was rendered blank. Meanwhile, the students mindlessly raced to the school grounds. The teacher hopelessly ordered them to return to their seats. The instructor then rushed outside, asking the 3 remaining students in her class to wait for her. Yunyu silently began to shake in frustration. A shocked Mio asked Dante why he did not receive a new quest that even he could not comprehend it. The girl then asked X why he was driving Dante crazy, but the game master stated that he was not to blame since he had a good reason for his actions. Despite having all authority over quests, the game master revealed that even he had to follow the rules and that Dante was well aware of the reason behind his penalty, which left the young man confused. And so Mio rushed outside of the class. The girl tried to stop Tybin as she was convinced that he was a dicer who had some intel on the situation. Hearing this, the young man stopped and kept silent before declaring that he had no obligation to help them even if he knew what was going on. This made Mio realize that Tybin was aware of something. So, the boy stated that he was aware that something was wrong. Mio wanted to know why people like her received more quests than others. She also wanted to know why she obtained the quest for the gold dice earlier than the rest of the dicers, stating how Mio had a promotion quest at hand was a supplementary reason for Tybin not to answer her question since it would become a nuisance. This triggered the female dicer, who grabbed him by the collar. But just then, Dante interrupted, stating that his intel was not necessary. The protagonist claimed to have come to a theory, and if it was accurate, it meant that the quests received by Tybin were getting fewer, a statement that shocked the young man. Meanwhile, in the school grounds, all the dicers rushed to get one of the first 20 victorious places. The students ran as fast as they could. X counted 17 students who had completed the race when suddenly someone grabbed the girl by the shoulder. It was none other than the student who threw the girl behind in order to take her place in the race. The boy was happy to have secured himself the 18th place. But just as he was about to claim his reward, someone quickly grabbed the dice. The student asked the boss of the family to give him back his dice. The bully quickly claimed the boy's reward for himself, stating that the owner of the dice would be whoever used it first. But just when the boy began to demand his dice back, the boss of the family knocked him out with one punch, filling him with some sort of satisfaction. This marked his third victim as he was tasked by X to steal blue dice from 5 dicers in order to complete his promotion quest. With that, he began to search for his fourth prey. One of the dicers was disappointed since there was not any other quest. So, a second one advised him to have a little patience. When the third tried to turn their attention to something, even the boss of the family was intrigued as, to everyone's surprise, someone began to climb up the stairs. Meanwhile, the shocked Mio demanded an explanation as to why both top dicers were not receiving quests. Dante stated that Tybin did not receive the Unia quest last week, which he unintentionally confirmed with his silence, making him recall something the nerd had mentioned. The late dicer stated that every dicer received quests proper to him that reflected his true identity. At first, the protagonist compared it to a game where one chooses the race of his character, but he then began to wonder if there were also conditions. Dante speculated that the dice did not just appear out of thin air but were instead made using a type of energy source, which intrigued Mio. The young man theorized that the obvious reason behind his immediate transformation and X sending him fewer quests was that he himself was not the same as he once was. Meanwhile, the student continued to climb the stairs. One of the dicers recognized him as the student council president. After clearing his throat, the student council president boldly announced the Exports Festival before ordering the baffled crowd to begin clapping. This triggered the dicers, who demanded that the president get down this instant. But as they rushed to take him down, he claimed that the game master himself had tasked him with this. The student council president then showed his phone as proof that X gave him the quest of announcing a quest. But the dicers, who normally received the quests on their phones, began to complain that the president had to announce this one. And so he resumed his speech, forcing all the irritated students to clap their hands. The game master was using the president of the student council as a middleman in order to announce his newest quest. Everyone was left confused when asked to gaze at the dicer right beside him. The game master declared that person as the dicer's respective opponent as they were tasked with defeating 3 dicers in order to get 2 dice and beating down a familiar face in order to earn 3. Meanwhile, Mio was left shocked since Dante began to receive fewer quests because he was not the same. But the protagonist explained that it was more complicated. In the past, Dante desired to transform himself, which he did by becoming a dicer. But the more he became his ideal self, the less he had to accomplish, which meant that something was constantly diminishing. At the same time, the dicers were baffled by the game master's fighting quest. Some speculated that it was a joke, but X claimed that his quests were perfectly clear. The game master stated that this was almost the same as a regular race from the ranks. But just as the uneasy dicer stated that the members of the guild were different, a student charged at him from behind, but he noticed it too late. And just like that, the student was the victim of a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Dante began to wonder what could have changed about him. But just then, the three dicers came to the same conclusion. Meanwhile, one of the dicers began to mercilessly beat the other student, making him beg for mercy with a mouthful of blood. But the student recognized his attacker as his classmate and then asking him to fight him. And he did not want to hear any of it since X would grant them dice if they fought and won against someone they were familiar with, making the attacked dicer fear the worst when suddenly the ambusher himself was surprised by a kick to the face, knocking him off his opponent, who thanked his mysterious savior. That this dicer, who tried to catch his breath, had an uneasy look on his face as he asked the one he just saved if he was not fully beaten yet. The attacked dicer had a hard time comprehending those words but was immediately alarmed when his savior began to assault him. At the same time, while Dante was theorizing what must have been constantly decreasing, Tybin's nostalgia resurged as he also once realized that the energy source must have been desire. In the past, Tybin tried to get Muyong's attention. This happened 9 months ago. A younger Tybin had to yell the boy's name in order to make him remove his earphones and finally lend him an ear. The young man was angry at Muyong since he was always in solitude with his music. So, as a music lover, he did not see the wrong in living as such. But Tybin stated that he was not here to talk about it but to inform him of the work process of the quest. Muyong's smile quickly faded as he asked the young man what he had discovered. So, he began to explain how the quests are fueled by desire and how it controls the type, quantity, and quality of the quest. Tybin came to this conclusion by observing the other rankers. The ranker agreed with Tybin and began to praise him for using his skill points in order to enhance his intellect, making him very happy. The beginner dicer then continued, stating that the ranker, who was receiving fewer quests, gifted him a dice in order to have someone that would procure him additional dice. This claim threw the shocked ranker into a judgmental silence. But Tybin reassured him that he would give him all the dice that he needed since he was the one that helped him. Muyong then explained that this was not the case since desire always resides in the heart, and since it was dependent on its holder, it would soon start to demand again after being fulfilled. Desire could only be extinguished by something more ideal. Yet Tybin could not understand the meaning behind these words and asked the ranker about the reason behind making him a dicer. Yet Muyong did not give a straight answer. The ranker got up and revealed that the game master promised to change the game rules once there were enough rankers before asking Tybin if he was also curious about X's future plans. This made the beginner dicer reflect in silence. Muyong then excitedly suggested finding all the rankers and teaming up with them at the right moment before stating that Tybin should sharpen his appearance in order to shock his bullies. With that, he proposed going to meet the others, which an excited Tybin agreed with. But from that day on, Tybin could no longer predict Muyong's plans and thoughts. Yet, when he finally understood it all, he was left too shocked to process it. An agonizing scream echoed through the cloudy sky. The poor boy that was being lifted off the ground by the neck began to beg for help before crumbling right before shocked Tybin's feet. The young man began to shiver in the presence of Muyong. Another boy ordered the girl behind him to immediately flee once he deployed his powers. And so the ranker activated his special ability, allowing him to tear parts of the ground. Just like that, the young man acquired floating projectiles. The female dicer used this opportunity to flee, jumping to the rooftop of the next building. And so the ranker launched his attack, aiming at Muyong. Despite giving it all his effort, the dicer's target suddenly disappeared, leaving nothing for him to hit other than the ground, leaving him shocked and confused. It looked like his opponent had vanished. But just as he began to search for him, Muyong began to appear behind his target, claiming that he was different from the other rankers who were completely helpless against his time stop. He then grabbed the ranker's neck with extreme strength and broke it, making him fall at Tybin's feet. The ranker tried his best to address Tybin, begging him to run for his life, which horrified Tybin. With that, Muyong began to approach the only dicer left as he asked him not to be feared. After all, he should not run from the one he pledged his soul to. But Tybin was too scared and tried to escape his once savior. Muyong watched him in disappointment as he activated his time stop. The panicked Tybin tried to run as fast as he could when Muyong suddenly appeared right in front of him, to his horror, before grabbing him by the collar. He begged the dicer to free him. Yet Muyong, who stated that the boy who came to know the truth about the dice betrayed him, claimed that it was the ranker who betrayed the group that he had formed. Tybin hopelessly tried to punch and kick his way out of Muyong's grip. Yet his efforts were pointless. The ranker then looked at the boy who had tears in his eyes and stated that the first dice enhance human abilities while the second one allowed them to transcend human levels. But before he could talk about the third level of dice, the female dicer ambushed Muyong from above, releasing Tybin from his grip. Just like that, the powerful dicer was almost knocked off his feet. The girl then looked at the boy and told him to escape. And so he gritted his teeth and used his special power in order to teleport himself away. The boy then tried to catch his breath, thinking that he was now safe since time stop would not allow its user to travel such a distance. But when he turned his gaze to the result of the fight, Taibin was baffled as he witnessed the female dicer's fall, making him release a scream filled with pain and despair. Muyang claimed that it was now over with him and Taibin being the last one standing, stating that the boy could never escape him with just distance. And even if the boy lived undercover and started all over again, the dice would sooner or later reach his hideout before claiming that he could never escape him or his past. Back to the present, Dante was shocked to see Taibin sweat as nervousness filled his eyes. For the first time, they witnessed how Taibin was thrown into a complete state of panic. The boy began to sweat and shiver in panic. This made Mio and the protagonist worry, but he went on to try to check on Taibin. The boy affirmed that he was all right and that he should not concern himself with him. But the protagonist affirmed that Taibin was certainly in a state of panic based on his facial expression. Yet, the ranker only stated that he just suddenly felt sick. With that, Taibin walked away as he thanked both of them for their concern, stating that this matter did not concern either of them. But the protagonist, who realized that the matter concerned Taibin's past that he had tried to warn him about, insisted, stating that if it was related to the dice, it concerned all the dicers. Yet, the boy affirmed that it did not concern them and that it would be for the best if it stayed this way. Taibin also revealed that it was crucial for rankers to never form alliances, which left both Mio and Dante utterly confused. But just then, our hero remembered to ask the female dicer if she was familiar with the A-ranker concept. So, she revealed that she only received the promotional quest. Yet, when the curious boy asked to take a peek at her quest, the embarrassed Mio utterly refused, but the boy insisted. Mio affirmed that it was inappropriate for Dante to go through a girl's phone as if they were lovers. Yet, the confused Dante stated that he was simply curious. The blushing girl's reaction was unexpected for the protagonist as she immediately tried to change the subject. Just then, Mio noticed a shouting that came from outside as she remembered that the racing quest was ongoing. And so, they entered back into the classroom. But when Dante noticed that Yunyu's seat was empty, Mio, who went to the window, was shocked by what she saw. The girl then asked the dicer to quickly come and see. And to his surprise, an all-out brawl had broken loose among the students. This made the boy wonder what type of quest it might be to make dicers mercilessly fight each other like this. Meanwhile, the boss of the family was enjoying the chaos, as he continued to snatch dice, rendering him one steal away from the gold dice. Yet, when the dice's rightful owner tried to claim it back, the dicer responded with a punch to the gut. Meanwhile, the girl that tried to assault Yunyu with a razor blade began to pull the hair of another female dicer who was agonizing in pain, severing some of her hair in the process. The bully looked at the crawling girl with cold eyes as she tried to escape while begging for help. In the end, a crying girl gave up on the quest and the dice that came with it, which the bully found pathetic. The assaulted female dicer promised to never fall to such greed ever again as she screamed for help when she noticed Yunyu standing in front of her. Dante felt alarmed to see her down there with all the dice users that endangered her. And so the protagonist rushed to Yunyu's aid while Mio demanded that he wait for her. Just like that, Mio was left shocked and alone in the classroom. Meanwhile, the girl cried her heart out as she apologized to Yunyu and begged her for help. So Yunyu reassured her that everything would be alright. The bully recognized her previous victim and began to mock her as she demanded that she surrender her newest one, yet was left irritated when Yunyu refused to abandon her friend. Yunyu then pulled out a spray as she claimed that the bully was the only one insane here. The dicer realized that she was threatened with pepper spray and began to make excuses, stating that a dicer could not be endangered by such a weapon. But Yunyu stood her ground as she was certain that even dicers were not immune to pepper spray. Despite her fear, the chorus girl was determined to shield her friend. Just then, the teacher, who was annoyed by the fighting students that escaped their classroom, ordered them to immediately halt their chaos. Yunyu was startled by the man who was shocked to see the top student be part of such barbarity and ordered her to regain her seat as he tried to stop the fights. So, she asked him to be careful. The bully decided to use this opportunity to charge at the distracted chorus girl. At the same time, Dante rushed down the stairs in order to rescue his beloved. While Mio was left alone with her thoughts, the female dicer thought that Dante was still the same boy that did not look back and how he mentioned that the desire of every dicer impacted their quests. This made her wonder if the promotional task of hanging out with the protagonist at his house was what she truly desired. Just then, Mio realized how she truly felt about Dante. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Taibin was determined to vanquish Mu Yang once the increase of A ranker numbers marked the debut of the hunt. At the same time, the bully tackled the chorus girl, making her fall to the ground and lose her pepper spray. Yunyu tried to locate her weapon while the angry dicer tried to assault her. The girl began to panic and tried to reach the pepper spray but immediately felt alarmed as the bully tried to punch her in the face when suddenly Dante arrived and used his skill, Time Stop, pausing the flow of time and petrifying Yunyu and the bully along with the teacher and all the fighting students. Dante, who was getting used to the skill, decided to use all the stat points that he saved in order to maintain Time Stop for 40 seconds. And so he decided to rescue Yunyu and her friend before putting an end to these fights. But just then, among the petrified students, a shadow began to move. Our surprised hero was certain he had seen a figure moving. This left the protagonist confused since he clearly saw a moving person, and so he began to call it out. But no response, so he screamed once again. But all he could hear was the silence created by Time Stop. The game master then jokingly implied that the ranker was just fooling around after freezing time. This made our hero speculate that this was all the fruit of his imagination. But just then he was surprised as his time freeze reached its end, which resumed the flow of time for Yunyu and the bully. But just then, her fist was intercepted. The bully was shocked to see Dante appear out of nowhere to intercept her punch. Yunyu was also surprised to see the protagonist. The female dicer began to shiver in fear as Dante, who did not want to harm girls, ordered her to stay away. Just like that, the bully ran away. And so the crying female dicer then rushed to hug the chorus girl and apologized for giving her the cold shoulder in fear of being inferior to the others in case she did not become a dicer. The girl was really grateful to Yunyu, who came to her rescue. But the chorus girl affirmed that Dante was the only one to thank since she was too powerless to shield the others. Yunyu then asked the protagonist if he knew the reason behind the game master's actions and if he truly enjoyed such mayhem. Dante looked around to see two girls fiercely fighting. At that moment, the teacher rushed to separate two other dicers fighting while Yunyu was curious about the purpose the X was trying to fulfill. But just then, one of the dicers accidentally hit the teacher in the head with his monstrous strength. All felt alarmed as the man crumbled to the floor. Dante, Yunyu, and the student who hit the teacher by accident looked in disbelief. All had a hard time believing that a teacher was harmed. And so his opponent, who began to panic, grabbed him by the collar, yet he affirmed that he did not harm the man on purpose. When suddenly, Dante screamed for all to stop the chaos. All were surprised as the protagonist ordered them to halt their fights. Yet, one of the dicers demanded just a few more seconds in order to choke his opponent, pleading for help to ensure a dice when Yunyu pleaded with them to stop. Dante reminded the dicers of the rules of the guild. The first being to not involve any regular human like the teacher, whom Yunyu was trying to help. At that moment, Yunyu's friend decided to run away, passing by Mio, who watched in silence. Dante affirmed that he would not accept this barbarity and that they should forsake the quest if it brought harm to each other when suddenly someone shouted to stop the fights, seeing how the teachers had arrived. But while X was disappointed in the instructors interrupting his fun, some of the students also wanted to stop the quest while others, like the student, were annoyed by the ranker who could order them around. The boy was certain he could complete more quests if it were not for the protagonist. The student speculated that Dante only wanted to become their leader by forming the guild while wishing to have the same rank as him. He then recalled when Dante asked him about his promotional quest that he could not bring himself to answer since his task was to destroy the protagonist's guild and create discord among its members. The student began to seriously think about it in silence. Dante then stated the second rule, which consisted of every dicer assuming the weight of his actions during quests, before adding how careless it was to purposely harm friends, then asking them who would take the blame. The sun began to set inside the principal's office. The principal was furious at the teachers who could not discover the reason behind their students' terrible behavior. And so they tried to explain themselves, stating that none of them talked when interrogated as if they were under a sworn silence. The game master, who found the adults boring, affirmed that anyone who ratted him out would be deprived of quests. So the principal recalled how they mentioned that the students had their phones on them while fighting, and they explained how they only found the lock screen when inspecting the devices. This left the room filled with his disappointed silence. And so the teachers and the principal decided to leave this matter unpunished, seeing how it happened shortly after a student's death, marking the end of the field quest. Later that night, the boss of the family let out a hysterical laugh since he managed to steal his fifth dice during Dandy's speech. And so he immediately rolled it in order to complete his promotional quest of stealing 5 dice from other dicers. With that, the game master granted the boss of the family a gold dice. The dicer was very excited to finally become a ranker. And so he began to celebrate, seeing how he would now be able to use unnatural powers like Dante and type in. Without any wait, the boss of the family immediately rolled the dice, wishing for great power. He was looking forward to receiving his new power. And when he looked at his prize, the excited boy found the suit symbol, leaving him utterly confused. Back then, when time was frozen, before Dante could rescue Yunya from the bully, our hero could have sworn he saw a moving figure. But just then, in the frozen chaos, he noticed a shadow standing among the frozen dicers. Our hero was shocked as he was face to face with Muyang. The protagonist then asked the shady man about his immunity against time stop. Dante was still in shock. Yet the A-ranker did not bother to give a true answer. Just then, Muyang charged at Dante and jumped into the air, ready to deliver a destructive punch, which resulted in a catastrophic injury. When suddenly, Dante woke up in sweat. It was now morning, and he was glad to learn that it was all just a nightmare. Just then, his phone began to ring. As someone texted him, it was none other than Mio checking if he had a good night of sleep. Our hero just looked at the text before turning to his calendar. This Saturday, the protagonist had to attend Yunya's competition, but on the other hand, he also had to spend time with them. This ability is truly amazing. I used it all night and I can't get enough of it. The family boss was using his new power in front of the mirror, eating an apple, and said, I was worried I might have to take my clothes off to use this ability, but my worry was pointless. Everything turns invisible. I love this power. X laughed and said, yes, that's right. Your ability is called Cloak, and it doesn't follow the laws of physics. Anything that is a part of you becomes invisible. For every skill point you use, you can stay invisible for 5 minutes, but there must be a cool-down period between uses. His grandmother shouted, come eat your breakfast, Daewoo. No, I won't eat, Grandma. It's time for me to go out and test this ability. A little later, Daewoo was yelling about why the public bathhouse was closed. But what was the point? The only people in the public bathhouse were him, an old woman, and a little girl. A few minutes later, Daewoo was in a convenience store, happily eating free food for himself. A woman walked by on the sidewalk, and the family boss felt a sudden urge, so he lifted her skirt. The woman's face turned as red as a tomato, and she quickly pulled her skirt back down. Now, on to the next one. It was right then that a car sped by and hit him. His head spun, and he was thrown from the street onto the sidewalk. The driver got out, looking for the person he had hit. Daewoo was just happy that he had increased his endurance with the dice. There weren't many cars, but some kids on their tricycles ran right into him. That's when he turned around and saw someone staring at him. He realized he was no longer invisible. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Mio was talking to a waiter, asking to order later because she was waiting for a friend to join her. She was unsure if she should order something now, but she was certain she had arrived too early, as Dante wasn't supposed to meet her at the cafe for another hour and a half. Then, with a worried expression, she looked at her phone. X had given her a mission to spend a night at Dandy's house, and she was deep in thought, trying to figure out how she could possibly accomplish it. Mio sat on the bed that night, shouting angrily at X. Spending a night with Dante in his house is an impossible mission. How can this mission be based on my desires when it makes no logical sense? I never wanted anything like this. X spoke to Mio with an air of superiority. Oh, of course. You must be right, right? Desires are just part of a process. Back when all your friends were killing and hitting each other because of the dice, do you think they truly wanted to do those things? It's competition, Mio. I want to be prettier than her. I want to be stronger. I need to be smarter. I must be better than them. So, to fuel their competition, I give them fun missions to enjoy. Even if their desires aren't the same, they all lead to the same end. You like that boy, Dante, don't you? With the mission I gave you, you just have to sit back and wait for yourself to complete it. Can you deny that you have no feelings for Dante? Why else would you be so worried about what to wear tomorrow? Shout and scream as much as you want. In the end, you are the one who has to do it. You know it yourself. Dante loves Yunya. You are not happy just hovering around them, are you? At the cafe, she was deep in thought when she noticed two people plotting against her from a distance. Meanwhile, Daewoo demanded of the boy, who are you? How can you see me? The boy was offended. You don't remember me? I'm the one whose dice you stole in the schoolyard back then. Daewoo decided to use his invisibility power but then remembered he had to wait 10 minutes between each use. So you can turn invisible, the boy said. I just got a new mission from X for my ability. That's how I met someone. Special. He's not ordinary. He's part of our group. Elsewhere in the city, on a train, Dante was on his way to the singing competition Yunyu had entered. And as Daewon walked with that boy, the group he had mentioned surrounded them, their lips curled into purposeful, knowing smiles. ND, Dante is going to betray all of us. So we have no need for him. We are forming our own group. We don't need Dante. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance, a growing shadow preceding the figure who finally stepped forward to stand before Daewon. Let's return to Dante, who was now standing in front of the competition hall. Groups of girls were milling about, chatting and moving around. Dandy's thoughts drifted to Yunyu, remembering how she had cried in front of him because no one had shown up for choir practice. His heart ached at the memory. He turned his head, scanning the area, his eyes desperately searching for her. And then he saw her. Yunyu was standing alone in a corner, a picture of dejection and sadness. Dante greeted Yunyu. I promised I would come to watch the competition, he said. He then asked her where the rest of her group was. Yunyu apologized, saying Dante would probably have to go home disappointed. No one from my group came to compete with me. She thanked him for always supporting her. I'm grateful. You have been a good friend to me. Hearing this, Dante smiled. Yunyu said she was going to see if the competition time could be postponed, and then she left. Elsewhere in the city, the figure standing before Daewon finally revealed himself. I know you, Daewon said. You came to me for a die. How did you get so strong? The other group members yelled at Daewon to shut up and show respect. Daewon asked how this guy had become their leader. The answer he received was, it's a long story. I met someone special. He was a dicer before any of us. He knows everything. Even the secret behind the dice's power. The white-haired boy held up a strange, glowing die. This die is the proof he gave me. It's the first of its kind. We've never seen anything like it. X is going to change the rules of the game. A hard war is coming between the dicers, to determine who is the strongest. That's nonsense. Lies, Daewon shouted. He clenched his fist and moved to punch the boy, but his path was blocked. His fist was caught and held in midair by the others. Daewon yanked his hand back and jumped away. The white-haired boy looked at him calmly and asked, have you ever thought about the limits of the dice? The boy with the smile on his face said, the first die you roll changes a human's basic abilities. The second stage of the die grants superhuman powers. And the third stage of the die does something truly astonishing. The person we met said a new era is about to begin, and a surprise is on the way. Daewon yelled, you've all gone crazy. I have to get out of here. The white-haired boy replied, maybe coming here was easy for you, but leaving is not your decision to make. Daewon activated his cloak ability and sprinted away at full speed. He didn't realize he was stomping his feet so hard that they could hear the sound. The white-haired boy activated his telekinesis, yanking down the metal shutters to trap Daewon, and it worked. They want to trap me? Daewon thought. I've just been sitting around all this time, using my dice to increase my endurance. He started punching the iron shutters, which began to bend under his assault. In response, the white-haired boy began tearing white sheets nailed to the wall and threw them over Daewon to reveal his location. Our leader caught him for us. It's time we made him pay. Daewon was on the ground, begging them to stop kicking him and to let him go. The white-haired boy said, I wanted to get revenge on you for the things you forced me to do before, but I'll let that stay in the past. I never gave you a choice, so I forgive you for it. You ask what choice? I'll tell you. The prophet told us there are a few people in our school who have used their dice correctly and effectively. Now that we're properly warmed up and ready, it's better to start the game. We'll take it step by step. Let's return to the competition hall. Dante was looking around when suddenly his phone rang. Hello, Dante, it's Sungchul. Where are you right now? Are you at the singing competition hall? Is Yunyu there too? Dante stared at his phone, wondering what Sungchul's motive was for these messages. Dante texted back, how do you know? Are you in the competition too? Sungchul messaged, I'm relieved. I thought you were here with us, and I wouldn't be able to get to Yunyu. The girls who were supposed to sing in the competition haven't arrived yet, right? Dante asked, why are you asking? Sungchul replied, because the entire choir group is trapped here. Dante was surprised. He immediately called Sungchul. Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean the whole choir group is trapped? Dante, help us. The situation here is bad. If you don't come quickly and help us, we're done for. Okay. First tell me this. Who are we up against? Who trapped you? Sung Chul was a bit flustered but quickly composed himself. Look, my whole group got together to complete a mission X gave us, and then the 8th grade family came after us. They trapped the choir girls and took them hostage. Dandy's thoughts immediately went to Daewoo, the leader of the 8th grade family. Sung Chul shouted, I'm being serious. This place is like a battlefield. We can't free the choir girls alone. We can't do it by ourselves. Sung Chul turned to the rest of the group. Hey, I need to send him a photo so he believes it. Quick, strike a pose so I can take a picture. Yeah, that's it. This is good. Hold your fist up so he buys it. He took the picture and sent it. You see? That girl is one of the members of the choir. If things continue like this, it will be too late, and we won't be able to save them. I'm not sure we can rescue them on our own. The rest of the group laughed at Sung Chul's lies, saying, what a snake. Sung Chul said, we're trapped in an underground tunnel near the city outskirts, at the very bottom of the city. Dante thought to himself that if all the choir girls were there and he could save them in time, the competition could still go ahead. But should I bring Yunyu? You know what? Maybe it's better not to bring her. Yeah, it's better if one person stays here. Yunyu came back and told Dante, I managed to get our slot pushed to the very end to buy some time, so we have until 1 PM but I don't know if they will come or not. Dante said, they will come. All of them are going to come. I will bring every single one of them here, no matter what. I promise you, so don't worry. I'll explain everything when I get back, but there's no time now. I have to go quickly to get everyone here by 1 PM. There's still hope for you to compete, right? I'll be back. Yunyu said, Dante, wait. But Dante sprinted away at full speed, leaving Yunyu behind, unsure what to do out of worry. While Dante was running the entire way to the outskirts of the city alone, those bastard human traffickers were laughing at the plan Sung Chul had devised to lure Dante there. He actually fell for it. Dante is so stupid for believing everything so quickly. This girl was lucky she had registered in the choir group, otherwise it would have been hard to fool Dante. The girl raised her fingers in a victory sign. Yeah, I was the best in the choir before Yunyu wanted to join our group, she said with a laugh. I'm sure Yunyu won't even believe we set her up, poor thing. Elsewhere, in the cafe, Mio was still waiting for Dante to keep his promise and come to their date. Her phone vibrated, and she thought it was Dante calling, but it was a message. Dante, hi Mio. Are you on your way to the cafe? I'm sorry, but something important came up regarding Yunyu's choir group that I need to attend to. Let's reschedule for another day. I'm sorry again. I'll make it up to you later, I promise. Mio didn't know whether to be worried or angry. She stared at her phone, her teeth gritted. Yunyu again? That girl Yunyu doesn't even know about the feelings you have for her, you stupid Dante. She stood up and shouted, stupid Dante doesn't even know what feelings are. All the people in the cafe turned to look at her. Mio sat back down on her chair and said, stupid Dante doesn't care what I'm going through. She sent a message, okay, Dante, take your time to deal with the matter patiently. But as she was messaging him, she saw that someone had come to talk to her at her table. Who are you? Mio asked. Why do you want to talk to me? The boy said, you're a pretty girl, and I like you, that's why I wanted to talk to you. You're cute like a cat, and I like your style. Mio thought to herself, this guy seems to be on the hunt. She said, I'm a high schooler, so our ages don't match. The boy laughed and said, I'm a high schooler too. I'm in my 2nd year. But Mio didn't believe him and thought he was lying. The boy tried 1,000 different ways to butter her up, hoping to find some way in and make tonight a fun one for him, but there was no opening because Mio was thinking about Dante. Stupid Dante, she said, he hasn't even seen the messages I sent him. The boy said, waiting for a friend? You look angry, so I guess they're late. Is it your boyfriend? No, I'm waiting for a girl. The boy's friend said, you're terrible at meeting girls. Just end it, you've messed it up. But he continued, hey, don't be like that. If your friend comes, do you want to spend the day with me and my friend? Is your friend as pretty as you are? Mio was squeezing the water glass in her hand. Someone asked Sankle, why do you want to get rid of Dante? Sankle said, don't you know, you idiot? X gave me a mission to do this to give me a 2nd stage die. Yeah, now it's my turn to have a supernatural ability. Whitehair laughed and said, all of this is the Prophet's plan. He's watching us, even right now. Now that everything is ready, it's time to talk to the Prophet. He said this and picked up his phone to call him. Somewhere else, in the control room, a person was watching the tunnels through the cameras when his phone rang. Whitehair had sent a message, "Great Prophet, all the preparations are ready, and Dante is about to arrive and get here now." The Prophet sent a message, "I told you not to call me Prophet, just call me Muyang." And then his chair rolled over someone's hand, and he stared at the cameras again. X said to Muyang, "Hey, Dante is also entering the tunnels. How do you think their fight will go?" Muyang said with a smile, "Dante wins easily." X was about to say, "Hey, they're your own people," but Muyang said, "They're worthless trash. To me, they're just an insignificant game, like dice throwers are to you." X said, "Don't you think Dante will lose? He can't use his time stop ability, and there are many opposing dice throwers." Muyang said, "No, because when Dante has someone or something to protect, he becomes very strong, so he'll definitely win." X said, "Like yourself, Muyang? The protection Dante offers is meaningless. What do you think he'll do when he finds out all the girls there are traitors?" Dante was searching through the tunnels for the others when someone called out from behind him, "Dante, you finally came. It's over now." Dante said, "Hey, I was looking for you, but you didn't answer your phone when I called. What happened? Did you save the girls, or are they still here?" Sankel said, "For now, just follow me. There's no time to explain, this is urgent." Dante said, "What's going on here?" Sankel said, "The girls are trapped here. Our group members are fighting them now." Dante asked, "They're fighting behind these walls? I can't hear anything." Dante turned around and saw Sankel was no longer behind him and shouted, "Sankel, where did you go? What are you doing in this situation? Hey?" Whitehair used his psychokinesis force to pull the shutters down and even snatched Dante's phone from his hand with his power, slamming it hard to the ground to break it. Dante shouted, "What's going on here? Is this the work of you 8th graders? Get yourselves out of whatever hole you're hiding in and show yourselves." Sankel was standing on the other side of the shutter. Dante asked, "Sankel, what's going on here?" Sankel shook his head and said, "Your phone is completely broken, huh? You could have used your time stop ability, but you didn't. Why? Don't tell me you're out of dice? Dante, I'm really sorry this is happening, but you've been tricked." Dante was shocked, and Whitehair, from behind him, shattered the display case glass and hurled the shards hard toward Dante. Sung Chul received a golden second stage die from X as a reward for his mission and was overjoyed. Muyang, watching from behind the cameras, could hear Sung Chul's cheers. Everyone went to raise the shutters, and Sung Chul muttered to himself, "Dante, what a fool he was." He rambled to himself about sharing dice fairly and cooperating. What's the difference between that and having no dice at all? The idiot was digging his own grave. But Dante was still alive within the smoke, listening to Sung Chul's words with anger. "Sung Chul," he said, "so you lied? The choir girls aren't here right now? They aren't here?" Sung Chul was astonished. "Hey! You're still alive? You should be dead by now. How lucky can you be? Answer my question, Sung Chul. Have you been lying to me all this time or not?" "Dante, you're so fixated. Why are you asking if I lied or not?" Dante had reached his boiling point. He emerged from the smoke and charged at Sung Chul alone to make him pay. Sung Chul guarded with his fists, but Dante raised his fist powerfully and punched Sung Chul in the stomach so hard that it seemed to connect with his spinal cord, and his head smashed into the corridor wall. The white-haired boy was frozen stiff. Muyang was watching everything and was astonished to see that there wasn't a single scratch on Dante. Dante said, "I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces here. What's going on? Did you all join a group and plot against me? Somebody give me an answer right now." Sung Chul saw that the situation was very bad and rolled his golden die to get his ability and escape, a scene Dante witnessed. Sung Chul laughed and said, "It's too late. Now I have a superpower too, Dante. You can't reach me anymore." The ability Sung Chul received was the power of flight. He said to himself, "I'm flying. How cool is this?" But then he realized that flying was useless in a tunnel and said, "Ah, damn this luck that I have." Dante stared at the fly flying in front of him, then slammed it powerfully into the ground, ensuring its spinal cord and bladder became one. Dante was punching Sung Chul with intense severity, saying to himself, "You were lying to me the entire time. The choir girls aren't here." Dante was beating Sung Chul like a dog, and Sung Chul's blood was splattering all over the underground tunnel. Dante thought to himself, Sung Chul was lying all this time. Those girls from the choir aren't here. He tricked me. I can't stand to see you so sad and depressed anymore. She's always like this. Because of you all. Damn all of you. And Dante kept slamming Sungchil into the ground with his fists. The others around him were astonished and said, "Wait, stop, wait. Don't hit him. You're hitting him so hard his blood is splattering everywhere. Look at your hands. They're covered in blood." Sungchil's tooth had fallen out onto the ground. His jaw and mouth were full of blood. Dante froze for a few moments after hearing this and thought about it. He asked himself what he should do. Then he calmly stood up and walked towards the person who had said that to him. The boy froze in fear and said, I didn't mean to stand in your way. You can continue if you want. I'm sorry. Just keep hitting him. Don't come near me." One of the other boys ran towards a glass door but found it locked. "Damn it, this door is locked." Dante stared at all of them angrily. Seizing the opportunity, the white-haired boy used his telekinesis to lift shards of glass from the floor and hurl them at Dante. At the last moment, Dante just tilted his head to the right and dodged. The glass hit the ground and wall, shattering into pieces. Dante shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The white-haired boy said, "You're stubborn, just as the prophet said. But you don't have any dice left to use, so you can use your time stop ability. The prophet is watching our fight, so don't be afraid of him at all. Attack him." Dante clenched his fist and said, "So this was your doing? Trying to tear my group apart, destroying my phone into pieces, tricking me, using the choir as bait." His tension was extremely high. Everyone was staring at each other, and Sungchil lay unconscious on the ground. Dante lunged towards the white-haired boy to attack him. Shards of glass were scattered all over the corridor. The white-haired boy used his telekinesis, and X warned him that he only had 37 dice points left. The white-haired boy, filled with anger and fear, didn't know what to do anymore. He tore apart all the shutters around Dante in the corridor and hurled them at him with his power. The dice left for the white-haired boy kept decreasing. 10, 9, 8. Until they reached 10. The levitating objects kept increasing until even the stones and lights from the ceiling collapsed onto Dante. The white-haired boy himself wondered if he had managed to hit Dante this time, because smoke filled the entire tunnel. Dante emerged from the smoke and leapt towards a shutter in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the white-haired boy standing before him, who was looking at everything in surprise, unable to believe Dante was still completely unharmed. Dante kicked the iron shutter, causing it to break from its frame. The white-haired boy was astonished at how this iron shutter was being dislodged by a single kick from Dante. At the last moment, he threw himself backward, almost getting his bones crushed under the iron shutter. Dante immediately appeared in front of the white-haired boy, standing over him angrily. The white-haired boy said, "No, don't hit me. Wait a moment, wait. Don't hit me." Just then, a very loud sound came from the loudspeakers. Everyone covered their ears because the sound was too loud and hurt their ears. X's voice came through the speakers, testing, 1, 2, 3. "Dante, if you can hear me, give me a signal." Muyang was watching the events from the cameras in the control room. Dante was puzzled, whose voice was this from the loudspeaker? It sounded synthesized. The voice said, "Now that Dandy's mobile phone is broken, I'll use these loudspeakers to deliver my message to him. Dante, you have a new mission. Are you willing to accept it?" Dante stared angrily at the loudspeaker. Meanwhile, at the cafe, the boy was still bothering Mio. Usually, shy girls know how to party well. You're good at taking care of yourself. You should take it easy, relax a little. It was then that Mio threw the water from her glass onto the boy's face and head. The waiter who was bringing Mio's drink was terrified and asked the boy, "Are you okay?" The boy, soaking wet, was pulling his shirt around so it wouldn't stick to him and get him wet. His wet shirt was clinging to his body. The waiter, with napkins in hand, said, "Let me help you dry off a bit." Tears had welled up in Mio's eyes. Holding the empty glass, she headed for the cafe door, saying first, "I'm sorry, I have to go." The boy said, "Wait, you bitch," and shouted, "Hey, did you think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty? I was nice to you. You're a selfish bitch, especially when there are tons of girls prettier than you out there, you fucking bitch." Mio didn't look at him and said, "Then go find someone who respects you more. You're only interested in my appearance." And then she walked out of the cafe. The waiter and the boy were stunned. Mio walked through the city, thinking about how her past was bitter and dark, how she was a fat girl that people made jokes about her weight. "Don't walk so heavily, you'll cause an earthquake. Move aside, a felled tree is about to fall." The only person who was kind to her, who approached her and held her hand, was Yunyu. It must be so nice to be pretty. It must be a divine blessing. Yunyu had said, but you are pretty too. In my opinion, everyone is beautiful and shines in their own way. You are beautiful too, Mio. Walking on the sidewalk, she asked herself, why does it have to be like this? It's as if I was pouring water on Yunyu's head because of that boy. Back in the tunnel, X's voice came through the loudspeaker. Do you accept the mission or not? Text messages aren't the only way I can talk to my players. In fact, loudspeakers make it easier for me. Give me your answer, Dante. You, standing there in front of me with these guys. If you do something, I might give you a fun mission to enjoy. Dante said, he acts like a spoiled brat, it makes me sick. X sighed and said, anyway, Dante, here's your new mission. Eliminate all the traitors. There are 9 of them in total. They must die or be severely wounded. Of course, you've already taken one out, he's lying on the ground, so 8 remain. Their leader is that white-haired boy with rabbit-like teeth. For every traitor you take down, you get 3 dice. For their leader, you get 2 extra. The white-haired boy shouted, hey, don't underestimate me, X. Dante asked himself, I haven't had a mission in a long time. Does this mean my desire is to beat the hell out of them? Is that why my mission is this? Dante looked seriously at the loudspeaker and said, yes, I accept. Mio snapped out of her thoughts about the date with Dante, and her gaze was drawn to the dolls in a shop window. She went to the cinema, refunded the 2 tickets she had bought, and with the money, bought a ticket for the newest film that had just been released. She sat in the cinema hall and enjoyed the movie alone. He still hasn't replied to my messages, even though I've been waiting for him for so long. He hasn't even seen the messages I sent him. The film will begin shortly. Please turn off or silence your mobile phones. Thank you. With that announcement, Mio stared at the cinema screen, but she wasn't looking at the film, she was looking at her own past. While everyone was living in their own world, whether as bullies or outcasts, I was studying. I was just studying. Everyone went out to have fun and hang out, but I just studied. It was all I could do to get out of this shithole. Even when my nose bled, I kept studying. Until one day I realized that the world outside school was also a shithole. A world that focuses on brighter people, but I don't attract attention or shine with any beauty. I'm not stubborn or jealous. I'm just staring at the layers of fat circling my waist and going to college. A place full of beautiful people. Hoping that maybe one day I'll be seen. Give up. You're just becoming greedy. Anyway, you're just a studying pig. That's all. You're like a dog chained up. You never change. You're always rejected and cast aside. But that's where I saw you, Dante. Running down the hallway to give breakfast to those ingrates, only to be rewarded with a kick to your back and the laughter of a bunch of worthless people because you were a little late. Dante had accepted the mission, and the white-haired boy was shouting, "Don't treat people like a video game." Dante replied, "But you are all traitors, aren't you? You deserve even less than this." He grabbed the white-haired boy by the neck and lifted him. "What's wrong? Can't use your ability? No dice?" The white-haired boy said, "You're underestimating me, trash. Everyone, come forward now and defend me. Stop Dante." Everyone who saw this scene ran towards Dante to attack him. Dante threw the white-haired boy like trash towards them. The guy crashed headfirst into his friend, and both of them slid all the way to the end of the corridor. A punch to this one, a punch to that one. One of the boys tried to punch Dante, but Dante dodged and appeared behind him. Now Dante was aiming his fist at the boy's face, but at the last moment, he punched him hard in the chest instead. Mio was thinking, when I first saw Dante, I thought he and I were similar. Treated like fools. Our loneliness and rejection. We were treated the same. Until that day came, and you were willing to risk yourself for Yunyu. That day there was a fight on the school rooftop, and they were going to beat up Taibin. You were going up there, trembling with fear, and I was watching you. It was from that moment I admired you and understood your worth. I tried to write you a letter to get your attention, but I couldn't, and ended up crumpling the paper and throwing it in the trash. In the underground tunnel, the members of the white-haired boys group fell to the ground, one by one. X was drooling with excitement and shouted, "The fourth one is down too. It's so one-sided. Someone do something." The others complained, as if this bloodshed was just a joke to X. Dice fell to the ground in front of Dante. "Of course it's just a joke. It's all a game. Didn't I tell you all from the beginning? When you die in the game, the rewards appear before you." Dante picked up the die and looked for the next one. The next one tried to be smart and pulled out a knife. "Don't come any closer. If you come, I'll stab you. Have you gone crazy over a bunch of choir sluts? Come closer and I'll spill your guts on the floor. Are you deaf?" Dante stopped time and punched the boy hard in the face. Mio remembered how surprised she had been when she first saw Dante with his new face and appearance. Just when she thought she and Dante were no different, now Dante had changed. Just when she thought miracles couldn't be made real and one couldn't be reborn, she saw Dante do exactly that before everyone's eyes. And then, blue rain fell from the sky to the ground. It was fate, and a drop of it fell in front of Mio's feet. Red blood and blue dyes, and me, staring at the spectrum of color. It was for you. It was all for you. You changed my world. I started for you. Others don't know. Appearance is everything. Nothing out there exists under the title of inherent nature. Everything can change, and if you have the desire, then you can change yourself too. You taught me that, Dante. With clenched fists, Dante walked towards the choir girls who were hugging each other. "Leave us alone. We made a mistake. Don't take our dice. Have mercy on us." After looking for a moment, Dante realized these were the same girls from the choir group. The white-haired boy, who had regained consciousness, was taking advantage of the situation and was quietly, silently levitating shards of glass, ready to fire. They were all scattered here and there like trash on the ground. The white-haired guy was levitating shards of glass in the air, ready to throw them, when Dante asked, "Are you girls from the Evasian singing group?" He remembered the promise he had made to Evan Yu. He had said, "I'll bring them all here, don't worry." He had said that to Evan Yu. The blood of this and that person had dried on his hands, and his clenched fists and gritted teeth wouldn't unclench. "I'm stopping this mission, X." X turned into AY, out of sheer surprise and said, "What are you saying all of a sudden? You're so close to the end of the mission and now you want to quit? You even asked me for extra dice to finish the mission properly, so what's your problem that you want to give up?" "No. This isn't what I wanted. What I wanted was for you trash to get up right now and go to the competition venue to compete. Go with Evan Yu to the competition hall. Get up, quick." The girl got confused and said, "You're really pushing it now, what do you mean?" The other one said, Hey, just tell Dante to be there." The girl said, "There's only 2 of us, and they want 10 people for the competition. What did you think we were going to do there, the 3 of us?" Dante punched the wall and the wall cracked. Dante said, "I know. Just go there." Okay, we're going right there." The girl thought, "Dante, you're really an idiot. That's why people always betray you and you end up alone." The white-haired guy laughed and threw the shards of glass at Dante. Dante dodged, but instead of hitting Dante, the girl got hurt, her shoulder bleeding. A purple scream from the girl shot up to the sky. "Damn it, my shot missed again? Screw this luck, now I have no dice left at all." When the white-haired guy looked up, Dandy's foot landed on his face. Dante caught him in midair with his hands and slammed him against an iron shutter, which bent from the impact. "Let me go. It hurts. Let go." A die that shouldn't have existed fell to the ground, and Dante saw it. Miu had even finished watching her movie and came out of the cinema. "What? He still hasn't replied to my messages?" Miu was starting to get worried about Dante instead of being angry, thinking maybe something had happened to him, and her spirit had no idea what was going on in the other part of the city. "Welcome to our restaurant. How many people for the meal?" Miu said, "1, please." She was happy that she had come to the restaurant alone to eat, but even the food couldn't satisfy her because what she was really hungry for was being with Dante. She checked her plans. The very plans she was supposed to do with Dante on their date to have a good time, but Dante hadn't come. "What the hell is this damn die, white hair? Why are you doing this to me? Why did you attack me? Answer me before I kill you. The prophet told us to test you. He said you would turn against us in the end, when X changes the rules of the game. A few days ago, I saw a master dice thrower who enlightened me and gave me specific information. When more top-tier dice throwers appear, X changes the rules of the game. He was going to tell us how the rules would change when the time came, and he hasn't told us yet, but when it happens, the sign will appear on that die on the ground. The die's true ability is revealed, and soon a war will break out that no one can escape from, until the one who can build the tallest tower reveals themselves." Dante didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Miu had gone to see a fortune teller to have her future told, and she was faced with the tower card. "Its picture is a bit strange. This isn't a bad card, is it, ma'am?" This card is the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel was the tallest tower built by humanity to reach God. Tower of Babel? I've heard of it, Miu said to the lady in surprise. In the distant past, humans decided to reach God and built a tower so high it could take them to God, and so when God found out, he was filled with rage and struck such lightning that the tower instantly caught fire and collapsed. That's the story, right? That's right. God's lightning was their punishment for trying to reach God. Miu suddenly realized this was terrible and said, "This isn't my future, is it?" The fortune teller said this card isn't necessarily a bad card, it simply means freedom from a constraint you built for yourself. And of course, the Tower of Babel was doomed to fall from the start, just like Rapunzel who intends to escape from her own tower. You are the same. Miu thought about her heavy, bitter past and said, "I think I know what you're talking about. But it feels unfamiliar. It's like it's telling me a big event is going to happen. However, let's move on to the next card." Dante, who still had white hair pinned to the wall, turned and asked, "What's this building a tower you're talking about? Explain." And when he heard that Whitehair didn't know, he slammed him harder against the wall. "I'm telling you the truth. I don't know more than what I told you." Mu Yang spoke from the loudspeaker, "Why don't you finish him? He really knows nothing." It was then that Dante let him go and turned back. "Who are you?" "Sorry if it's late, let me introduce myself. My name is Mu Yang. I'll answer your question instead of that white-haired guy. Building the tallest tower means a dice thrower who can gather the greatest number of abilities for themselves to become an S-tier dice thrower. Complete and flawless." X was upset that Mu Yang had said this to him, but Whitehair couldn't figure out when to shut up and said, "May the Prophet protect us." Dante served him with a kick, sending the poor bastard to the ground to shut up. "Your name was Mu Yang, right? Answer me. What's your plan? What do you want? Why did you attack me?" The loudspeaker was silent. Until Mu Yang said, "Because I wanted to test you, Dante. The one who distributed the dice in the school. The one who formed a group to protect others from enemies. I'd love to see how you react when you see the rules of the game changed by X. The dice will change soon. Look there. That die that fell on the ground reacts every time an A-tier dice thrower is born. See? Someone just became an A-tier dice thrower somewhere, Dante." In another part of the city, a girl had fallen to the ground and was screaming, "It's hot. My face is burning." A black-haired, green-eyed girl had been about to pour boiling water on someone's face for a golden die. Mu Yang continued, "X uses someone's interests to design missions and satisfies those interests with dice. And when new interests are born, can there be an end to this chaos? What was your life like before getting the dice, Dante? Are you satisfied now? You upgraded your appearance and became popular, but even now that void is felt. When the light shines brighter, the shadow becomes darker." Dante got angry and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. What are you hiding?" Mu Yang smiled and said, "The first die changes human ability. The second stage of the die makes that ability extraordinary, beyond human limits. You'll understand the third stage of the die when you reach the end." Mu Yang's words made Dandy's ears ring. Dante couldn't believe what he had heard. Mu Yang said, "It's exactly as I said it would be. Word for word. Nothing can stop it." Dante yelled, "You're talking nonsense. How do you expect me to believe this?" "Believe it or not, everyone will find out very soon, and when they do, it will be too late. Stop talking nonsense and show yourself. Come out." Mu Yang said, "If you're so eager to see me, come to the control room." Dante ran. "Running is useless, Dante. My level is different from yours." Dante still couldn't believe what Mu Yang had said and just wanted him to shut up in his head. "Open the door. I said open the door and show yourself." Mu Yang said, "No need to rush. We'll see each other again when the real game starts. Although we've already seen each other before. Remember?" Dante kicked the door open, but it was too late because Mu Yang had teleported away. The room was empty and Dante was panting. The sun was setting, giving a beautiful view of the river in the middle of the city. Dante was on the train again, and I'm here curious about what that boy next to his mother is looking at on Dante that he's staring so intently. I was slowly starting to think the boy might be gay, until I saw the next panel and got my answer very quickly when I saw him say, "Mom, why does that boy have red stuff on his hands?" But Dante, staring at the train floor, was lost and thought about how that boy had suddenly disappeared from in front of him. He checked the fallen guard's pulse and saw it was still beating and he was breathing. He asked himself what Mu Yang was thinking. Why did he say they'd met before? Where had Dante seen Muyang? It was then that he remembered the fight on the rooftop and remembered seeing a shadow that was walking away for itself when time had stopped. Answer me. Was Muyang telling the truth or not? When we get the final die, can we do that thing? The monitors in front of Dante, instead of cameras, showed X's words. Well, what do you think? If it's true, what will you do? Dante got off the subway train and saw the girls walking away laughing. One of them said, "Did you see that girl who came from that school all by herself and couldn't perform?" As Dante was going up the stairs, his gaze fell on Evan Yu. She was just standing there by herself. On the other hand, Miu was having fun. She was drinking a beverage and enjoying the sound of children's laughter. It was a good day for Miu. She went to the cinema by herself and saw a movie. She went to a restaurant by herself and ate. She went to a fortune teller by herself and heard her future. Herself and herself. Stupid Dante. Why haven't you even called me? They're probably having the time of their lives with Evan Yu right now. Your voice was really beautiful, Evan Yu. Dante. Let's go for a walk around the city. No, it's not like that, don't think that way. A little girl fell. What happened? Are you okay? Are you hurt? The little girl was crying. Hey, you boy, how dare you make a little girl cry? Make up with each other. The boy, who was exasperated, said, "She keeps bothering me and wants to hit me. Tell her to get lost. I'm loyal to my girlfriend right now." Miu saw herself in the little girl and got completely one-sidedly angry about the situation and decided to punch the boy instead of telling the girl to stop bothering him. Even the girl herself was shocked by all this self-righteousness. Today's competition has ended, so we ask those who have passed the preliminary round to wait for further announcements. Evan Yu heard and stared silently at the ground. So you came back, Dante? I'm sorry, Evan Yu. I couldn't keep my promise. What are you apologizing for? Because of what I said to you. No, it's fine. I knew myself that no one was going to show up and come to the singing hall for the competition. If you knew from the start, then why did you come? I wanted to hold on to hope. Evan Yu remembered the singing class where their teacher said the most important part of being in a choir is the psychological order during performance. Every part is important in itself. Every voice in the song has a role. It doesn't matter if one person has a good voice by themselves, what matters is the order of the performance. Every voice in the choir is equally important. It was there, with those words, that Evan Yu decided she wanted to be a member of the choir. Dante, you come for the singing too? No, thanks. I can't. Evan Yu was practicing with the other girls and Dante was staring at her from outside. With longing. We're going to become really good in this performance, right? If we win the competition performance prize, we can eat rice cakes every day after school. It was really so much fun. But those days won't come back now. Wait. Dante asked, you mean no one came? Not even Taiyin? Taiyin should be here by now, why hasn't he come? Did he even call you? That Taiyin idiot. How can he treat his girlfriend like this? If he wants to treat you like this, why did he ask you out in the first place? You're mistaken, Dante, please don't say that. Why? Dante's body trembled when he heard Evan Yu's answer. Evan Yu said, because it wasn't Taiyin who wanted us to go out and be together, it was me. Dante couldn't say anything. He just stared at Evan Yu. What did you just say to me? What did you just tell me? You were the one who went to be with Taiyin? It wasn't Taiyin who wanted to be with you? I was mistaken the whole time? Dante's hands were clenched into fists and with an indescribable expression, he said, so that's how it is. It's as if she were a princess imprisoned in a castle needing to be saved. But when I see that I was the only one who loved her and could truly save and protect her, I still got a game over. I lost. Dante, I'm really happy that you were worried about me, but I'm asking you to leave Taiyin out of this for my sake. I don't know exactly how, but the dice is changing this school bit by bit. Nothing is like it used to be. If only everything could be like before. If only the dice had never existed at all. With these words, Dante immediately remembered his own bitter past. How he used to get beaten up and how he longed to go up to Evan Yu, show himself to her, and talk to her. How hard the loneliness had been for him. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't go back. I can't be that weak again. Cowardly and pathetic. Evan Yu said, Dante, something splattered all over your t-shirt. What is this? Evan Yu had just realized Dante was covered in blood. Evan Yu took Dante's hands and said, this is all blood. Are you okay? Did something happen? No, it's nothing. It's nothing? How? You're covered in blood. How did all this blood? Dante remembered all the fights and, angry at all the trouble he'd endured because of this girl, shouted loudly, I said it's nothing. In the blink of an eye, Dante opened his eyes and saw Evan had fallen to the ground, fear waving in her eyes. Dante apologized and said he was sorry. Evan, are you okay? He couldn't take it anymore and shouted, time stop. And time stopped. Everything was frozen. Dante calmed down, but his soul was dead, and said, this isn't my blood. Thanks for worrying about me. Goodbye, Evan. And Dante left. Quietly and silently. When time returned to normal, Dante was no longer there. She just asked herself, how did things turn out like this? How did it end like this? After a moment's pause, she said to herself, I forgot the promise I made to Miyu. She must be really angry with me now. Night fell. It had gotten dark. Nothing had its former color anymore. The lights. The sidewalks. The road and the cars. This damn cat. Dante looked at it. Petted it. Hello, little one. Are you a girl or a boy? Male or female? And his eyes fell on Miyu, who was sitting right there. Waiting. As always. They stared at each other silently until Miyu calmly put her hands on her knees and stood up. She came towards Dante and angrily punched him hard in the stomach. Being an orphan wasn't enough, now I have to endure the pain of this girl's selfishness. Even the cat that was there understood what kind of crazy, illogical, and self-satisfied person this was and ran away. For God's sake, I sat here all day waiting for the date you set, even though you had messaged me beforehand that you weren't coming, but I came there earlier because I thought you cared about me as much as I care about you, but you didn't come and now it's night. I've eaten, I'm full, and I'm waiting for you to come. Is Evan so important that you completely set me aside for her? Am I worth nothing to you? You dumped me to go on a date with Evan, am I right or not? Well, say something. It was then that she saw Dante wasn't moving at all. Miyu had attacked Dante. Her attack was very effective. It was sharp, like her temper. Did I hit you that hard, Dante? Don't be like that. Miyu didn't know Dante had been fighting with this and that person all day. Sorry I hit you. She looked at her hands and saw the dried blood, saying to herself, so something really did happen that made him leave me waiting all day. She reached out her hand and said to Dante, get up. It's not good for a boy to be lying on the ground. Follow me. We're leaving. Dante asked, where? Miyu said, did you forget? We're going to eat. I'm hungry. We were supposed to go out to eat on me. So come on. Just hurry up. I waited for you all day, my hunger is sky high. Come on. The cat, hey, looked at the two of them as they were leaving and said to itself, meow. That means this guy is screwed too. He went about his business. I'm sure there's a food truck somewhere in the city where you can buy food. What? All this trouble for food from a truck you buy in packaging on the way? They walked through the city and talked under the bright street lights on the sidewalks until, looking for food, they reached a DVD store. Dante said in surprise, I'm sure, swear on my mother's life, it was right here. Why has it changed? When did they leave? Anywhere they went, they said, it's already 10 p.m. We're closing. Sorry, we're closing. Come by tomorrow afternoon. Sorry, we just ran out of food with our last customer. Excuse me. Dante said, Miyu, it's a bit late for dinner, isn't it? We can eat later too, and I'll be there on time next time, I promise. Miyu said, no, absolutely not, no way I'll accept that. At the very least, is there a bowl of ramen ready that we can eat? Miyu said, actually, I was wondering, is anyone at your house? Can we go there? No one's home right now, right? Dante was shocked and read the rest of her thought and understood what Miyu wanted. So we're going to your house so I can cook and we can eat there. Dante shouted, no, we absolutely can't. Miyu said, why not? Dante panicked and said, it's already late and we don't have ingredients for dinner at home. Miyu said, well, let's go buy some things on the way there. You're not going to send me away like this after all that waiting, are you? Dandy's face turned red and he was embarrassed. On the way, Dante said, our house is really dirty and has cockroaches. Are you sure you want to do this? Miyu said, okay, I'm sure, and I'll make something for dinner that you'll enjoy. Dante now understood what that cat had been telling him. He put his hands in his hair and said, okay, I surrender. I'll go into the house and clean everything up in 5 minutes, then come to you, okay? Miu stood outside waiting for Dante to do what he said and, staring at the buildings in Dandy's neighborhood, said to herself, so Dante lives in a place like this. She looked again at her phone and the mission X had given her. X messaged, "Hey, your heart's beating fast, huh? You're going to become an A-tier dice thrower, girl." Miu said, "This isn't a mission. I'm doing this for myself. I'm doing it because I want to do it." X got annoyed too and said, "Okay, you're right, whatever you say. In the end, whatever you say will be what I want, and we'll have enough A-tier dice throwers." Dante shouted, "You can come in now, Miu." Miu ran into Dandy's house and closed the door. She took off her shoes. Dante changed his clothes. Miu cooked dinner. Ramen with lots of mushrooms, sausages, and Vegeta. "Enjoy your meal," Dante said. "Hey, this looks amazing. Did you upgrade your cooking skills with a dye to cook this well?" Miu said, "No, it's nothing." While they were eating dinner, Dante told Miu the whole story. "So that's why you didn't come to the date. Your phone got broken in the fight. I'll let it slide this time and forgive you. But tell me this. It's almost midnight. Where's your mom?" Dante said, "My mom only comes some days and is always going to work." "What about your dad?" "My parents got divorced when I was in kindergarten." "Oh dear, you said it's almost midnight, the bus will be leaving soon, you won't make it back to your place. It's getting late. The bus leaves at 11:30, it's already 5 minutes late, so let's not rush and worry so much." "Your parents will worry, Miu. I called my family a few minutes ago. I told them I'm going to sleep at a friend's house tonight." Dante was shocked by Miu's words. Did she mean she was going to sleep here? Dante dealt with the matter very dryly and logically, and from the depths of his being, the word came out with a sigh. "What?" And then utter silence. Miu put the glass on the table and said, "Do you have a problem with that?" "No, absolutely no problem. I don't want there to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to say the problem is something else." Miu stood up and said, "I'm going to use the bathroom for a moment." Dante froze. His pupils twisted around the corner and then he had a stroke. Meaning there's no way this can happen. If this continues, Miu will sleep over at my place tonight. But I'm still thinking about Evan Yu in my head. I know what she wants from me. I need the same thing too. But not this. Not like this. I endured all that pain for Evan Yu. It wasn't for me Yu. I want love. But from my love. He poured a glass of water and drank it. Cleared his throat. Took a deep breath. Miu was having a stroke in the bathroom, her heart pounding like a washing machine in her chest. She asked herself, "What do I do now? My legs are shaking. Does Dante know I'm dying of worry? I can't show him I'm worried. Breathe in. Breathe out." Miu immediately saw the dye that had been left in Dandy's jeans pocket, glowing. She called Dante to come to the bathroom and said, "What's this, Dante? It was glowing in your pocket." Dante was panicked and asked, "Are you okay, Miu?" "Yeah, I'm fine. This was glowing in your pocket, I want to know what it is. I haven't seen a dye like this until now." Dante looked at the size of the dye and thought to himself, "This dye has gotten a bit bigger than before, it seems. Didn't I tell you before, Miu? Maybe it was the food that distracted me. This dye is from those who attacked me. That white-haired guy and his gang. Whenever an A-tier dice thrower is born, this dye shows a new sign. Oh." Miu said, "Let's go out and have some fun." "Is there anything to do in this house to have fun?" Dante asked. "Something cool?" Miu said, "Or maybe sexy?" But a little after playing, Miu got bored and said she would go play on Dandy's computer in his room. On the other hand, in the lower part of the city, Daewon was pulling himself together to get up from the ground and saw everyone was scattered around. He didn't know it was Dandy's doing because he'd been unconscious the whole time. He asked himself, "What's going on here? Everyone's fallen on the ground, wounded and unconscious?" Then, as soon as he heard a sound, he activated his cover ability and hid behind a wall. Miu and Dante were playing Ludo. "It's my turn to roll the die. Aha, I got a 9. Dandy's mind wasn't on the game. His gaze was on Miu's delicate, fleshy, soft feet. Miu told him about the regrets in her life. She said she wished she could have a better place, a better life, just by throwing these dice. Dante listened. Uncomfortable. Dante was just sitting there like a child. Miu said, "You know, this is the first time for me too, sleeping over at a boy's house like this." Dante, there, his eyes melted a little and he said, "Yeah, me too." Miu said, "It's so strange, I didn't think I'd change this much. But Dante, on the other hand, was staring at Miu's significant and soft changes. But after a silence from Miu, he saw she was sitting sadly in a corner. Miu said that she was really happy. She felt like having a drink and went to get some from the fridge, where she found a green bottle of champagne. I didn't know you had things like this in your house too, Dante. I think you have to shake it before opening it, right? Dante said, wait. But it was too late. The idiot shook the bottle. Champagne sprayed everywhere like rain. Their clothes were completely soaked. Miu was in a coup and apologized, but the damage was done. There's still a little left. Wanna have some? Idiot, we're all covered in champagne and you're thinking about drinking that? Has the champagne splashed on you made you drunk? Your face is really red, Dante. Your face is red too, Miu. Our cat set aside formalities and came forward to eat the meat. And ate it. After the kiss that Miu took from Dandy's cheek and both of them were blushing, Miu said, it's not how you think, Dante. This is very scary and nerve-wracking for me. My former self always wanted to completely change and become the new me, just like Natalie's character in the movie Leon. That girl was initially lovable and helpless, but by the end of the film, she was a ruthless killer woman. I want to become someone who can tell the person I love that I love them. Not be afraid. Not of that boy, nor of this world. Shine like the star. But I'm not like that person now. My life isn't like that. Miu stood up and said, no, you're wrong. You're beautiful now too. Very. And you're brave and shining too. Miu said, it's all because of you. You are the one who changed the world. Changed my world. Dante blushed. Miu stood up and said, hey Dante, your clothes are all wet. My clothes are wet too. This won't do. Just as she was about to take her clothes off, Dandy's fuse burst faster and he went off like that champagne bottle. He shouted and said, no, I didn't mean it like that. I'll get you clothes now. He immediately got up and ran to another room to get clothes for Miu. His voice could be heard talking to himself in the next room. I had a few extra clothes here. I don't have them? So where are they? Miu, I'm going to the rooftop to get clothes for you. I left them on the line to dry. I'll come to you now. Miu insisted that it was fine just like that, but Dante ran outside. Miu was trembling with embarrassment. Dante, whose face was flushed, thought to himself on the stairs that he had almost joined the neighborhood charity work in the National Population Growth Movement for improving working conditions. He said to himself, thanks to Cornhub, I managed to hold myself back tonight, but I almost messed up. Seriously, but my question to myself is, Miu is beautiful and brave too, but why am I running away from her? He remembered Evan Yu and said, no, I'm done with her. I'm myself. Evan Yu is H. She's alone. From the other side, Dae-woong saw how those two girls had returned and brought medicine and water for the wounded to get better. The girls were helping everyone get up. A boy took the water and drank it, but then his gaze fell on Mu Yang, who was approaching them slowly. The boy said, who's that? I don't know him. Do you know him? Dante was also taking the clothes off the line and putting the previous ones to dry. Miu also came up to the rooftop to see him. She was complaining why he hadn't come back to her in the room as he said he would quickly. Dante said, I just started hanging our clothes. Miu took a deep breath and said, okay, let's finish our work with these quickly and go down. Let me ask you this too. Do you always wash your clothes yourself? Yeah, from when I started school and my dad left after the divorce and my mom went to work, I had to. Wow, what reasonable behavior for your age. Miu's gaze fell on Dandy's shorts and said, hey, look what we have here. These shorts with the smiling shark on them, are they yours? Dante said, hey, give it back. So they are yours? Aw, how cute. Dante, blushing, said, no, they're not mine, give it back. I don't want to give it back. I'll take a picture of it and show it to everyone at school. Hey, I said those shorts aren't mine. Can you just give them back to me? Miu laughed and said, first you have to catch me. You want to make me chase you after stealing my shorts? Miu laughed and said, you finally admitted they're yours. Dante ran out of patience and ran after her. Miu suddenly turned around and didn't see Dante, when suddenly Dandy's voice came from behind the clothes and said, got you. But their feet slipped and the clothes scattered on the ground when they fell. Though, more than falling to the ground, they had fallen on top of each other. The ground cracked from embarrassment. They were stuck like that and one of them wasn't moving. Sorry, I'll get off you really quickly. As Dante tried to get up, Miu took his hand and said, this is fine too. You don't have to go. Do whatever you want. Anywhere. Anything. Right here, right now. On the other hand, Evan Yu was in bed playing with her phone and looking at old photos. From before the dice ruined the school. Everyone was laughing and having fun together. It was there that she saw Dante was in the photo too. He's just so far in the corner of the image that he can't be seen. He was never seen. Evan Yu laughed and said, "Ah, I hadn't seen him, he was in the photo after all." When she saw the next photo, it was photos of her and Tyeen. "Tyeen, where are you now?" And in the lower part of the city, Muyang was getting closer and closer. Whitehair was scared and shouted, "It's him. The prophet is him." And Dante was stuck. What should he do in this situation now? "I really like you." Dandy's hand went towards the button of Miu's skirt, but he saw himself in the reflection of Miu's own old glasses, explaining to Evan Yu that he wanted to see her after school. He froze, and when Miu saw him pausing and freezing, she sighed and regretfully kicked Dante. Instead of Dante responding with a punch and asking her what these crazy antics of hers were for, that she kicks him, he apologized to Miu and said sorry for getting kicked. Dante apologized to Miu again and said he didn't know what had come over him. But Miu kicked Dante in the face again to prove he's a pervert who deserves that fat body. And started punching Dante in the face and said, "Why did you think so much? You paused. What were you thinking about? I don't know what. But know that we are two exceptions in this world where nothing can be changed. What was in your head that you had to think about it so deeply and pause?" And the bitch idiot kicked between Dandy's legs to prove the disaster that befalls him at the end of the story is what he deserves. The poor Dante could only say, "This is overkill, kicking there." Miu said shamelessly, "No, because you deserved that kick. I ask you all to believe me, if I had a physical body at that moment, at that damn minute, and was physically present there, Miu would be dead right now. Right there on that same roof. Let's get back to the continuation of the work." Dante said, "Stop tormenting me so much." Miu said, "You're the one tormenting me. I opened the door of my heart to you so you'd keep me hanging like that. Now how are you going to answer for what you did?" Dante, from his beaten position, asked her, "Well, what do you want?" And Miu said, "I want you to take me to the amusement park." And they stood together watching the sunrise, standing next to each other, instead of one of them having a fist in their ovary right now. "I want to ride everything at the amusement park. Roller coaster and Ferris wheel and whatever there is. I'll keep my promise and take you to the amusement park. I promise." Thank God, Miu remembered that her bus was about to arrive at the station and she had to go back, but this was actually an excuse to go down and get her golden die reward from X. Miu went and ran down the stairs to get to the room and quickly picked up the golden die. She said to herself, "If I throw this die, I'll have a supernatural ability. I finally got it. A power. An ability." Dante called out loudly, "Miu, did something happen? Why did you leave in a hurry?" The die fell from Miu's hands and rolled. "Miu, what was that light just now?" Miu was holding the die in her hands so Dante wouldn't see it. X, on the other hand, was moving his chess pieces and said, "That's another A-tier dice thrower. Now we have 16 A-tier dice throwers. This should be enough to satisfy Miu Yang. Enough. It's time to change the rules of the game. It's time to wake up from the beautiful sleep you've been in." Mu Yang, immediately upon hearing the sound of X's message that he had changed the rules of the game, got to work and grabbed the girl by the neck. Miu said, "I didn't see any light, Dante, maybe you're imagining things. There's no news here. Where was the light?" And as she was leaving to go back to the house, she thought to herself whether to hide this from him or not, but she had to tell him one day. Dante, who had accompanied her part of the way to the subway station to see her off, had sunk deep in thought and said, "Miu, maybe it's not the time to ask you this, but my mind is preoccupied. If you could change the world, what would you change?" Miu said, "What are you talking about?" Dante was silent and thought about the matter very seriously. Miu, seeing Dante was serious, said, "Wait for me to give my answer. I can change anything in the world? If it was anything, then maybe I don't know." And no matter how much she thought, she couldn't find an answer and said, "The power to change the world is too big for me to understand. I can't give you an answer. I think the power to change one person is more than enough for me." Dante was stuck on this answer and thought and said to himself, "Changing one person." Miu ran to leave, but Dante asked, "Miu, what was that you said? What did you mean?" Miu said, "I promise I'll tell you what I meant if you promise to go to the amusement park with me. I'll tell you there what I meant." As she was leaving, she thought that she hadn't told Dante that she had also become an A-tier dice thrower and decided to tell Dante after figuring out her ability. Dante got angry and said, "Why did I ask her that? Why did I tell her that? I wish I could turn back time." Dante went back home, and when he got home, he saw his computer monitor had turned purple. Dante was shocked when he read what X had said. On the monitor was written, "Major change. The rules of the dice game are completely changing." Muyang was holding the girl in the air and choking her. Everyone was begging him to let the girl go. Whitehair was frozen and said, "Prophet, what are you doing?" Muyang was laughing. Dante asked X, "What does this mean?" X said, "Well, until now we were in the beta phase, and now it's time to enter the next phase." Dante hit the computer desk and shouted, "How are you changing the rules? What are you going to do?" When he saw the monitor and read X's answer, he was shocked. He took a step back and was left staring at the monitor. Muyang slammed the girl against the wall by her neck and choked her. The girl died. She gave her life. Her friend screamed. Whitehair begged, "Prophet, please stop it. She's a member of your servant group. She's your ally." And he stared as Muyang ignored him and slammed the girl against the ground and wall again. A ton of blood gushed out of the girl, and along with it, the dice she had collected so far spilled out. Whitehair said in surprise, "These are all dice." And on Dandy's monitor was written, PvP, which is short for player versus player. X said, "Player versus player. Basically, you have to steal each other's dice." The girl who had died had lost the game and lost all her dice. Her face was returning to its former state, and she cried out, "Why am I seeing everything blurry again? Where are my glasses? I want my glasses. What's going on here?" X was explaining to Dante, "See, Dante, until now the dice belonged to their owners, but now it's different. From this phase of the game onwards, you can steal other people's dice." Muyang was standing over the girl and her dice. All those who were there ran away and shouted, "They're stealing your dice now, so run away." Muyang grabbed Whitehair by the neck and said, "I'm not a prophet, Bunny. This situation is just on repeat, and it's not my fault either." And with one blow, Whitehair's dice spilled onto the ground, and among the dice, a golden die with psychokinesis ability could also be seen. Dante was shouting, "Why do dice throwers have to fight each other to the death over dice? Are you crazy, X?" X laughed and said, "Didn't you hear from Muyang yourself what the winner's prize is, huh?" Dante gritted his teeth. Dante had read in his studious friend's notebook, who had fallen from the school pipe and died, that the first die upgrades abilities. X said, "The second die changes human abilities. And the owner of the final die, who must win the game, can change the world." Dante now understood what a dirty game he was caught in and set aside his optimism. Muyang picked up Whitehair's golden die and said, "That makes 3. If I get 3 more, I can challenge X again." Evan Yu was asleep in her room when her phone vibrated. It was a message from Tyne apologizing that he had been busy lately and said he wanted to go out with her on the weekend. Miu was in her room testing her ability. The world had a fresh color for her. Everything she looked at, she could sense what its details were, and a window would open next to it stating its specifications. She looked at her dirty shirt, whose window said, "T-shirt. Cotton. Dirtiness 27%. Reason for dirtiness, champagne." Miu said, "This ability is supernatural and awesome. I wonder what happens if you look at people with this ability." She looked at herself in the mirror and saw her past self and read its window. Miu. Studious pig. A-tier dice thrower. Number of dice, 125. Loves Dante. Jealous of Evan Yu. Has psychosis and self-confidence issues.
End of chapter 1. Not gonna lie, but making this video took nearly 10 full days. If you want me to prepare chapter 2 for you, be sure to like the post, subscribe to me, and click the notification bell so you can be with me for future posts. Also, ever wondered where is this going? I wonder when it will end. Will it end in our favor? Or things are gonna